And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger, roger, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting with the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
April 14, 1981, Shuttle Columbia landed at Edwards Air Force Base to complete the first reusable spacecraft mission. December 21st, 2015, Falcon 9 landed at LZ-1, marking the first successful touchdown of an orbital-class booster. October 13, 2024, SpaceX will be going for the 365th booster recovery. The first does not involve a Falcon 9, but involves Starship Super Heavy Booster 12. 352 of those Falcon 9 attempts were successful. Hopefully today will be the 353rd, marked by Booster 12 being caught by Mechazilla's chopsticks. This will be a major milestone in the future goal of creating a rapidly and fully reusable launch system, something Shuttle never achieved. It's a big ask, but fortune favours the brave. Welcome to Starship Flight 5's mission coverage, starting with this stream, the Stakeout, as we go through the night ahead of our main event launch stream.
Well, hello everybody. I've already got goosebumps. Thanks very much, Chris. Wonderful opening words. My name's Ryan Caton. Welcome to our live launch coverage for Flight 5, 6 weeks earlier than we thought we'd actually get it. And it's come at us very quickly. We've scrambled to get everything together, but fingers crossed we've gotten everything together just in time for what's going to be one of the most anticipated missions of the year. I'm excited. My heart rate's going already. I'm excited. Chris, are you excited?
I am. I actually teased chat earlier by saying, how long until I mention Shuttle in the first reference? And it was the third word of my speech. I knew in advance. There we go. I'd pre-written it. I didn't do that off by heart. I'm not that good. But yeah, I'm very excited. This is no real, over-exaggeration. This is massive. If they pull this off, you can imagine how they will take their confidence in that success. And everyone's going to start thinking, well, hang on a minute. Never bet against SpaceX, because everything they say, which sounds crazy, including the catching the chopsticks thing that when Elon first mentioned it, we all thought that was bonkers. If they pull it off in reality, then, who's to argue against the fact that we might get a base on Mars? It really is that kind of like path of evolution with SpaceX's Starship program.
Yeah. And also joining us for the first little while here, Alex. How you doing, my friend?
Oh boy, I cannot be more excited about this. It like my heart is racing, my brain is just filled with like 1,000 different emotions for today. It's been so long waiting for this to happen, right? And boy, that's all I can think of and say right now. I'm mostly sure that I'll have lots to say across the day today as we count down for that launch and catch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that catch is it's the new thing, shall we say. It's kind of what everyone's waiting for, and we've said it many times for everyone to give us your predictions in the chat. But I think, kicking things off, we might as well do it again because that's the brand new thing. So everyone in chat, what do you think we're actually going to see with that catch? Do you think first of all, do you think they're going to go for it? Second of all, if they do you think they'll actually grab it, or well, do you think we might, have a spectacular explosion approximately 6 minutes after liftoff on the launch pad? I guess the only way to figure that out is wait and see. But I can already see many different opinions coming in chat, Alex.
I guess there's like there's like four branches here, right? It either goes for a catch or not, because they have both the manual confirmation and also they run automated health checks on both the launch tower and the vehicle itself. So, there's that branching, whether it actually goes for the catch or not. And once you actually go for the catch, it's like, will it actually be caught or not? I do think that if they do go for the catch, if everything looks good, they might have a good chance of landing the booster and acing that catch. As usual, first time trying something like this, the chances of seeing a fireball of sorts, it's not zero, right? But I do think they have a good chance. They have a good chance at the very least of getting that catch if, again, they actually go through that. I'm not sure about, that first branch of, going either for the catch or not, because I'm not, I don't have the data, right? I don't know about, the intricacies of all of these vehicles or even the tower if they are all ready to go. And anything can happen during launch, right? Some Raptors might go, that might trigger, the automated health checks might say, nope, we're not going for the catch. Okay, cool, whatever, right? But at least they're gonna try. I think that's the main big point today. Whatever happens, they're trying. They're going for it. And I think that's already a huge step in the program. And again, whatever happens, whether it's a beautiful fireball or a magnificent sight of that booster, dangling off those chopsticks, either way, they're going to learn a lot of things today.
Yeah, that's what SpaceX's ethos is, Why design everything on paper first when you can get a physical launch vehicle and physically launch it and physically get all your physical data? There's no better simulation of reality than reality itself. So why not just go for it? So yeah, very, very exciting to see. I do just want to point out the fact that we have been getting so much support. Not like before we went live, before we even set up the stream, we've been getting support. So thank you to everyone who's been becoming a Red Team member or a PADRAP member or a Capcom member or all the different members. I'm just going to flick a few we've got so many, I'm just going to flick a few of them across your screen now. But thank you to everybody who's been joining and supporting our coverage before it's even began for this flight. So we have been working very hard to get this all ready, to expedite, as the FAA asked the Fish and Wildlife Service to expedite their paperwork. We have been expediting our launch coverage to get it ready for now, when, like all of you, we were expecting the end of November, and it is very much not the end of November. So it's a good thing we're actually here and talking to you all. A big bit of support that we've just gotten in the last few minutes or so is this €100 super chat from Juan. So first of all, that's huge. Thank you very, very much for that. Asking, besides the highly anticipated catch attempt, what is the part of the flight that you're looking forward to the most during Flight 5? Personally, I would love to see a clean ship landing without a broken camera. Chris, I'll throw that to you first.
Well, first and foremost, the best result of a non-completed successful mission for me is where everything goes well with the actual flight profile. The booster aborts because it's not happy, or the chopsticks are not happy, and it just splashes down in the Gulf. That'll be fine for me. That's something where the pad isn't damaged, so that's a good point of reference for why they abort if the abort is taken. Remember, the actual flight director will have to literally press a button to make it happen, and then there's automated software as well. The main thing for me is I really am looking forward to, if that's the case, looking forward to watching what the ship does, because we saw those views, those re-entry, those plasma views provided by Starlink all the way down. And the reason why I say all the way down in a kind of like strange voice is because we never had that with the shuttle either. We never had that with the space shuttle. We have some VHS camcorder videos from on board where we can actually see the plasma from inside the actual flight deck and how it interacts, but never from the outside. And part of that reason is Starlink, and part of that reason is because it's a larger surface area, so it allows for that, for the communications. So I want to see that again because that was amazing watching those flaps working as it's going through the plasma, and hopefully this time with the additional modifications made to the TPS, the thermal protection system, the heat shield, if you don't know what that is, will hopefully mean the flap doesn't get obliterated, even though in Flight 4's case it's still landed. So imagine what it's like with a completed flap.
Yeah, and another thing to take into account, so it is the ship is landing sort of in the same area as on Flight 4, but there's a thing called seasons, right? And the matter of fact is the difference between June and October is that what it means is that at the time of the launch here at Starbase, in this view essentially that we're showing right now, it'll not be even sunrise. At the opening of the window, the sun comes out at 7:27 a.m. Central. So that will be essentially only covering the last 3 minutes of the window. Remember, the window opens at 7 a.m. Central, lasts for 30 minutes. That's what we are, what SpaceX has communicated. And what that means is that by the time the ship heads to the Indian Ocean, to the splashdown area, it'll essentially start in full daylight. And even by the time it should splash down, there should be some twilight at the very least. Which means if the camera does not get, all filled up with debris and everything from chunks of flap, right? We should see much clearer views this time around because there's going to be sunlight. On Flight 4, that June flight, it was complete darkness because it was going to be about to be winter in the southern hemisphere, so the lightning was not positive for that for that viewing. So today it's gonna be different and hopefully we'll get a much better view of both the launch and the landing.
Yeah, I can't stress enough how on Flight 4 those views were stunning because I've been covering spaceflight for a long time because I'm quite an old person now, and we've never seen anything like it. They even tried to get an external camera on the external tank of the space shuttle on the last few flights, and they had the views going up. You could see the downward facing camera on the external tank on the feed line during the shuttle launch, and it looked amazing, but it used to get covered in muck at SRB separation, but it would clean itself. And the idea was they had extra batteries in it for the last few missions to hopefully see an external tank go through its own little disposal re-entry and break up, and it never worked, so they never got it. And it was a point of contention for, I remember one of the shuttle guys saying on Flight 4, says, we wanted something like this. Even though you wouldn't have had the flaps move or anything like that, it'd been a dead tank just basically dying over the Indian Ocean. But yeah, I think it's just fascinating to see that plasma interaction because I think that a lot of science will be gained from that, just seeing how the vehicle interacts.
Yeah, there's no way. So this is very important to point out that there's no way on Earth to really replicate fully the conditions during reentry. You can get very close in some senses, right? I believe even Scott Manley has like a whole video just about that, so I will not try to even get to that point of detail. But essentially, at the end of the day, the only way to test reentry with the actual reentry conditions, you cannot do that here on Earth. You actually have to go through the atmosphere at those conditions. In fact, more recently, we feature on This Week in Spaceflight, all Fridays, by the way, that the European Space Agency is going to fly in the next couple of years one of these satellites that has like a capsule inside, and they're going to break up that satellite. They're going to put it through reentry on purpose in order to capture data on what happens when you essentially have something breaking up during reentry, because there's no way to test that on the Earth, right? So, I mean, you could on the ground after going very, very fast through reentry. So that's the only way. Just go through reentry. That's the way you test it. Yeah, simulations just cannot even get close to any of that.
Nice. Actually, I've seen a question in chat which actually is kind of on the subject, so we can keep talking about ship. And Jared Carney asks, it looks like SpaceX is intentionally leaving off some tiles again on IFT-5, or Flight 5 as we like to call it now. I wonder if we still call it IFT. By the way, it's Flight 5. Are those areas testing the ablative material or bare stainless steel, or both?
Yeah, they have some test tiles or like locations in the heat shield where they are putting some tests there. So there are places where they have some tiles missing, and then there's also one part on the on sort of like closer to the leeward side on the port. So essentially to the left of the vehicle, they have places where it looks like either they are some sort of like metallic heat shield tiles or some sort of tile that is white. It looks like it's very unclear right now, but yeah, and also one of the things that is changing for this flight is, of course, large portions of the body of ship 30, excuse me, are covered in a backup ablative material. So if one tile drops off in that area, then there's a backup opportunity there to not break up, essentially, to not have plasma entering the vehicle, which is nice because, to be fair, in the future, having a backup system, even flying with humans and things like that, that will be very important. And there's this sort of misconception that, oh, having the backup ablative material is like cheating, right? Because that's not fully reusable. But it's like, well, but it's sort of like having, for example, on Crew Dragon, they have now the opportunity to be able to fire the Super Dracos if the parachutes don't deploy, right? That's a backup system that they could use. Similar thing here. You obviously don't want to use that because it will be a very bad day for the vehicle. But if it were to happen, at least your vehicle will land in one piece, right? So that's a nice thing to have.
You know what, Alex? That reminds me, we did an article about that just recently in the last few days. So I've just used my first opportunity to spam chat with my privileged position as the actual NSF account holder in chat to spam away with a link. It actually is a very informative article, and a lot of people might not have remembered that there's a lot of Super Draco related testing that you may not have remembered, such as Dragonfly and things like that, and the bounty tests at McGregor, which were amazing. Yeah. I remember those, and I was thinking, this is great. But also, I remember back in the press club, this is kind of all related, ironically. Elon Musk did a speech at the press club. It's many, many years ago. It was when he was presenting the idea of making Falcon 9 reusable. So look how far that's come since. And in that, he was actually showing a video where it was fully reusable. He showed Falcon 9's booster landing. He showed the second stage with its own little heat shield and little landing legs, which was quite cute, landing as well. And it showed Dragon returning to land an LZ pad under a Super Draco landing without any parachutes. So it was kind of already there. It was always there in the ideas. The second stage never evolved to a point where it could be reusable. And you got to think, Alex, maybe that once Elon realised they couldn't make Falcon 9 fully reusable, they had to look at another vehicle, another design. And then they thought, well, let's take our future Mars ambitions and go for a massive rocket and do it all in the big rocket. Is that kind of where you're seeing the evolution? They've gone to Starship as fully reusable, but also with all the mass it can take as well.
Yeah, I do remember, back in the day, sort of like before they even officially talked about it, where they did say that they wanted to be fully reusable, fully and rapidly reusable. Like that expression that Elon uses a lot nowadays. This is not new. He already started using that even with Falcon 9 and even Falcon 1. If you go way back to the old, Gujaline, whatever it's that island's name, when they were there, they had this blog, and he will post this sort of thing, and he will already be talking about rapid and fully reusability. So of course, if you really need a big rocket in order to be able to launch a lot of material while still being fully reusable, because putting all that heat shield, those flaps and everything, that eats up a lot of the dry mass, all of the performance. You need to reserve propellant on the booster to be able to come back. So you need a big rocket in order to be able to make it. And so, over time, that kind of evolved into what we're seeing right now. If you go back to 2016, that was when they first unveiled the interplanetary transport system. I still remember that. I was so hyped for that. I remember telling my friends, "Oh my lord, they're gonna be doing this. They're gonna be sending hundreds of people to Mars and everything, right?" My friends were thinking I was crazy because they're not space geeks like me. But after the talk, this is one of the things, right? Before one of these things happens, nobody at least in my personal experience, nobody really cares. But when they happen, they go and ask you, and it's like, what is going on? You know about rockets? What was this, right? With Falcon Heavy, I remember people asking me, oh my god, I've seen this thing, this astronaut and this car in space. And it's like, well, and similar thing with the Starship as well. I always have, people that are not into rockets or into space, and they're like, oh, what's going on here? I'm mostly sure that a lot of people out there, watching right now probably feel the same.
It's kind of funny because I do share Starship stuff, Starship videos, and whatever you in my football team's forum, York City. I got to mention this because Feisty Ferret asks me, "Is the catch attempt as big as York City win?" Trust me, I'm a massive York City fan for my sins, but I will take us not getting promoted this season over some successful catching. I will not say that in public in York because I'll get lynched for it. But I honestly do feel that it's far more important than sports. Let's face it. This is humanity's future, and I'm not over exaggerating by saying that. I actually think that in a bigger term as well. Now, bear with me, chaps. I might be going to be fluffy here, but I'm of the school of Gene Roddenberry, who looked at a future for humanity where we're a global species who go out exploring. So we put away I know there's lots of things that there's reasons for right now, so don't think I'm going too fluffy here. But I do like the idea that once we start exploring space as humans, then maybe we'll stop thinking of ourselves too much internally, and that would be a nice path for humanity to go forward. Maybe I'm being fluffy there, I don't know, but I'm a big fan of Gene Roddenberry and Star Trek, and I do like that future where we go forward in a kind of combination of spirit and species almost, because we're going a bit too far there with Star Trek. But you know what I mean. I'm sure you do. Star Trek fans in here will understand what I mean by that. I do have one more question that I know Alex would love to answer because it's right up Alex's street. So bear with me. I did hear Ryan pop back on there, so I'll do this one, Ryan, and maybe you could do some support. Steve, it was from Kotas 1109. Have we had a booster yet with 0 engines out on both launch and landing? And I'm thinking no, because we had the 33 all the way up on launch on, was it Flight 3? But the landing part was not, wasn't it? Or something, Alex. Remind me of the path.
Yeah, so on Flight 1, we had a lot of engines going out on the ascent portion. It didn't even get to the point of flying alone. On Flight 2, we had perfect, 33 engines all the way up with Booster 9. Unfortunately, it was lost after stage separation while it was trying to do a boost back burn. All due to the clogging of the liquid oxygen filters, unfortunately. Then on Flight 3, all 33 engines also ignited, and then the boost back burn, it started well. It started with all 13 engines, but it shut down earlier than it should have. And then during landing burn, well, we all saw what happened. Only like 2 or 3 engines were able to relight. For Flight 4, 32 engines ignited on the way up. Technically 33, and then 1 was lost on the way up, and then on the way down, they also lost another one. Boost back burn was fine. It seemed to me, at the very least, it was fine. It was then on the landing where it actually, lost 1 engine. But, it landed well, and according to Bill Gerstenmaier, it was a really accurate landing. I don't know what to think about that, but, that demonstrated that Super Heavy has engine out capability on the way up and also on the way down.
I'm just going to hit a little bit of support here because it's been, like I said earlier, crazy. We had Juan again gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Ben with the $20 super chat asking when hop. I hope you're as excited as I am. I really didn't think they would go this soon. And yeah, I mean, Chris, it kind of caught us all by surprise, but the FAA has got it done in time.
Yeah, it really, the whole thing has caught us out. I'm trying to think back onto when the first indications were, because I remember Adrian was asking the FAA, and the FAA are very good in replying, by the way. Fair play to the FAA press officer. And we're saying late November. And then we saw, was it, Alex, was it not Tam, the NOTMAR? Was it NOTMAR?
Yeah, the local notice to mariners and, a bunch of other things just started to come out. late last week. Yeah, about a week ago, essentially.
And that was saying October 13th, and we're all going, okay, that can happen. They can put them documents out and then slip them as, they're required on the dates. But then we started hearing, as you do, words from people who would know, and they were saying there's a chance. So we're all like, okay. So Adrian goes back to the FAA and asked them, and they sent back, well, our regulatory approval process is still late November. We're like, okay, fair enough. So we're at a bit of an impasse here. Where are we going with this? But at that point in time, we're thinking we're hearing it enough that we should start planning. But that was only like weeks in advance, a couple of weeks in advance. And that we do a lot of work to get all these views you're seeing right here now. It is so much work. I do not understand it, and I still don't understand it, and I really should learn it. But I think it'd probably take me a degree to work out some of the stuff these guys work on. But we have some amazing technical people behind the scenes. Too long to list, and I'd miss someone out, so I don't list it in my head, who work on all this stuff. And again, thanks to all the support you provide us, because we are not owned by some media company like a lot of sites and channels are. We're literally run ourselves. We're independent. And I think independent in this day and age as a media organisation is extremely important. And a lot of you, I don't need to go down a rabbit hole on this one, a lot of you understand what I mean by that. Being independent as a news media organisation that provides live content and also video content and news content is vitally important, and we're a dying breed because it is very hard to make this work financially. Very, very hard. The thing we're blessed with is we have got an amazing community that supports us, and when we say thanks for support, you have no idea. I started the site in 2005, and if I knew what we were now, I would say there's no chance we could do that. It'd cost way too much, but you allow us to make it happen. And that's probably a nice little segue to Ryan to thank some people in support.
You know what, Chris? It is. We had Wilbo, £10 here, with your entire team. Chris Bergen staying up all overnight. Juan again, another 20 gifted Red Team memberships. Daniel became a Capcom member. Make sure to get yourselves into the Discord there. Brianna gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Rankley gifting 1 Red Team membership. Spoon gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Let's have a look through here. We had Bunko with a $50 super chat saying, got a chance to see the launch site this afternoon. Can't wait to see it tomorrow. Go Flight, go NSF, go Flight 5, go NSF. And yeah, I can only imagine what it's like to see a full stack on the pad in person. I'm sure it's something spectacular. So well done. Congrats.
I saw Flight 5 as well when I went to the US.
Yeah, you did, Alex. You saw Flight 5, didn't you?
Alex Flex.
I went to the future.
And Juan again with another big one, €50 here. Do we think we could see a Flight 6 if this flight has no complications based on the statement in the FAA license regarding Flight 6 Christmas launch? Anyone? Alex, I'll throw that one over to you.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. What Juan is sort of referencing here is what this afternoon. The open the gates were open. We got a bunch of documentation coming out about the Flight 5 and also the license as well from the FAA. And the FAA said that after all of this paperwork, the current license will fit the plan that SpaceX has filed already for Flight 6. So that tells us two things, of course, that the Flight 6 plan has already been handed over to the FAA, which is good, because SpaceX might be preparing for that very quickly after Flight 5. But also, whatever changes SpaceX might be thinking for Flight 6, which we can probably talk about that later. They follow this license that we're seeing here, essentially all of those different conditions of using the Starship Super Heavy vehicle from SpaceX Boca Chica Launch Complex to the Gulf of Mexico, SpaceX Boca Chica Launch Complex, and Indian Ocean, blah, 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 all, and for the mission profile represented in the application. So whatever license plan that this covers, right, in that application, it seems like Flight 6 also includes that. I don't know, Ryan, if you can maybe pull up the the comment that was sent to Adrian earlier today, where they actually said that Flight 6 falls
Which
under
one do you want?
this.
Oh, here we go.
That one, yeah. So it says there, the FAA determined the changes requested by SpaceX for Flight 6. So there are changes on Flight 6 profile compared to Flight 5. That's an important thing to notice here. But they are within the scope of what has been previously analyzed. Any modifications requested by SpaceX to the approved Flight 6 scope of operations may require further FAA evaluation. Essentially, what it means is, sure, there's going to be changes for Flight 6, but they are under the scope of what this license is about and what has been analyzed on this paperwork that they have been able to close out this week. So that's good news. Now, that is sort of the preemptive, right, of what I'm going to be answering here. I do not think it's going to happen this year. I'm sorry. There's a lot, and this is not like trying to be pessimistic or anything. It's just there's still a lot of work to be done on Flight 6. We also don't know what might happen on Flight 5 today. I'm, crossing my fingers, knocking on wood, all of the usual good luck rituals out there to see a very successful flight of Flight 5. But, sometimes you need to upgrade things. You need to change stuff. And so based on whatever they learned today, maybe it'll take a little bit to ready Flight 6. And for context, if they fly any time before the end of the year, they will be breaking all sorts of records of turnaround time for that launch pad, which tends to get very, very damaged on every single launch. So that's my take. I do think that it may happen in the January timeframe. I do think they have a shot at, if they do launch today or even in the mid-October timeframe that we are right now, they do have a shot at the very least of, doing that 6th flight in the January timeframe. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that if it's January, that's amazing because that's the fastest turnaround anyway. Also, we know that there's Thanksgiving and there's Christmas coming up as well. So there's a lot of vacation time. And SpaceX, I mean, every company works hard, but I'm sure SpaceX will be thinking of their workforce at the same time. So that would be a consideration. But also in the mix is they do need to start pushing the cadence a little bit. Now, when I say push the cadence, this is related to the HLS contract. They need to start showing that they can turn around for launch with a pretty good pace. I could say to get away with that by saying flight readiness and not necessarily launching, because they do like using that term, that their vehicle is ready, pending, in this case, pending the FAA. They could use that same reference when they do testing, because all they've got to do now is, well, they've static fired Ship 31, which is Flight 6, at masses. Yes, they are working on the TPS still inside at the production site. Booster 13 has to be static fired, so that is very much pending the state of the launch site after this Flight 5. They could, if everything goes well, test those vehicles to be ready for flight and then set a later date in January and still use the same, look at the speed we've turned around this vehicle. So, and then even push it further on in 2025 and say, look, let's try and go for 6 or 7 or 8 flights. And that would work for me. So, yeah, I agree. I think they could probably do it in December if everything goes right with this flight, but then probably will, in most likelihood, go for a January launch.
I do wonder, how much will Flight 6 schedule be impacted by the Pad B construction?
Yeah.
Because on the other hand, if you think about it, Pad B is their future. So it probably will be a balance of, because if they actually go through and try to launch as soon as possible this flight, right, Flight 6, the follow-on to this one that we are covering today, if they are able to launch very quickly, they have a gap in the launches, because remember, now they are going to be, after Flight 6, Flight 7 will be the first launch of the version 2 of the ship, right? So there's probably going to be a larger gap. We're probably going to see maybe a few more months that we are used to between flights for that, because they're going to have to, essentially they're going to take a little bit, right, to get to that point. So if they complete Flight 6 early, they could probably just solely focus on the Pad B, for example, on that construction, on getting everything ready for a second launch pad and things like that. Like, I'm really curious how that will drive things, because for the past week or so they have not been able to do any work on Pad B, precisely because they have been readying that location for this launch, because I mean it's literally next to it, right? So they really need to save everything so that, you know, there's nothing in the way or anything. I'm gonna be really curious, and I mean, I cannot wait to see it. Like, I'm not saying this as, oh, they have a big problem, right? I'm actually genuinely curious how they're gonna be managing that. I guess that's a great problem to have, right? Oh,
Well,
we have so many things going on.
We do actually have some questions. I've seen them scroll up in chat, not necessarily in a panel, but I've seen them in live chat. I like reading live chat; it's my kind of thing. And a lot of people are asking about the second tower, not necessarily about the turnaround related to future flights, but things like the flag that's flying on it, which looks great, and also the fact that it looks slightly different in the light. It's because it's brand new. They're new sections, and that's the real difference. It's still made of the same material. But the important caveat in the overall picture of this is going to be, as Alex said, the future pad. This is the future design. It's going to have the flame trench. It's going to have the new orbital launch mount. To the point that once it's active, which they project will be next year, once it's active, they'll actually stop using Tower 1. And they'll actually convert that to be a mirror of what Tower 2 will be, in the fact that they'll have a new orbital launch mount and a flame trench. So that is where eventually you'll have 2 active towers. Will be a while away, because they'll be modifying Tower 1 and using Tower 2 instead. And then they'll start using both towers. And by then, I would have thought the timeline will probably align to when 39A will be active as well. So it's very exciting. The future is kind of like, you can see the roadmap. It doesn't necessarily have to play out that way. And we don't see the PDFs. We don't see the internal PDFs that SpaceX would ever make public anyway. But I'm sure we could ask questions going forward pertinent to how their future pads will be, because that's when for me, it gets really exciting, because you can start seeing what they're going to do with Falcon 9, for example. Falcon 9 launches so many times just from Slick 40 and the Vandenberg launch site as well. And they turn them around pretty fast. Now, imagine with 39A in the mix as well, although 39A obviously is used for Falcon Heavy as well. You can see how the cadence will really pick up in the years to come. So when people say, yeah, Starship, it's not really launching that much, eventually it really will be.
Yep.
We have been getting a lot of support, as I've said 3 times in a row now, but I've actually figured out a way to link this all together, and I'm quite proud of this, so fingers crossed the next 5 minutes or so play out how I've thought about it in my head. First of all, I'm going to hit this from Phil, £5. So thank you very much, Phil, asking, how did the guys and girls feel so close to Hoppy whilst setting up the cameras? Did they touch it? Also, Jack's Kilt Fund, not sure how you'll feel about that. Thanks for all you do. And Chris, between the last flight and this flight, SpaceX have actually moved Starhopper into, I was going to say our danger lot. It's not ours, it's SpaceX's, but like the media remotes parking lot, which we affectionately call danger lot.
Yeah, if you look at the aerial photographs that Jack and Mary and often take, and obviously RGV take as well, you'll see a little parking lot just off Highway 4 next to the launch site. That is Danger Lot, as it's called. It's actually a parking lot, but it's called Danger Lot because that is where in Flight 1, Danger Van got hit by a chunk of concrete, several chunks of concrete. It's that area, and that's where Hopper is now residing. So hopefully, as we go forward, the media viewing site will give us some great views, and potentially with Hopper watching on as Flight 5 sets sail, and I think that'll be a lovely thing to see. Either ways, we'll have cameras pointing in a direction. We'll definitely see Hopper regardless. I do like that, because it doesn't seem that long ago to me that we were watching Hopper go for its little hops and thinking, this is amazing. So hopefully, yeah, Hopper will be a permanent resident of the launch site. It's not necessarily going to be the case. We've heard rumours, but right now it is. Hopper is up forever in our hearts.
Yeah. I'm going to do you one better, Chris, than telling everyone to go and look at some flyover photos, because we have a live shot right now from our trailer of Starhopper looking on at the vehicle. And you know what frames this up for me? If I take the clock away, hiding behind the clock is the moon. So we have
Oh.
Starhopper looking on to the full stack, which is looking on to the moon, and that just gave me goosebumps.
Oh, that is good. I can ruin that, Ryan, by saying I should put some big googly eyes on Hopper, pointing towards the stack. So I completely just ruined that wonderful notion you just presented to us there. By my thought is, how about some googly eyes on Hopper, just staring at the stack? But that is me, post-midnight, I turn into a fool at the best times, and it's not necessarily going to be the case in this stream. But that is a great view. Also, look at the conditions. If we have the weather that's forecast for tomorrow, not just the jellyfish we got the prospect of, but also the booster landing could be lit up by some really early sunlight. It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be quite the show.
It's going to be pretty. Let's just put it that way. And you know, there are some names that pop up in chat very often, and one of those names is RC Horseman, who just now has done a $250
Oh my
tip.
word!
Not super chat, a tip directly to NSF. That's directly to us at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, and he says just simply thanks. Well, thank you, RC Horseman, because that is an unimaginably large amount of support. And you're always in chat, you're always gifting memberships, you're always super chatting, you're always doing all these things, and we greatly appreciate all of the support, especially from you, because your name's always there.
It's a name I recognise instantly for obvious reasons, the horse reference, but RC Horseman is absolutely a regular. There's several names who I know off by heart, and it's because they're so regular in our chat and our supporters. He's also part of our team. He's even not only supported us, but offered his services as a moderator. I mean, what more can you ask for from our community?
Yeah. So thank you very much, RC Horseman. We have Steve with a $10 super chat saying, get a great photo of the catch and I'll be the first person to order it. Well, keep a lookout because we have many, many members of the team in Starbase right now. We have Jack, we have Mary, we have Max and Dee who have driven over from the Cape, and we have Dan down there as well, doing electrical wizardry, Caesar as well on the team. Probably forgetting people already.
There are so many that it's very easy to forget.
We've got Leica the dog as well. This is going to be really embarrassing now if I've forgotten someone's name, but I've said Leica the dog, so I apologise if I have. James says the catch will be awesome. Thanks very much for the super chat. And Carito with the $10 here asking, do you think, assuming that the catch goes well, how long will it take for SpaceX to put the booster back on the orbital launch mount or a transport stand? Alex, what are we thinking?
I think it'll probably be on the chop. So if it actually it's caught and everything, I do think it's gonna be hanging from the chopsticks for a little bit, and they're gonna be rolling the transport stand, unless they have some sort of like secret sauce, or they don't care banging those Raptor nozzles against the clamps on the OLM, because the orbital launch mount, for those that don't know, there's like two pins right on the deck up on top that help guide the booster down through that sort of the hole on the donut essentially. And from that donut there's like 20 clamps that come out to secure the booster to the launch mount, and also 20 quick disconnect umbilicals that connect to the outer engines. And so in order to carefully position all of those clamps and all of those umbilicals in the right, essentially so they connect to the booster, they need those pins in order to be able to carefully position the booster in the right place for that engagement, essentially, so that the clamps engage in place. However, if you do not care about the engines because the booster is already down and it's already caught, you could in theory just not care and brute force it and just put it there, right? I do not think they will try that, but they could in theory, because it's a SpaceX. Sometimes they do brute force stuff. I do think it's more likely that they're just gonna put a transport stand out there, and once it's all saved and everything, and then they're gonna be securing that on the transport stand. That's my take, but we'll see. Hopefully, we get to see that. I mean, I'm mostly sure that a lot of people watching out there want to figure out what they're gonna do once this booster is caught, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the things, it brings me back to when Falcon 9 landed for the first time. Did they really have a good idea what to do with it, right? Because before that, it was either splashing down on the ocean or crashing on the barge. The first time they recovered a Falcon 9 booster, they probably had some idea of what to do with it, but not a full procedure. Now they have, the procedure of recovering a booster either from the drone ship or a landing zone on the ground. It's like it's already been mastered, right? They get to do this in less than 3 or 4 hours. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, am I correct in saying they decided to put the first Falcon 9 booster outside of their headquarters?
You are, Ryan. Yes, that is the one that.
Thank you.
I remember. Yes, I know.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, it's a nice sight to see. I remember when Jared Isaacman, who we all admire, who's brilliant in doing the Polaris missions now, before Inspiration 4's mission, the initial team photographs were with the booster at Hawthorne, which is in the corner. It's just available to everybody to see. I know it's surrounded by plexiglass, so you can't go up to it unless you've got permission from SpaceX, but you can walk past it. So it's amazing that they've done that. I don't think they'll be doing that at Booster 12. I think Booster 12, we had this question before many times in Raptor sides, what they'll do with it if they catch it successfully. I think they'll personally take some engines out, like did with the recovered engines from Booster 11 out of the ocean, out of the Gulf of Mexico, and they'll take those flight-proven engines, which have not been at the bottom of the Gulf, and try and refire them at McGregor and get some good data of flight-flown Raptors.
I do wonder if they're going to try something like they did with that first Falcon 9 landed on the ground. Because what they did is they carried it back to the launch site. They inspected that on the hangar, essentially taking a look at the different systems and whatnot. And after I love this. One of our first overlays to be used on the stream. But yeah, one of the things that they did with that booster, they put it on the pad after 3 days. So essentially 3 weeks after it flew, they put it on the pad, they fueled it, and then they static fired the booster. And so, that booster apparently, by what Elon said, was that it was good to go. It just had like a little bit of a small issue with one of the engines, but they thought it was probably ingestion or something during the landing, and so it was good to go. Like they were. So one of the things that I'm hoping for is to get even to that point with Super Heavy. Like if they catch Booster 12 and they are able, after a couple of weeks of inspections and whatnot, they are able to roll it out back to the launch site, put it on the OLM and fire those engines, man, that'd be amazing.
Nice overlay, Ryan. Did you do that?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did.
Well, there you go. Welcome. Let's play it again.
Why not? Does
Yeah.
it work? Does it work again? Oh, no, I haven't broken it. Don't worry. I thought I broke it for a second.
There we go. Because it's ironic that SpaceX put that game out today, which I got an impressive score with, and I was so impressed with my score, I put it on X.
Oh, I'm so horrible at that game. I tried it like for 10, 15 minutes, and I'm super horrible.
I'm
I
like,
can't get it.
I used all my PS5 skills to nail it first time, and the score I got first time I've not beaten since. I'm glad I screenshot that.
Well, there you go. I got a bit more of the... oh my days, we've got another one. Crafty Geek has tipped another 250 US dollars at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. I mean, first of all, just thank you so much. That's another one, and that's a tip. That's not a super chat, so that goes directly to NSF. So yeah, thank you. And,
you know what? Daz is the boss of NSF now. I mean, I started it, but I'm not capable of running this organization that we've built. Daz is amazingly clever. You've all heard him on videos. He's great, brilliant personality, and can do live streams and is amazing. But he's also very, very clever and knows exactly how to do things. That's why Daz runs the place now. I can't. Regardless, so I can't get my words out now. Regardless of my position now, I cannot stress enough. I've been in the early days before we even YouTube and anything like that on NSF. I always thought when you saw this like donation and support coming in, I always thought, wow, that person's going to be able to go on holiday, because the amount of money coming in. The amount of money we regenerate back into this is everything. It really is. No one's getting rich off this. We're just continually pumping it back into what we're doing. And I know people who not believe that. And I don't blame them, because I wouldn't back in the days before I knew this. The amount of money we put back into this is incredible. And the fact that we get things like that, those massive donations and super chats and what have you, is where we're thinking of what we can spend it on. It's not a case of, that's surplus, that's bonus. It's not. That is always being pre-generated in. And thanks to Daz running the place, it gets put to a very good use as far as what we're providing you with views like this. This trailer, which we built from scratch, cost a lot of money. The cameras cost a lot of money. The solar panels cost a lot of money. The batteries cost a lot of money. The control panels cost a lot of money. All the programming that goes behind it is all custom built. It really is. So that was long-winded, and I went on far longer than I should have there, Ryan. But I think it was important to stress it, because I don't blame for 1 second anyone thinking that's money we'll just put into one side and we'll go to the pub with it. It really doesn't happen like that. It really doesn't.
No, I think it is good to point out, because, like you said, everything we get is reinvested back into the company. So, yeah, and it allows us to do awesome things like this.
Yep.
I think it's a pretty good deal, in my opinion. Oh no. Anthony has been on the store asking, could Ship 26 be a test bed for orbital tankers? Well, thanks for buying the patch. But maybe this is just me. Ship 26 should just, why have they not scrapped it already? It just needs to be scrapped. It's useless ship. Useless. Horrible.
Kevin loves it though. Kevin had gone a rage if they scrapped Ship 26. It's amazing that it's still there. So maybe something's going on, because I would have thought it'd be scrapped by now. They need the space. They have a lot of vehicles in production, and they do need the space. And they've not been shy to scrap vehicles when they need the space in Rocket Garden. So the fact that it's still alive in spirit, shall we say, rather than scrapped, is interesting.
Yeah, I don't get it, but SpaceX, we've got another big one. A $100 super chat from Dominic saying thank you for everything you do. I'm currently driving down to South Padre Island from New Mexico. Well, fingers crossed you make it in time for the launch. And have a good launch experience, I guess, and get ready for the sonic booms, because Alex, they have the potential to be quite loud, if I understood it correctly.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be loud. And if you've been for a Falcon 9 return to launch site, this is gonna be a lot louder. They have this sort of what's it called? There's a unit that they use for the overpressure produced by the sonic boom, and it's pounds per square foot. And so Falcon 9, I believe, sort of the 5-mile radius, it's about 3 to 4 PSF. It's the sort of the unit of pounds per square foot. And for super heavy, it's at least 2 or 3 times at 5 miles. So in South Padre Island, which is about 5 to 6 miles away from the pad, it's going to be about 2 or 3 times more intense than a Falcon 9 sonic boom. Even closer to the pad, because of how pressures go, they don't go linearly. It's actually going to be 4 to 5 times more powerful. So we'll see if all these cameras. I'm mostly sure they're going to be fine, because the launch is actually more powerful in terms of the sound and things like that. That's the contour of the sonic boom models that SpaceX submitted to the FAA, because after Flight 3 and Flight 4, they figured out, now we have actual data and not a model of what the sonic boom will look like. So you see that yellow circle on the right map that passes by South Padre Island, and that is 6 foot per a pound per square foot, which means that is about twice the intensity of the overpressure of a Falcon 9 booster when it lands. So at that distance, again, this is something that varies with the distance. It's one has to be very careful. Bottom line is you're gonna have quite the show if you are there.
By the way,
the damaging parts, so to speak, are much closer to the launch site, so you will not have to worry about that.
it's spam time again, Alex. I've got
Ooh.
Daz's just posted X-Post with his little video explaining the whole thing about sonic booms. I don't blame people for everyone not knowing what they are, because although we've had quite a lot of RTLSs and what have you, with Falcon 9, you could hear the sonic booms on that. This is the first time for Starship in South Texas. So the people in the locality won't be used to what they get in Florida and Vandenberg. So it's spam time. There we go.
Yeah, it's sort of like what I posted on X, that show this video to your non-space friends if they happen to be near a fully reusable super heavy lift launch vehicle.
Yeah. Let's have a look through here. We have another bit of support here from Jim, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. John with a $10 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. And Ryan.exe has stopped responding because we have another $100 super
Wow.
chat from WB Hockey 13. Das is a legend. Been following him ever since his KSP days, and I'm super glad how he's super glad to hear how much he's done for you all. Keep it up, Das, and take a dang vacation after this.
Yeah, I keep telling him. I do keep telling him. Yeah.
That's hard. We tell him every single time, and it's really hard for us to convince him.
Yeah, it's like, I said to Daz, I can't order you, but I'm ordering you. Take a break, please. We need you to be healthy and have some relaxation downtime. And he's like, yeah, we'll do. And then he's like got 50,000 plans going through. He's like, oh my God, Daz. He's a workaholic. He really is. By the way, I think it's time we bring an American on, because we are mainly Americans at NSF. It's just ironic you got 3 Europeans on right now, but it was the right time to let the Americans relax ahead of the big game. People have been asking, what is this stream going for 12 hours? This is the Stakeout stream. We thought rather than doing like a 12-hour launch stream where we're all like going through videos and promos and what have you, which can be very long if it's over 12 hours, and the risk of also having a 12-hour cut-off on YouTube where you'd end up breaking the stream on the recording because you'd gone over the limit of YouTube. We thought we'd do a Stakeout stream and then leave the last 3 hours or so dedicated to the launch countdown and the launch event itself, and have plenty of time afterwards to discuss the potential landing, all being well. And the hopes of potential landing, I think we should bring on a Mr. Trevor Sesnick, our resident American, for this part of the stream, at least, and talk about this potential landing as I bow out, because I'm old and I need to do other things. So, welcome, Trevor, and goodbye from me.
Yes, hello. It's exciting to be here. Definitely very exciting day coming up. I can't believe it's only 12 hours away from hopeful launch, and 12 hours and 10 minutes or so from catch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at these views. Like, we are right now here at sunset. It's just like, this could be the last sunset for this full stack.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm getting Flight 2 vibes, and that's a good thing, because Flight 2 is beautiful, and Flight 3 and 4, they did some fantastic things technologically, but beautifully,
amazing.
They were foggy.
Yeah. Hopefully this time around we get a lot better views.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the weather's saying, so fingers crossed the forecasting isn't lying.
Yeah, the weather looks gorgeous.
Yeah. Let's have a look through here. Oh, this is an interesting one here.
Should we do a countdown to T-12?
I mean, it's 20 seconds away. It's not like New Year's Eve or anything, is it?
But it's half a day away from the launch.
It's more
I know, there's
exciting
plenty
than
of
New
time
Year's
to get our
Eve.
stream ready. Okay, there you go, Alex. And it's 12 hours to
Yay.
go. There you go. Okay.
12 hours.
A very quick one here from Jason asking, did the FAA give the license yet? Yes, they did. They did that earlier today. So regulatory-wise, it's no longer pending. And we have Marvin's mate asking, if they abort the catch and the booster goes into the sea, will the pad and sticks still do a simulation? Trevor, do you know any thoughts on that? I would imagine at that point it's kind of a last-ditch scenario to try and not destroy the pad.
Yeah, so if they do abort the catch intentionally, right? Let's all remember that the flight director has to explicitly give the go for a catch attempt. So if he does not do that, it will be aborted into the ocean, and they'll try to do a soft ocean splashdown, just like they did on Flight 4. So my guess is yes, the chopsticks would probably still simulate the test, since they're still probably able to get good data during one of these launch attempts. But in the event where they go for a catch attempt but then still have to abort for some reason or another, I bet it really depends on how the abort works, because obviously they, like Ryan was saying, they want to minimize the chance that something happens to the chopstick. So if that means getting them out of the way a little bit, then I suspect they probably have code to get them out of the way a little bit. But that's something that we're going to have to see here in 12 hours.
Indeed. Just having a look at this full stack in the sunset. Yeah, very, very pretty. Michael has gifted 20 Red Team memberships. Ryan Hamstra gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thanks again. Thank you everybody for the support so much. Hamster Space Nerd 3000 with the $10 super chat. Thank you. And Coopman 0 as well with another $10 super chat. Thank you for that as well. With a good question here, asking, with the pressure from the human landing system, which is NASA contracting SpaceX to land humans on the moon, how long do you think it will be before they start trying to recover the ships, either for testing or reuse? Alex, your thoughts?
I think it might be middle to second half of next year. I do think there's probably going to be some interesting tests that they can do with the Flight 6 vehicle, Ship 31, and also with the upcoming first few Block 2 booster, ships, excuse me. And my whole reasoning with that is that it is true that Elon at one point said they wanted to have 2 intact landings of the ship before trying to catch, but also at the same time, I'm not sure about the hardware modifications that they may need to do to the vehicle, or even to the tower or anything like it. I think it's probably better for them if they get a few more landings, especially with the newer version 2 ships, right? I do not think they will probably try straight ahead. I mean, if they do, good for them, right? This is one of the things about that I usually say, right? When I do these types of comments that prove me wrong, right? If you want to do it, right? That's one of those things where I want to be wrong. I want them to prove me wrong and say, no, we're gonna do it on the next flight, and you're gonna see an amazing ship coming back down for landing at the launch site. I'm not gonna be, oh, I was wrong. Of course, I'm not gonna be like that. I'm gonna be super excited that we're gonna see that, right? Of course. I'm just trying to be a bit more realistic with the status of the hardware and the upcoming flights and whatnot. I will see. Again, let's see what happens. I'm open to any options.
The other thing to keep in mind is, right, originally booster catch was supposed to be Flight 6, but then they were really happy with the data that they got on Flight 4, so they decided to move it forward. So there's a chance that they get really happy with data at some point with ship return and say, okay, we're ready to add the hardware Alex was talking about and go for a catch attempt. It's definitely within the realm of possibility.
You're totally right.
Yep. We also have, I'm just going to try and hit through as much of this support just to clear out the queue, but we have been getting a lot. If Ryan.exe stopped responding earlier, he's about to stop responding again. Steve, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Mikey for the £10. Hello from Wales. Hello. Joseph with the $19.99 super chat. Thank you very much. Chris said earlier we don't use the super chats to go to the pub, but Tim wants us to use this $50 super chat to go to the pub. So thanks very much. Jason as well. Jason as well with the $50 tip to tip.nasasspaceflight.com, a more direct way to support us, saying this tip is for you guys to go to the pub. Well, thank you very much, Jason. Again, these huge numbers of support we're getting. These large number of big supports. There we go. Put my teeth back in. Thank you very much, everybody. It is, of course, greatly appreciated. Ironclad with a 1999 super chat. Thank you very much. Asking if the red and the white dots in all of the patches represent Venus and Mars. Well, one of them represents Mars. The other one represents the moon, which is kind of like storytelling, I think. It's like we're going to go to the moon with Starship, and then it's eventually going to go to Mars. So they then go on to say Ship 26 best ship, which I have to, on a personal level, I have to disagree with that. But I'm sure Kevin is happy that he has one friend in the Ship 26 fan club. Juan again,
Wow,
with
again.
50 red team memberships. Like, oh my goodness. Again, Juan, thank you so much. And speaking of gifting red team memberships, Ali, who is always in chat, doing these huge gifted membership sprees, has just gifted 200 red team memberships. That's right, 200 red team memberships. So in the last 5 minutes, 250 people who didn't have access to our membership program before now have access completely free of charge, because incredible people like Ari are just gifting insane numbers of memberships all in one go. So, like, seriously, there's no bigger word than thank you, and I wish there was, because it deserves a word bigger than thank you. But thank you so much for all of this support. It is greatly appreciated and greatly put to good use, and hopefully all of the, literally hundreds of people in the last hour that have been gifted memberships now get access to behind the scenes photos and all of that jazz in the YouTube area. So thank you very much for all of that as well. And we also had Daniel in the store purchasing 5 items. That's a big order. So thank you very much, Daniel, for the support. Asking, I'm going to drive between the Kennedy Space Center and Starbase in March next year. Is there anywhere I should visit when driving between the two? Also, is there an official hangout for NSF near Boca Chica? Well, there isn't an official NSF hangout, but our friends over at Rocket Ranch do provide launch viewing. So if there is a launch in that sort of time vicinity, should I say, then definitely check out our friends. They at Rocket Ranch, they allowed us to put out a camera on top of their ranch permanently. So again, huge shout out to Rocket Ranch for that.
And good chances are that if you're visiting Starbase, you're going to find one of our photographers out there, and they might hand you an NSF patch. Not the flight ones, though, but like your custom NSF patch that says NSF, which is...
cannot be purchased patch. That
exactly.
Sort of exclusive deal with the NSF patches.
Yeah. And, they were asking about what to do. Well, we have the perfect videos about this, because we actually have one about visiting Starbase, and then also one about, watching launches from the Cape as well. So, it takes a bit of a search. Maybe mods in chat can maybe pull those on in chat to help you with those, but definitely check those out, those 2 videos, because we, there's plenty of information there that might be useful for your trip.
Yeah. And alongside all of these incredible gifted membership numbers, we've also been getting a load of people becoming Padrat Red Team Capcom memberships. You know how this goes now over the last 4 flights, and it's the same story on the 5th flight. If we read out everybody's name, we will run out of time before the launch. So I'll be trying to make sure I flash everybody's name at least on screen and reading out as many as I can. But we also have some questions to get to, such as this one from Mike, asking, will the lunar lander starships have a heat shield? What else can they not include? Now, Trevor, I believe HLS is only contracted to land and then take off again from the moon. So I'd imagine all of the atmospheric entry stuff, heat shield, flaps, etc., it'd be kind of wasted mass on the HLS versions.
Yeah, that's correct. So for HLS, we've seen in the renders there won't be flaps and there won't be that heat shield. But then, of course, that comes with the downside of it will have those pretty big landing legs that we've seen in some renders, and or at least know that they'll have to have. But that said, I suspect long term that there will probably be several different variations of Starship that lands on the moon. That's all for HLS, but I wouldn't be surprised if SpaceX wants to have eventually a more direct one where they're able to launch from Earth, land on the moon, and then re enter back into the Earth. So that's total speculation on my part, but it seems like something SpaceX would want to do, and in that case, they would need to have those flaps and heat shield. And then, of course, HLS right now is somewhat unclear as to what landing thrusters it's going to need. We did hear a little bit about, I think they were the Methalox, like hot gas thrusters, essentially, that they were going to use to land on the lunar surface, have those thrusters higher up on Starship vehicle. But then Elon has made several comments saying that they kind of want to get rid of those and instead just land with Raptors. So we're not fully sure what all HLS and lunar ships are going to have. I suspect that's something SpaceX doesn't even know, right? No one's ever fired an engine as powerful as Raptor into the lunar regolith before. So that's stuff that they'll probably just start off in a cautious nature and then see what they can remove and what they can get rid of.
And we have a good question here from Goose asking, do we know if NASA's WB-57 is flying for this launch? And NASA, Alex, not NASA, Alex, that's NASA's, that's like their special aerial reconnaissance aircraft, isn't it?
Yeah. So far, all we know is that they have a schedule up on the internet, essentially saying that it's gonna be it's gonna be being used essentially from October 13th for 2 weeks after that. We don't really know if that's gonna be for Starship, right? But chances are that it's probably gonna be for Starship. There's other things that they use that plane for, such as, for example, when a Crew Dragon re-enters, and there's gonna be an upcoming Crew Dragon re-entry for those keeping track. We have Crew 8 returning on Monday, so that's probably one of the uses of the WB-57. There's also sometimes they use it during launches as well of other rockets, not just Starship. So whether we're gonna see it or not, just look at all of the flight tracking apps and whatnot tomorrow. Once we get to closer to the launch, we're gonna definitely keep an eye on whether that plane has taken off to head to Starbase. Definitely.
Also, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Keep an eye on the NSF stream. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I won't say no more. I didn't say anything to begin with. We've got another one. Fox _ with a $99.99 super chat. Again, this is incredible support. So thank you so much. Thank you doesn't do it justice, but it's all I can say. Thank you so much. Wow. A question here. How feasible would it be for SpaceX to try and get approval to land ships on the landing zones at the Cape, or possibly a drone ship instead of just tossing prototypes into the ocean? Random thought, might be quite the challenge. Trevor, what do you think about that? Do you think we'll ever see the ships landing at landing zones 1 or 2 at the Cape?
I mean, this really comes down to the age-old question of how is SpaceX eventually going to add landing legs to ship, since they will have to, right, for lunar missions and for missions landing on Mars. So it definitely does seem possible that they would want to test that on Earth and test trying to land on landing zones and not just the catch method, which would obviously be ideal for the majority of the time. But so yeah, I do see them eventually trying to do some landing zone landings. I don't think they would probably be at the Cape. I suspect they would want to bring it back to Starbase, since that's where they're doing more of the development work. And I definitely don't think we'll ever see either Super Heavy or Starship land on a drone ship. But yeah, this is a good question and something that we'll have to pay attention to over the coming years of how SpaceX starts testing for landing on those other surfaces.
Just
Totally
realised I was
unmuted.
talking while muted. I apologise. Alex,
There you go.
why is Ship 26 got stringers but other ships don't? Mr. Goose asks. Well, it's a cursed ship, first of all, isn't it?
Well, they don't have. It's not that they don't have stringers. They actually do have a lot of stringers, both internally and externally as well. It's just that they normally don't get like they are not as visual as, for example, on the booster, right? Or as visual as they are on Ship 26. Ship 26 has the sort of disadvantage of not having a heat shield, but if you take a look at some of the for example, on the aft section of the ship, obviously in this view it's too far away, but if you see pictures of the aft section of the ship, there's a bar of stringers, so to speak, a reinforcement right where the aft dome is located. If you think about it, there's 6 Raptors pushing on that dome, and so that weld line needs to be reinforced. And let's not even think about the 33 Raptor engines on Super Heavy. That's why at the bottom of Super Heavy you see so many stringers, because it needs to be reinforced in order to take the loads of those 33 Raptor engines. And so there are places on the ship where you have stringers, but they are either covered by the TPS or they have this sort of plating on top of it. On version 2 of the ship, so far what we're seeing is that some of the stringers do actually, like, they are actually visible. My thought, and this is like, hindsight 2020 and everything, having seen how many stringers, because version 2 of the ships, they do have a lot more stringers. I'm thinking that perhaps Ship 26 was some sort of like guinea pig to use it to test the installation of those stringers. Obviously, Ship 26 has a lot more stringers, of course. It has a lot more reinforcements. But by installing multiples of these, you can get, better at installing this on the future vehicles. That's my take. I do not think Ship 26 is going to fly or anything like it. I think it was a very good test vehicle where they tested a bunch of stuff. We'll see if they keep testing more stuff on it, but I do not think it will fly.
I hope it doesn't. I just got to say, I hope it doesn't. Todd has gifted 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that, Todd. And let's have a look through here. Laura with no message and just a super chat and $10 super chat. Riley again, a $2 super chat, no message. Thank you very much. Alex, we have a fan club for you now. Steve on the store getting the RS-25 thrust collection and the Flight 5 patch, which if you haven't got the Flight 5 patch, get the Flight 5 patch. It's a very good patch. And frankly, with a $10 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, coffee and Red Bull replenishment fund, I'm sure Adrian will execute the Red Bull fund to its fullest extent. Russell saying thank you NSF with another $10 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. And they go on to say, next, thank all the supporters that give massive donations. That makes us the best YouTube streams ever. And yes, Russell, I agree. Thank you to everybody who is able to contribute. And, we go through all of these huge supers and huge gifted membership roles and all of that thing. And, we are obviously so grateful for that, because it literally allows us to do this. Without that support, this would be impossible. And I'm just being distracted now by 2 Cybertrucks driving by our highway site here. Anyways, thank you, first of all, to everybody who gifts those and tips and all of that jazz. But also thank you to everybody who just tunes in to watch. If we didn't have anyone to talk to, we'd just be talking to ourselves, and that'd be a little bit weird. And we wouldn't have anyone to share these views with. So thank you to everybody. Even if you've just tuned in 30 seconds ago for the first time on an NSF stream, thank you so much for joining us, because, without you, we'd literally be talking to nobody. Mark has been on the store. Thank you very much for, let's see what you got. You got a print of I'd imagine, the Orion Nebula.
Ooh.
Very nice. And also getting the Flight 5 patch mug. So there you go, the patch available in patch form, which again, I should disclaim, there's a limited number of the physical patches. It's not a sales tactic, it's just how fulfillment and things like that work. We can only order a set amount. Once they're gone, they're gone. But don't worry, we'll warn you when we're getting low. There's still plenty available. So if you want one, buy one now. And but the mugs and the t-shirts and the things, there's no limit on those. So buy as you wish. We have Plutonium 239 with a $10 super chat asking if they will recover Starship 30 from the ocean like they did with Booster 11. Alex, what do you think?
I don't know. I think that those waters are a lot deeper, right? Like Booster 11, I think it doesn't even the waters it landed on. I don't think they even go further than 100 meters deep. So, whereas in the Indian Ocean, where Ship 29 and where Ship 30 is headed to, I think there is like 2,000 meters. You could go, like, but boy, is it hard, right? I don't really know. I'm inclined to say that probably not, but we'll see. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's the trajectory. That's where
It's
Flight
very,
1 and
far
Flight
away.
2 perished. Yeah, it's very far away, but I believe they do have a team, I think, in West Australia. We saw for Flight 4, at the very least, what appeared to be a plane flying near the place of the splashdown area. I'm mostly sure that was probably SpaceX. They probably have like a small team of 5 to 6 people maybe out there trying to get some views of that reentry. It wouldn't be the first time they do something like that, by the way. They did that with Falcon 1 and Falcon 9 early days. Story time, I guess. There was one time where I'm mostly sure this is even on Eric's book, but so there was this time where Falcon 9 was not able to land on the drone ship. It was very early on, and it was not able to land on the drone ship because there was a storm downrange, and they did not want to delay the launch. That was back when, recovering the booster was secondary. Nowadays, recovering the booster is like, if there's bad weather downrange, they do delay the launch because it's very important to recover the booster. And so they did not have the drone ship, so they were not able to gather the data from the booster. So they flew Elon's jet, and they gathered the data with the plane's sort of antennas and whatever. Like I believe they used a very janky way of gathering data from that booster. It was very fun, I guess, for them. But yeah, that's how far SpaceX can go to get data out of a rocket. So I would not be surprised if they do have a team out there to gather some data. I do not think, again, those waters are way deep. They could try, I guess, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to wait and see, as usual. That's kind of how the Starship program rolls at this point, but thank you very much for the support. Now, Trevor, we were talking about sonic booms a little bit earlier on, but Adrian asks an interesting question. Do you think the sonic boom damage or the sonic booms could damage the windows of SpaceX's buildings at the production site? Because they're far away, but they're also kind of close at the same time.
So I'll be honest, I definitely don't know how big of a pressure differential is needed, of a pressure wave, I should say, is needed to crack, average glass. But I would imagine that SpaceX has done their homework as to how big of a pressure wave this thing is going to make, and made sure that their own launch sites are built to handle all of that. I think the bigger question would be, all of the cars and whatnot around that may not be built to handle that. But I still bet it's fine. I mean, if you listen to a Falcon 9 RTLS, like, it's loud for sure, but it's not insanely loud. And Super Heavy will obviously be a lot louder, but I still don't think it'll be too big of a problem. But perhaps famous last words.
We'll just have to wait. You can tell that we have a camera fixed on the production site, and I believe we're probably going to keep this on the production site even during launch. So if anything does happen, then we'll make sure to include that in our replay videos. So make sure you subscribed and you do all the things, blah blah blah, everything YouTube tells you to do. You'll find out. Let's have a look through here. We have some, I think that's some Australian super chats here from Travis. Thank you very much for the support. They're asking, there's reports of SpaceX employees in Exmouth, Western Australia this week. What's your thoughts about potential Australian catch / refurbishments / launch facilities? Alex, what do you think?
It definitely could be an option, because if you think about it, the current profile, for example, of Falcon 9 launches with Starlink is that they do a 2-burn injection. So they burn first into a sort of elliptical orbit, more or less like 130 by 290 kilometers or something like that. And then they wait until they get to the apogee, to the highest point in the orbit. They burn for just a second, the MVAC engine, and then they circularize. But with Starship, and especially with all of the capability that it has, you could in theory go directly to that 290 kilometer orbit, deploy the satellites, and then deorbit without even completing a full revolution around the Earth. And that's actually something that they started doing at first with Starlink on Falcon 9, but they figured out doing that kind of profile is less optimized from a performance standpoint. So on Falcon 9, in order to fit more Starlinks, they stopped doing that, so they could fit more Starlinks, and they do the 2-burn profile. It seems counterintuitive because you're firing the engine twice and whatnot, but it is more efficient this way with 2 burns rather than 1. But Starship has so much capability, right? Once it's in version 2 and everything, they could in theory inject it directly, do a deorbit burn, re-enter over the Indian Ocean, and land in Australia. Of course, for that, they probably will either need landing legs on the Starship, or they will need like a catch tower there or something like that. Definitely interesting, and I will not discount something like that from happening. We'll see.
We have another Australian super chat in here from Finder. Sorry if I pronounced it incorrectly. Saying that Ship 26 is the best ship. Honestly, tell me you wouldn't send it to the moon on Flight 7 if you could. I wouldn't send it to the moon on Flight 7. I wouldn't. I think Ship 26 deserves to be scrapped, and that's the end of Ship 26. Worst ship.
It doesn't even deserve a flight.
It doesn't deserve anything.
I'm so glad everybody here agrees with this. We don't even have Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin has just been brainwashed.
Yeah. Yeah. Ben with a $10 super chat saying Ship 26 Raptor 3 engines will be arriving any day now. Maybe that's what they'll do with the ship. They'll use it as a Raptor 3 test bed. They've used Ship 26 to test everything. They've tested in-space burns on suborbital pad B when it existed. They've tested the new Massey's flame trench and ship static fire stand with Ship 26. Maybe Ship 26 will be the Raptor 3 engine test bed. Boy, I hope not, but it's not impossible. And they're obviously, as Alex was saying, SpaceX are keeping Ship 26 around for a reason. Space is a premium at Starbase. They've scrapped, they scrapped SN-15, the first ship they ever landed successfully without it blowing up 5 minutes later. So, SpaceX are ruthless, but they're keeping Ship 26 around. I don't get it. Maybe they've got something exciting for it. I don't know.
They just really want it to blow up, so they keep doing things, and it doesn't blow up. And they're like, come on.
Yeah. They've accidentally invented the strongest steel known to man, and it's impossible to destroy. Let's have a look through here. Emma is upgraded to Capcom. That means you now get access to the Discord. And let's have a look through here. An interesting question here with a €5 super chat. Do you think the EU will have these kind of rockets in the future, like Ariane 10 being Starship-like, with launch pads on the Mediterranean coast? Alex, what are we thinking? We've seen we've seen reusable concepts from Europe in the past. The latest of which is Susie, which is kind of like a baby Starship on top of Ariane 6. But Ariane 6 isn't exactly, I don't think many would define it as the future of rocketry.
Yeah, I don't know. If you've watched This Week in Spaceflight, this week in Spaceflight episode, this Friday, I actually was this week at PLD Space. They have announced a very ambitious 10-year project to develop like this. It's not a fully reusable rocket, but it's partially reusable with propulsive landing and very big Falcon 9 scale, Falcon Heavy scale, and everything. It's very ambitious and whatnot. But we don't have that kind of ambition here in Europe, right? All we have is some weird promises of we'll do reusability, and hand waving and everything. And I don't know, man. I'm not sure if such a future will come from Ariane, and I'm saying this with not trying to hurt anyone, right? That's the episode from this week, and I do know that they have the best intentions. I just don't see ambition, right? And we have talked about in this week in Spaceflight on those episodes. We have talked about many times in the past about Susie. I have not heard anything about that. That sort of reusable upper stage concept, right? From Arianespace. I have not seen anything like that. Again, in like a year or so, I've not seen any information. So we'll see what happens. But again, we need ambitious companies with a wish to go fast and aim high, sort of like the U.S. has with SpaceX and many other companies like Relativity, Rocket Lab, and also Firefly. There's a lot of companies in the U.S. that are already doing that. Very few companies in Europe. There's also RFA, ESAR, and all of these, right? They're also trying to get their foot in the door, trying to get an orbital rocket up, and potentially reusability and many other bigger things in the future. I am hopeful more for those than from Ariane. I'm gonna be honest.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't a story come out in the last week about RFA having financial problems?
Yeah, that's one of the problems, though. When you are not
Yeah.
the right eye of the government, you sometimes get in financial troubles. Arianespace doesn't have that problem, right? Because they
Yeah.
are, again, the right eye of the government. They are financed by a lot of different governments and by ESA and everything. They are very well fed, so to speak, right? Whereas, again, companies like PLD Space, RFA Space, ESAR, they all depend. They do have some government contributions, of course, just as usual, but it's not their main source of funding. So it is one of the main threats, so to speak, to all of these, ambitions from these companies. Hopefully, that is not the case in the future, and we get a lot more good luck out of them. We really need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to agree.
I really hope that the European government and other governments in general realize how incredibly successful privatization or commercialization of space has been in the US and tries to replicate that, because it's been a very good thing here, I think we can all agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sorry, Ryan, also Orbex in the UK. I forgot
Yeah.
to mention them as well.
Well, I think the fair point to say is that there are many companies in Europe trying the commercial space thing. They're just not maybe I don't know how to put it, but we haven't seen a lot of hardware in the same way that we've seen a lot of hardware out of similar sized companies in the US. Maybe they are working on stuff, but they're not the best at publicly showing what they're working on. And maybe that's something we can help them with. I don't know. Would love to do it, but we'll just have to wait and see. We have a very nice store message here from John saying, many thanks to the entire NSF team, past and present, for making it easy and fun to get our kids and grandkids excited about rockets and space etc. Well, thank you very much, John, for getting the NSF hat, and also for getting a patch at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And yeah, I really hope everybody has been enjoying the patch so far. I know I have. Mine arrived the other day, and I've been seeing many people getting their patches over the last few days or so. Alex, have you got your patch yet, or is it still on the way?
It's in the way. I ordered it a few days ago. I was actually late. I should have probably done that earlier, but I was sort of like very busy with, I did that visit to PLD space and everything, so I was away from home. I did not want to order the patch, and now suddenly it arrives while I'm away. But yeah, it should arrive in a couple of days, I believe, at least from the latest update that I saw.
And there you go.
There's the
patch, if you want it.
I do have
at
the
this
other
beautiful
4.
patch.
We don't have cameras, of course, but I can probably show it later when we do.
I'll just
It's
let
really
everyone
nice.
look at the patch for a moment. It's a very pretty patch, I do have to say. It's a very, very pretty patch.
I do like, I'm going to ask in chat if people have noticed that there's a digital version of this that you have swept on these stingers or whatever they are called, right? And the funny thing is, there's an Easter egg, if I'm not mistaken, on that animation.
Well, you just got to look closely.
Yeah.
Hang on.
There
Look
you go.
closely, everyone.
That's the stinger.
I hope everyone.
Shall we repeat it?
Hang on. Let me find something else.
Now it's your
there you
time
go.
to play with it and have fun. There you go.
There you go.
Just to be very
have-
clear, by digital he does not mean NFT.
Oh yeah. I meant for the stinger, not NFT. I meant the animation that we just shown here. Yeah,
Yeah, this thing.
very fancy. I like it. You always
There
do
you go.
very fancy stuff with the patches on every single
Yeah.
flight.
That's my goal. So it's good to see you've noticed, Alex. Thanks. Elmad, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. We have another $5 from Diversus. Thank you very much. JC Davis, thank you very much. Again, another 5. If Ship 31 flies, do you think they'll reintroduce the relight test? And when Ship 33 flight predictions? Trevor, I'll start off with you. Do you think they'll reintroduce a relight test that they tried on Flight 3 but didn't get around to doing because they lost control of the vehicle? Do you think they'll do that with Ship 31?
Yeah, I think it's likely if tomorrow morning's reentry goes according to plan and they nail the splashdown location in the Indian Ocean, which I do think is pretty likely given how well last time went with a heat shield that they did not have much confidence in, that was less resilient to force, and not having a backup heat shield. I think they've got it on this next flight. I think the heat shield will perform very well. If that happens, and I do think they'll want to start, expanding scope, right? SpaceX in these test programs, they've never done the same thing twice. They always change something a little bit to learn more, since they just want to learn as much as they possibly can. So I definitely think that we could see them going back to trying to do that burn on, well, not technically on orbit, but in space. And I'm sure they'll also do a variety of other changes on this next flight. But right, this next flight will be the last V1 ship. So I suspect then once they move to V2 ships, Block 2, whatever you want to call it, that's when they'll probably add in like a payload bay door test, since I believe that system has been pretty substantially redesigned. Definitely doing another in-flight burn test, and then of course trying to do a splashdown. And then hopefully after they do that, they can start deploying payloads with the flight after that, and perhaps even trying to catch the ship.
Yeah, I do think. I don't know, Ryan, if you have time to pull up the again the statement from the FAA about Flight 6, which is, they said today when they granted that license to SpaceX for today's launch for Flight 5 that the changes. So they say that the FAA determined that the changes requested by SpaceX for Flight 6. So that's very important. If you read it carefully, it means there's going to be changes for Flight 6 profile. However, they are within the scope of what has been previously analyzed. So if they do that profile, that change of profile, it looks like whatever they're doing on Flight 6 that is different from this mission is still within what they have licensed, right? So that begs the question. I think there's a good chance that they are indeed going to try that relight test, because as long as they re-enter of the Indian Ocean on that patch of area that they wanted to hit on Flight 3 and 4, for Flight 3, if you read the sort of what they define as the flight, and that included a relight test of the ship, it is very similar. The wording is really, really similar to how it is on this license. And so I do believe that the changes for Flight 6, one of them might be that relight test of the ship. I do not know. Again, SpaceX has not said anything. Another thing to consider as well is, based on whatever happens on Flight 5, they might still change their mind, right? And then if they change their mind, they're going to have to go to the FAA and say, hey, this is our new plan. Do you need to do anything else, right? And so maybe the FAA will say, okay, good to go. It's still within the scope. And so they'll be able to launch either way without needing any, modifications or anything like it. If they do find that there's some kind of significant impact, then they will have to obviously go through more paperwork and whatnot. But let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point that SpaceX's main priority right now is getting ship through reentry and making sure that they can do a mock catch of it just like they did with booster, and have ship be in substantially better shape than it was during IFT4. So they definitely have made great progress, but a lot more of work to do, and I don't see them wanting to increase risk on orbit before they have that part figured out.
Yeah, in fact, on SpaceX's website, it talks about all the upgrades and everything on Starship, and it says, this massive effort, along with updates to the ship's operations and software for reentry and landing burn, will look to improve upon the previous flight and bring Starship to a soft splashdown at the target area in the Indian Ocean. Essentially, sure, Ship 29 landed in one piece, but those pieces were a bit charred, right? They were melty. And so they want to improve upon that and actually land on the area, because if you remember, Elon said Ship 29 was close to the target, but not on target. It was off by 6 kilometers. So Ship 30 will hopefully be on target and actually go through their reentry without any bits melting off.
It's always ideal to go through reentry without bits melting off.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, let's have a look through here. We have a good question from Mark asking, what does the weather look like at launch? And Trevor, how is it looking? The sun has set, it's getting dark now, so it's difficult to kind of judge the weather conditions, but it's clear. How's it looking for sunrise in the morning?
Beautiful is honestly the best way of putting it. It's going to be, there is not supposed to be any clouds, there's not supposed to be any fog, so we should have amazing views. Winds are supposed to be pretty low. I believe there's predicted to be a little bit of wind shear, but I believe it's all within what SpaceX has launched in the past. So at this point, we don't have like a 45th weather squadron or anything to say, oh, the weather is X% go for launch. But based on my weather predictions, which I don't know if I would trust, but it's looking very good, and Berger and others have not been reporting any problems with weather, so should be a gorgeous launch tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the National Weather Service website. I'm looking at things like sky cover around the launch site. Very clear skies, very good temperature, no rain forecast. Like it's gonna be hopefully a really good weather for viewing the launch and the catch. Now we gotta get used to saying that.
We've got a a $5 super chat here from Finder. Because Ship 26 is best, Raptor 3 is tested for in-flight refueling and the lunar landing because Ship 26 best ship will never be scrapped. Moving on, Rex, thank you very much for purchasing this awesome Raptor t-shirt from the store and the part of the Thrust collection on that one as well. And thank you very much for saying thank you. And we aspire to keep up the great work, especially on this stream and the next stream, because this time around we're trying something a little bit different. We're not doing one 12-odd hour marathon stream. We are doing 2 streams. One is a marathon stream, but we're going to transition into... the plan is to transition into another launch stream later on tomorrow morning, but you'll know when that happens, and fingers crossed, if YouTube works right, it should automatically redirect you to that next stream. So for now, the Starship Stakeout, this is just us. This is a glorified Raptor side, essentially. We're just chatting with you guys, answering your questions, and reading out this incredible support that we've been getting, whilst showing you all the views that we've got right now from the remote lot with wonderful Starhopper, or Hoppy, as they're affectionately known. Jack is now going to be very annoyed. And we also have our cameras from our normal sites as well, on land that we own. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. And this is a good question from Jeff here with a $10 super chat. If the booster's caught, do we think it'll fly again? I'll go around everyone here. Trevor, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts?
Probably not, I would guess. Right, we didn't see the first Falcon 9 that landed fly. I suspect they will just do a static fire of it and then tear it apart to understand, what happened during launch, what do they need to improve. That said, I wouldn't totally rule it out, right? They have learned a lot about booster recovery from Falcon, and surely some, obviously not all, of those lessons will still apply. But my guess would be probably 70% chance, no, it will not. 30% chance, yeah, possibly.
Alex, what are your thoughts?
I don't think they will refly it. I do think they might, if it is successfully caught, they will probably test it a lot. Or at least try to gather as much data out of it as possible in whatever shape or form that is. Either, taking the Raptors out and taking like pieces out of the hole and everything, just to gather data on what the structure looks like after a re-entry and landing and whatnot. Like you can think so many ways of taking advantage of that vehicle having been recovered and learn so much of how the booster looks like right after that landing. I do not think they will refly it though. At the very least, the first one, probably not. Later down the line, we'll see.
I do just want to point out this interesting shot that we've got here from our road site. There's a lot of cars leaving. So, Alex, do you know how the shift rotations work at Starbase? Like, is this like a shift switch over time? We're coming up on, 8 o'clock local time?
Yeah, we are essentially 13 minutes, now 12 minutes to 8 p.m. I think the evening shift begins at 7 and the sort of afternoon shift heads out at 8, but also in 4 hours starts the road closure. So we're getting close to that point where they close the road, everybody needs to leave the launch sites and everything. So right now it makes sense for people to leave the area, right? To get ready for that. Yeah. Especially if it is their shift.
Yeah.
That is ending and everything.
And speaking of road closures, here's a road closures. What do we have here? Yeah. We have the standard closure point. We then have the alternate closure point, which is a little bit further down the road. And then the full stack closure point, which is that part there. And we then zoom out all the way down to Brownsville with the soft roadblock where a police officer sits, and if you're not working for SpaceX, they tell you to turn around because you can't go down there. So yeah, please, I do request, do not try to drive down Highway 4 on launch day, because you'll just get turned around by the police. Unless you're Dan Hewitt and you're going to get locked in the high bay again for the third flight in a row to talk about Starship in front of the boosters. But other than that, you're not allowed to go down Highway 4. I don't know why they don't let him out. He's been in Mega Bay 1 for the last 2 flights. They just don't let him out.
Also, I believe
that was meant to be
later,
humour, by the way, everyone. So thanks very much.
I believe later in the broadcast we're gonna have a certain Ryan Caden talking all about what happens after the road closes. So
don't spoil it
stay
for
tuned.
everyone, Alex. Jeez.
What?
You're spoiling the stream for everyone. It's meant to be a surprise.
They're not gonna be around. A lot of people are probably gonna go to sleep, but I bet a lot of other people will just reload their coffee and just keep pushing. I may be one of those.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck to you.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
And
long night.
My oh my, Frank has done a $200
Wow.
super chat through YouTube saying to NASA, SpaceX, NSF, and the FAA, I don't know why we're involved in there, but thank you very much. It's a wild ride for humanity. I do have to agree. It is. The last few years have been very exciting, seeing SpaceX start the flight test regime of this vehicle. Just imagine what the next couple of years have in store. Once SpaceX figures out landing one half of this vehicle, suddenly their flight rate can start to rapidly increase, exactly how we saw with Falcon. And then eventually they're going to learn how to land the other half of the vehicle, and then their flight rate will increase even more. So, we're coming up to the end of 2024, start of 2025 here, and we're meant to be landing people on the moon very, very shortly in a few years. So it's about to get really exciting. It's already exciting. It's about to get even more exciting, if you can believe it. But thank you, Frank, very much for that $200 super chat. Again, thank you doesn't do it justice, but there's no other word I can use. So thank you so much. And we have Bob becoming a flight engineer member, which is our highest level of support here on YouTube. So again, that's an incredible amount of support. Thank you so much, Bob. That's greatly appreciated. And we also have many store messages here from Daniel. They're saying they've been in L2, which is our online forum subscription, with loads of shuttle and historical content and photos and Starbase things and all of that jazz. I've been an L2 member for close to 10 years now. Love the work the team does on the forums and on YouTube. Well, thank you very much for your support, Daniel. And thank you for getting a Bright 5 patch. And we have Miguel in Jupiter, Florida, saying they love the patch. I like the patch too. We also have Anonymous buying the patch and an item which just, I believe, went on sale yesterday or the day before, depending where you are on Earth. And that is the 2024 Christmas jumper collection. We've got a new design, the EVA Dragon Knitted Holiday design. And it pays a little bit of a homage to Polaris Dawn with the SpaceX EVA suit popping out of the top of a Dragon capsule there. So if you want one of them, you can go get it. We've also got the designs from last year as well on there. So if you missed out last year, then you can get them this year. And if you want them by Christmas, make sure to order as soon as possible, because they might take a little while to go through the fulfillment and all of those back-end things. But if you want them for Christmas, we want to make sure you guys get them in time. So make sure to order soon with those as well. Nate has gifted a Red Team membership. We have Ronald with a store message saying they're excited about tomorrow's launch and booster catch. So are we. Gregory's excited for Flight 5. And we have a store message here, an anonymous store message, but they bought the Flight 1 patch, the Flight 2 patch as well, asking, will we be getting some of the older patches back in stock? And no. So we have some Flight 1 patches left. We have some Flight 2 patches left. And we, of course, have the Flight 5 patch. But other than that, we do not have any plans to ever restock the previous patches. So once they're gone, they're gone. We order a set batch of patches. We then sell them. Once they're gone, they're gone. It's not a sales tactic. It's just, physically how fulfillment and stock and those things work. If we were to order these patches on demand, that would cost a lot of money, and it would cost you a lot of money as well, and that's not fair on either end of the deal. So we bulk order a load, then put them on the shop, and then once they're gone, they're gone. We've got another anonymous for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much. Dunny with the $8 asking, now this is an interesting question I have as well. Do we think we'll hear the flight director announce go for catch during the boost back burn? Alex, what do you think?
I really hope we will. I'm really excited to see what else they cook. Also, I see a certain Jamie in chat, by the way, talking about you.
Me? I don't have
Yes.
chat. I don't have the live chat open. Where is she? What's she saying?
I lost. Hang on. I didn't know Ryan was training for a home shopping network host job.
That's very funny, Jamie. Thank you very much. And it's happened again. Jawar, as I was saying earlier, we have these names in chat that are always popping up in chat with these huge amounts of support. Jawar is one of those with a very precise $226 super chat. I think there might now be a competition going on unofficially for who can do the largest super chat, because that is, I'm just lost for words. Again, thank you doesn't do it justice, but thank you, Jawar, because it's just, thank you. They say, thanks for the incredible coverage. Can't wait to make an observation as the chopsticks. Can't wait to make an observation. I wonder what that's referencing, as the chopsticks catch Starship. Tomorrow will be epic. Yeah, I can't wait to make an observation too. Hopefully this is a good observation and not a poor observation. Let's have a look through here. And yeah, we can see it's now starting to get dark in Starbase. There's lights flashing on the tower as usual, and there's still cars leaving.
Yep.
Cars on the move, and it's getting quieter around the road here. There's still that police car underneath Hoppy, and but there's still plenty of vehicles parked along the side of Highway 4, as there usually is down this part near the beach. It's a very special place to visit. Put it that way.
Hopefully they turn off that light, though.
Yeah, it would be nice if they could turn that light off. Adrian is asking, if the catch is no-go, would that constitute a mishap delaying Flight 6? Trevor, I'll throw this to you first. We can go around everyone here, but Trevor, I'll throw this to you first. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so the answer to this is we don't know. Right. Adrian, different Adrian for NSF, emailed the FAA and asked this earlier today, asking what are the exceptions to the mishap investigation, and the ones that they responded with are basically only on ship. So the ones on ship are like if the heat shield fails, or if the engine fails to ignite, or they lose control during re-entry, then they don't have to worry about a mishap report. However, they mentioned there were none for the ship, but what is not clear is if the launch, at least not clear to me, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, is if the launch license explicitly allows for the booster to splash down in just offshore in the Gulf of Mexico or not. My guess is it does, meaning it would not trigger a mishap investigation, but Alex may have a bit better of an understanding than I do.
Yeah, I also don't know. I'm gonna be totally honest here. I'm not fully sure, because if you think about it, what we see of the license is just one side of the whole thing. For example, on the authorization side of the license for the mission profile, it says for the mission profile represented in the application, and so I'm not fully sure. It does say though for the authorization, so it says it authorizes flights using the Starship Super Heavy vehicle from Boca Chica Launch Complex. And then it mentions the locations, right? The different locations. And the first thing that it mentions is to Gulf of Mexico. Then it says SpaceX Boca Chica Launch Complex. and then it says and Indian Ocean locations specified in its application, which means, so first of all, it already starts with to Gulf of Mexico. So I think that will in theory allow for the booster to splash down in the ocean if SpaceX decides to not catch the booster. Then of course SpaceX Boca Chica Launch Complex, aka the catch, and then where it says in Indian Ocean locations, that means, you know, the swath of area in the Indian Ocean that they are targeting for the landing. Which, coming back to Flight 6 profile, that's why I think this license covers, you know, that profile. I do believe, you know, again, this is a theory that I have, that probably Flight 6 will feature a relight. And if it features a relight, as long as it is within, you know, as long as the ship re-enters over the Indian Ocean in those locations, then this license will still apply, right? Just because they fire the engine in space doesn't change much, other than that, you know, it needs to re-enter where it needs to re-enter, right? Sort of like what we've seen with Falcon 9 on the Crew 9 mission, where it did try to re-enter over a certain area and it did not re-enter over that area, and so that triggered a mishap investigation. So going back to this question, I do think that it will not trigger a mishap and will not delay Flight 6 based on what the license says, because it includes the word to the Gulf of Mexico, which will be for the booster splashdown.
Yeah, it's certainly very interesting, which, you know, we'll keep an eye out on what happens nonetheless. Sean, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. You know, get access to the Discord, and I'm just going to run through all of these store messages here. Thank you everybody who has been on the store at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's greatly appreciated. I'm sure Adrian and the team will be very happy for all the new store purchases over this stream. And we have Sheriff Tracy with a $17.76 super chat saying, "Let's go for catch." It's literally one of our team super chatting. Thank you, Tracy.
Hang on.
Thank you very much.
That's 1776. Get it? Oh well, you're British. Okay, so you're not getting
All the
it.
Americans got it, Alex.
Exactly. Yeah. The British guy didn't.
Yeah, what, do you think I was going to mention it?
I don't know. Maybe we should refresh your tea by dumping it in the bay. Anyways.
And there is an interesting question here from Manu asking, is there a launch window, or do they have to start at T-minus 12 hours? I'm not sure what you mean by the end part of that one, but Trevor, there is a launch window, isn't there?
Yeah, so the launch window is 30 minutes. It opens at 7 a.m. tomorrow, so 7 to 7:30 Central. And the SpaceX is going to be targeting the start of that launch window. And I suspect the reason why they chose half an hour is they can target the start of it and then get to that T-minus 40-second hold point, work any issues if there are any, and at that T-minus 40-second hold point, they're able to hold for half an hour. So it just works very conveniently that they would be able to use that entire window if they needed, and then if not, if they're able to resolve any issues, they continue the countdown, else they recycle for a launch, which if they make it that far into the countdown, would probably be about 2 or 3 days later. And yeah, I'm also not sure what they mean by the T-minus 12 hours. Right now, they are not really in any launch day preps yet, at least with the tank farm or anything like that. As we can see, there's still lots of vehicles on the pad. There's work being done, closeouts happening, right? As you can see right now on the tower, it looks like they're probably doing some closeouts or last inspection of the QD arm and chopsticks and whatnot. But the tank farm will not begin spooling up for many hours at this point.
And SpaceX have opted to not do a wet... That's English. I'll start again. And Alex, SpaceX have chosen to not do a wet dress rehearsal this time around, haven't they?
Yeah, they only did a partial tanking test where, you know, for those that don't know, a wet dress rehearsal is essentially a launch rehearsal where they go through a full countdown minus igniting the engines. So they fuel the rocket completely. They go through all of the steps that you will see on a launch day, but again, without igniting the engines. what they did instead was a partial tanking test where you still go through the launch countdown, you start the propellant load sequence, and then stop a few minutes into it. For those that were watching that, they did 2 of these kinds of tests. One earlier this week, and then another one a couple of weeks ago, I believe. And if you were watching live, you probably saw that the thrust did not go up very far the rocket, right? It was just very small amounts of propellant being loaded. But that's enough, if you think about it, to test all of the conditioning of the tank farm, test the start of the procedures to fuel the rocket. Everything else towards the end, it is true that it is a lot more active. You got things like opening the clamps, activating the flight termination system, turning all of the countdown sequencing from the ground computers to the onboard computers, aligning all of the software between each other and whatnot. Like, there's a bunch of things that happen, right? Also bringing up the tank pressures up for flight, and lots and lots of things, right? But if you can go through all of that on launch day, right? They already got a bunch of the countdown rehearsed on this partial tanking test. They only, they did not test that last part of actually fueling entirely the rocket and doing all of those very active moments of the last minutes of the count. But if you get through that, why not launch it, right? So that's what I believe they're doing for this flight campaign, where they did not do the full wet dress rehearsal because they are essentially using the launch as that rehearsal. If for whatever reason they have an issue during the countdown, they'll probably, will be able to hold for a bit. They have this optional hold point as well. So they have many options there at their hand. And so they're treating this obviously as we'll fuel the rocket, we'll go through the launch countdown. If an issue happens, we can still stop the count. Hopefully that doesn't happen though. Again, knock wood.
Yeah, we've started now. We've been live for 2 hours, so it would be nice if SpaceX could, hold up their end of the deal and also do the launch at the end of the stream.
Let's hope the vehicles and weather cooperate.
Indeed. Overrated, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Jeffrey as well, getting the Merlin Thrust Collection t-shirt off the store, saying you received my Flight 5 patch today and you love it, so that's good to hear. Dave is asking, will the flight termination system be disabled before the catch? Trevor, do we know, or is this one of those things we're just going to have to find out alongside everyone else?
I mean, define do we know? SpaceX can always change things. However, all indications are that it will be saved as it normally is, right? They do this with Falcon, that once it's in this predefined corridor, they save the FTS so that even if something goes wrong, right, they don't want to activate it at that point. So almost certainly the FTS will be disabled on both booster and ship once it is in this predefined entry corridors.
And we have an interesting question here from Panzer, asking why the chopstick arms so long if they aren't used on lifting and cannot be used on landing for center of mass reasons. Alex, do you want to tackle that one?
Well, that is totally true, right? That when they build these chopsticks, the end of those arms is not really used for lifting, and they probably will not be used for landing, as they say, because of the center of mass. If you have the booster too far on the end of the chopsticks, that's going to be a lot of bending momentum on those arms. So they probably will not try to target that side of the arm. So yeah, one of the things that we've seen for the 39A pad and this second pad at Starbase is that the chopsticks for those are shorter. So essentially, the end of those arms is precisely where you see the lifting being done on the ship and the booster, because that's really all you need, right? Beyond that, as as Panzer is talking about, you have the center of mass issues, and closer to the tower, it's a lot more suitable. I still see people up in the chopsticks and the QD arm. I don't know how can they do that. And also at the top of the tower, like, can you imagine looking down from up there?
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I say yes.
boy.
No.
Just trying to
No is the
imagine,
answer.
like how high up is this? Like maybe 120 meters, right? Because
Yeah.
the rocket is 120 meters, but it's also on top of a 20-meter tall launch mount. So roughly 140 to the tip. Remove the tip of the nose cone, and you kind of have those maybe 120 meters from the ground. So that's
I
really
very much
tall.
can imagine that.
Hey, there you go.
Something
Yeah.
useful to get a scale of things.
Okay, sure, Trevor, but you climb. You're a climber, so you can imagine that. Although I don't know, have you climbed a rocket before? Have you tried doing that? I'm sure.
I have not climbed a rocket, no. And
Yeah,
one slightly interesting bit I will add while this animation plays is all of the people up there right now that we're seeing, they're all certified to be around FTS. So once
Mhm.
FTS has been installed on the vehicle, not everyone can go up there. It's very few limited people that are able to do these closeouts once they've had this training of, how to be around an explosive and not set it off, since you don't exactly want that to happen.
That's good training to have. Be around something and not explode it.
Yeah.
Alex, I'm not sure if we. I'll be honest, I haven't really been paying attention to the evacuation notice, but Ronnie wants to know: do we have it? Is the village evacuated? What's the current status of that?
I'm not sure. The road is not even close. I was gonna say the close is not even a road. It's too late already. We have like almost 11 hours to go for the launch. But yeah, the road is still not even closed. There are still cars trying to get out, of course. Most of these are probably employees that their shift is already done. They're probably gonna want to go home, get some rest, and be up for whenever the launch happens. You can also see that they have like some kind of lights going on Mega Bay 2. That's kind of funny. But other than that, we'll see, right? I believe for flights 3 and 4, they did not have to evacuate that early. For flights 1 and 2, I believe they also had they had to evacuate very close to the time of the road closure. But for 3 and 4, at least from what Mary tweeted, because she's one of the residents out there, and she tweeted whenever she was evacuated, I'm evacuating, the launch is going to happen, and things like that. So hopefully we get the same kind of notice from Mary this time around. I'm really looking forward to as well from whatever footage she gets, and enjoying the launch and everything as usual. And the catch, again,
Yeah.
we need to get used to that.
We have so many incredibly talented photographers and videographers down there, so I am certainly excited to see what they come up with.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
lord, is that like
Those are lights?
impromptu?
There's lights.
Wow.
You did that just right now?
Yeah.
Are those
no,
the only lights in the image?
Yeah, no, I was not
Um,
talking about that. They had like this laser projection. It's already gone.
Well, okay.
They
never
had a
mind.
laser projection on the wall of the. I think they're turning it back.
Well, this is correct too. There's lights there.
Okay.
Yeah, there's lots of lights.
Okay. I'll wait if they come back. If they come back, we'll show the laser projection because they have done that
Yeah.
before, and it's they always put on a good show projecting
Maybe it's
like the
Jamie
SpaceX
and she's
logo or
watching
something.
us.
I don't
so
know.
she's
We'll
turning
just
it
have to
off.
wait and see. There are lights. I'm
Someone
waiting to see if they
source?
come back.
Do you have a source that there are lights there, Ryan?
There's lights at the top, all lighters. I don't know. Let's move on. Flawed Perspective is asking, can you modify Next Spaceflight, which is our launch tracker app, to have a wake the heck up, there is a ship launching option? That would actually be interesting to see if we can introduce like an alarm that will go off whenever a launch that you're especially interested takes place. For now, though, you're just going to have to stick with your bog standard clock app
Gonna
on
tell
your
that
phone,
to-
unfortunately.
Gonna tell that to the developers. We do have an option though. If you have, so this is a little secret. I mean, it's not a secret. It's literally in the app. if you have the app, we have the option of manually sending a notification when things happen at Starbase if you have that enabled. So if you go to the app, you have to enable that, of course. Go to settings. I'm really not remembering right now where exactly in the settings, but if you take 5 minutes, you probably will find it. And so you can get manual notifications. I will be sending one later, so hopefully you get that whenever we are closer to the launch.
As always, next spaceflight, very, very useful app. Definitely recommend, 100%. Have a look through here. We've got some more store messages. Brian has bought the patch, the Flight 5 patch. Aaron has got the Gateway to Mars. What was that? Is that a print? No, it's one of the new jumpers. One of the new Christmas jumpers. Maybe I should have done my research on what we actually have on the shop before starting. But it's one of the new Christmas jumpers. Gateway to Mars. There you go. Alongside the EVA
Sweater
one
for
and the jumpers,
non-crazy people.
Jumpers, and the patch jumpers and the patch. Thank you very much, Aaron. They're called jumpers. We have.
I had no idea what you
well.
were talking about when you first said jumper. For what it's worth.
They're called jumpers. Matthew, thank you very much for getting the patch, as well as the patch on a shirt. Why not? We also have a $5 super chat here from Josh. Thank you very much. When it's time for humans to take off on Starship V3, how do you think they'll board it? Well, Alex, do you think we'll have a classic crew access arm, or what other method of boarding could you see being used?
I mean, unless they have like jetpacks or something, the only thing that I can see, right? That or maybe hanging from a crane, right? That's the only other things that they could probably use apart from an arm or something. But yeah, I mean, we always have a lot of people asking, how are they going to be able to build a crew access arm? And it is true that perhaps in principle it kind of seems weird, but there's already another arm of sorts there, which is the ship quick disconnect arm. And, the chopsticks can go through. You just need the crew access. So the crew access arm will have to be retracted and then come into place whenever there's plenty of room. And there's the laser projection.
I caught it.
Yeah, there you go. You caught it.
Unfortunately, they've gone away now. Unfortunately, the ship is.
They are watching our stream.
Yeah, they see it come on our stream, and they're like, "No, turn off the lights. They can't show the lights."
I don't even know why they are doing that sort of light show.
Odd and convenient. Anyways, there's a significantly lower number of vehicles leaving the pad now. We can see the stars now in the background in this exposed image. But I can only see a couple vehicles now leaving compared to, 20, 30 that we saw only a few minutes ago. So there's definitely less vehicles leaving now. So maybe the crew changeover has commenced or finished rather. Just have to wait and see. But I'm not sure what this could be, Alex. I'm seeing some smokiness at the tank farm.
You know what could also be? Dust from all the vehicles leaving the launch site. But I'm not sure. The problem is that light there, it kind of it does not help. But also around that location, there's like these vaporizers that help pressurize the ground tanks. I think in particular the ones for the liquid oxygen. So if they are venting, that's normal. Like they do really need to keep pressures on those tanks, right? You do not want to figure out what happens if they do not maintain those pressures. So yeah, some venting is normal. We are definitely not into prepare the launch site for a launch in terms of conditioning the tank farm and everything. That'll come, should be around 5.5 hours from now, essentially. So yeah, still a little bit of a ways to that point. You can see some of that venting there from some of those vents, but yeah, still some time to go. talking while muted.
Thanks, Stephen, for the store message. I forgot your
Yep.
name now. Sorry. Thanks for getting something off the store. Thanks for becoming a PadRap member. Sean saying failure is never an option, but it is always an option, especially with Starship. For a $5 super chat, thank you very much. Floor Perspective again in the show with 10 Canadian. Do you think there will be an FTS arm to improve cadence? Trevor, what do you think? A dedicated flight termination system arm on the tower?
No, I bet long term they do what they do with Falcon and just have more confidence with the vehicle that they're able to do ground maneuvers with FTS installed, right? We don't see this big process of lifts going up to Falcon to install it. It's just part of the routine process. I don't even know when FTS gets installed or uninstalled or whatnot. That's a better question for Alex. But long term, I think it'll just be like that. It'll be routine and they won't be as nervous about it as they are with these brand new prototype vehicles.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to add, Alex?
No, I agree with Trevor. I don't think it'll be an
Okay.
issue. I don't think they will need a dedicated arm for that.
Let's have a look through here. Chris is asking, do you think they will fire up the water-cooled plate? I'm just thinking it might help so nothing catches on fire. I assume this is intended as a question around the catch, and Alex, I believe that is the plan, and I believe we've seen it before.
Yeah, so we saw it being tested on the Flight 4 when they did that splashdown of the booster on the ocean. We saw both the chopsticks being moved and the deluge system being activated at sort of the same time that the booster should be landing on the pad. Obviously, it did not land on the pad. It did the splashdown as planned on Flight 4. Then after that, we also got documentation from SpaceX. They are seeking to increase the launch cadence, the approved launch cadence out of Starbase from the current 5 flights per year to 25 flights per year. And that documentation also included the fact that they're going to be running the deluge system during the landing burn of Super Heavy. And in fact, this kind of procedure, they also added it to the Flight 5 profile because part of the paperwork that they needed to fill and everything was a sort of environmental process that they had to do, and part of it also looked at modifying the conditions of that deluge system that it will essentially be running for that catch. We don't know exactly what they're looking at protecting, because if you think about what might get fried, right, by those Raptors, it's 3 Raptors, not 33. So there's not going to be as much frying things, right? Things that get fried. But it's just the top of the OLM. If you think about it, it's going to be caught sort of like on top, way high, like 40, 50 meters above the OLM. But it's on the top, right? And deluge cannot get over the top of the OLM. So I have no idea what they are actually looking to protect. I guess we'll figure that out in, I don't know, 11 hours or so. Hopefully, less than 11 hours. The clock up on the left.
It's very useful that we have, a clock dedicated to counting down to the opening of the window here for Starship. So there you go.
Yeah, I see a lot of people maybe joining just now and things like that. And they say, oh, when is the launch? Well, we have that countdown on the top left, which will help you a lot as we keep counting down to keep track of where we are.
Indeed. Let's have a look through here. Thank you, Rick, for becoming a PadRap member. Thank you, Spicy Pineapple, for the super chat. Ben says failure might be an option, but excitement is guaranteed. 100% excitement is going to be, well, oh my goodness. I'm just going to have to put this on stream because holy cow. Literally, holy cow. Jared Walker has done a $2,000 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight Stakeout.com. Oh my goodness. They say to the NSF team, thank you for your hard work, dedication, and commitment to keeping the spaceflight community informed, engaged, and awesome. Excitement is sure to be had. Go Flight 5, go. 100%. How
What?
do you
Like,
even begin to thank somebody for that
yeah,
amount
right?
of support? That is seismic support, Jared. Thank you. It's like, I don't know what to say. It's just incredible. And trust me, support of that magnitude will go a very, very long way. DAS is very, very clever in how we spend what we're able to spend to get the biggest bang for our buck. So, seriously, like, thank you so much. I don't know what else
I'm
to say.
speechless right now. Yeah, like,
And it's very difficult to get Alex to be speechless. So you've done something impressive there, Jared.
oh my god. Oh, Ryan, I will let that pass just because of the circumstances.
On this occasion, I'll let that pass, right? Oh, thank you very much, Alex. But seriously, I don't know what else to say. I mean, chat is going absolutely bonkers right now, you know, as you would expect. That's just if you haven't already, make sure to thank Jared in chat, because that is just absolutely, that's just crazy. That's just crazy
Yeah.
support. I don't know what else to say. You know, I'm meant to be informative and, you know, provide good commentary right now. That's not possible because of this incredible support. That is just absolutely blown my mind. Just blown my mind. So, thank you very much, Jared.
And they gifted just 20 Red Team memberships.
You know, if this wasn't enough, let's go and get 20 Red Team memberships right now. What on earth is happening? What? Okay, so on top of this huge amount of support for the company, Jared has just gifted 20 Red Team memberships. So now 20 of you guys now get access to the behind-the-scenes photos, the member multi-view, for free, for no charge whatsoever. It's just, if you received one of them, make sure to thank Jared. I mean, everybody, just thank Jared in chat right now, because that is just, you know, trust me, $2,000 will go a very long way in helping to keep all of the robots fed at Starbase and keep all of the operations in the background going.
In fact, you mentioned the members multiview. I'm seeing people in that members multiview chat saying, I was gifted a membership and now I'm watching this. Like, don't just say that. Thank the person that gifted that membership, because that's really a great amount, not just of support for us, but also for you guys. You get that access, so that is amazing.
Yeah. I've Ryan.exe has stopped responding for the third time tonight. That is just incredible. Wow. Now let's go from a $2,000 tip, which I still cannot get off my mind, to Jane's store message asking, will Jack be cooking bacon under the booster for landing? Unfortunately, I think bacon would be classified as foreign object debris, which they would want to rid the pad of prior to launch and landing. So, unfortunately, on this occasion, I do not believe there will be bacon cooking taking place via Raptor exhaust. But time, you know, never say never.
I've seen worse things. You know, speaking of member streams and everything, we had a member stream of D and Jack cooking bacon. I think I've seen worse than Raptor cooked bacon.
That is a good point you bring up there, Alex.
I mean, any bacon is terrible, so.
Oh, true. You don't like bacon.
I don't understand how you can not like bacon, but, you know.
I mean, I can't eat it to begin with, but then I also just think it smells atrocious.
Oh. Well, I actually feel sorry for you that you can't eat it. Anyway, moving on. We've got Scotty in the store buying... It looks like... I've got 2 messages here, so I'm going to assume that you've bought the patch twice. So, thank you for buying the patch twice. from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Zip P gifting 5 Red Team memberships again. People getting gifted memberships for no charge. It's just incredible. Absolutely incredible. And right now, live on the channel is the members multi-view. You know, pretty much every camera we have right now. I'll show you around. We have this one, and we have this one, and we have this one, and we have... Well, we've already seen this one. Let's take a look at this one. You see, all these cameras, right now, you can look at all of them at the same time on the members multi-view, which is live right now. So if that's something you fancy, and you've just been gifted a membership, hop over there. Go look at the members multi-view, because we've got...
We're having so
keeps
much
going.
fun changing cameras.
It keeps going. It keeps going. Look. And look at this one. It just keeps going. It just keeps going.
This is
It
what
just keeps
happens
going.
when someone operates and commentates at the
this.
same time.
Look at
They
this.
start playing
Look,
with the
there's so many
cameras.
Anyways, as you get the point. You can look at all the cameras at the same time on the members multi-view. That's live right now. So there you go. Oh, and Jared has done a $20 super chat saying bacon for all. I'd like
except Trevor. He doesn't like bacon.
Bacon for all except Trevor.
What do you like?
Since
we're talking about food, I mean,
I eat the same things. It's kind of a problem.
We'll get you some Canes.
Canes is not even good.
Oh my god.
Canes is so overrated.
You're not American.
It's not bad, but it's not good.
Okay.
Ladies and gents, this is what you get in the depths of the
right.
pre-launch Starship Stakeout. 10.5 hours to go before
it's a
launch.
Stakeout stream, so we need to talk about food because it's a steak. Anyways, continue. I just wanted to make that joke. I feel like we haven't done that joke so far.
People are agreeing with me in chat. I am happy.
No, they're not. Trogdor is saying Trevor L, and I have to agree.
Well, Zach says Trevor is 100% right.
Well, I don't see that message right now, so I think you just made that up.
I'm making enemies today, so. Oh, Eric, no.
Okay. Ceres, I wonder if this is the planet, has done a $10 tip. We've had this question before. Alex, because I feel like occupying you for an extended period of time, how many coconuts would it take to completely fill up a full Starship Super Heavy stack?
I'm not sure.
Come on, get your calculator out. Come on.
No, why?
It's 3:30 in the morning where you are. This is perfect time for calculations.
Yeah, it's 3:32 a.m. here. A lot. How many coconuts? A lot.
Alex went to school for physics. He's used to being up at this time, struggling on math.
You're not wrong. You are totally not wrong. When sometimes Chris B gets very like he gets very not upset but like worried about me being up at this time. I'm like, I don't care. I don't think no, go ahead, Trevor.
Well, it's ironic when Chris does it because he's like been up all day and all of the day before, and then he's like, Alex, you need to go to bed. It's like, Chris, how about you go to bed?
How about you? How many, like, I'm now curious about people in chat, maybe, like, do you plan to stay awake until the launch or, like, try to pull through? Because I feel like a lot of people will probably have a hard time getting some sleep, right? I know I will.
I'm planning on taking a little bit of a nap here between the end of my stint here and the launch live stream, but
yeah, because spoilers, there's going to be more
keywords. Keywords. That's the plan. Don't worry, everybody. You won't have to listen to Alex for the next 10.5 hours. You'll get a little bit of a break shortly.
Yeah.
Thank us all. I'm going to hit a question and then go back to the support queue because the support that we get is fundamental to NSF's operations, and that cannot be overstated. We literally could not do what we do at the scale we do it, say that 10 times fast, without the support from the members, without the super chats, without the gifted memberships, without the tips. We couldn't do it. But it's also important that we recognise that the only reason we have an audience is because everybody watching this stream right now is tuning in and watching and subscribing and doing all those free things, and that's equally important, because if not, we wouldn't have anyone to talk to, and that'd be a little bit awkward. So I'm going to hit some questions here, such as this one from Samuel asking, when do you think we will see the first HLS ship, and do you think it will fly or be a test article? Trevor, I'll go around everyone, but Trevor, I'll kick this one off with you.
That's an interesting question. I bet it's like 2027 or so. I bet it's a ways out. There's a lot of work left for them to do on HLS. And I imagine that they'll probably go for I imagine the first HLS ship will be the one that they do on the demonstration mission 1 for HLS, which is the uncrewed landing on the moon. I don't see them making one before that, especially since they couldn't recover it or anything like that. It's possible, but I think unlikely that we see a boilerplate at some point, but I don't really see why SpaceX would want to do that.
Alex, what do you think?
I think we may see some kind of low fidelity kind of vehicle. And then, maybe even to test like the integrated thruster system. Remember, there's going to be like thrusters up the vehicle to soften the landing and everything, so that they don't need to use the Raptors and kick up a lot of dust and whatnot. So I think we might see some kind of low confidence test article of sorts that uses the thrusters and they get to test a bunch of things already integrated onto a vehicle. Then maybe an actual, because they have an uncrewed demo. As to when, I hope we see such low confidence test article, as I call it, right? Imagine me doing quotes. I cannot, we don't have cameras right now, so you cannot see me doing the quotes, but I'm doing the quotes. Low confidence test article, so to speak, right? I think perhaps early 2026 could be a good timeline for that, and then add like 6-8 months until we see the uncrewed demo HLS. I think that could be potentially a more realistic timeline than the current one. For those that don't know, the current official timeline says that we're going to have an uncrewed demo flight in late 2025, with a crewed one being in late 2026. I'm going to say that's probably not realistic, but, add a couple of years on each of the tests and I'll believe it.
All right. Let's see here. We have an anonymous store message. Thank you for the amazing coverage. Can't wait for flight tomorrow. Hopper cam when? There. Perpetual Punster with the $10 super chat. Thank you very much for the support there. I appreciate the attempt of this message. However, I do not brave myself to try and say it. There's a lot of T's.
Oh.
But thank you very much, Perpetual. I can't even say your name properly. I'm sorry. Perpetual Punster for the support. Anthony with the store message, looking forward to Flight 5, and especially the catch. I'm crossing everyone. You can tell it's getting late. I'm crossing everything that it will be successful. Carl with the £5. Thank you very much. With a question here. What about using the deluge system as a fire suppression system in case the catch attempt is not successful? Trevor, I'll be honest, if the booster accidentally, plummets into the tank farm, I'm not sure the deluge would really be able to help that much. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the deluge system, I suspect, is more being used like, why not use it since it's there, than actually thinking it'll do much. Because like Alex was saying earlier, right, it's 3 engines at substantially lower than 100% throttle, way up at the top of the tower. So I don't really see that causing that much erosion of the top of the OLM, and the water rate won't even reach the top of the OLM. So I'm certainly a bit skeptical as to how much it'll do, but also, like I said, it's there. May as well use it. So, but if something went catastrophically wrong, if the booster is off course and somehow hits the tank farm or just anywhere on the launch, if it hits the tank farm, that'll be bad. That'll be a lot of work gone. But if it hits anywhere else, which is substantially more probable, then I don't really think it'll cause that much damage, right? It'll just be like the early SN landing failures where it's just a small explosion in the grand scheme of things and a big fireball. And I don't really think it'll cause that much damage to the pad and I also don't think that they'll really need to use any suppression to make sure it works.
Mm-hmm. Again, we've been getting a load of support in here, so I'm just going to try and flick through these. So, I want to make sure everyone gets their name shown on screen. Again, it's getting late. I want to make sure everybody can get their name shown on screen. There we go. Because I know that, back in the day, I was a viewer as well, and it was a very special buzz getting my name on screen. So I understand how it feels for everybody, and thank you so much for the support. So I will make sure we do that as we flick through here. But we've been getting so much support. I want to also be able to answer some questions and not just read out support all the time. Zip P, this is a very good point. So yeah, thank you everybody for the support, and we will try and flick through all of these as well. Trevor might have interest in this message. I'll be honest, I'm not really that interested. But moving on, Jared. I mean, another 50 Red Team memberships. Another 50 Red Team memberships. If you were one of the people who received one of those, just thank Jared in chat.
Hold on. I did not see Amber's message until it came on my stream. Yes, I'm very excited for it. I am going on November 3rd, so extra hype.
There you go.
Are you glad, Trevor, are you glad, Trevor, that the regulatory approval came in time for a Starship launch not in November because of this event you feel you must attend?
Yeah, not gonna lie, I was fully expecting Starship to be that day, and I would have to miss it. I would have to miss Starship, to be clear.
Oh,
I would miss Starship, not the event.
It has not launched yet. I'm just saying. You can still have that bad luck.
Ian says it's only 2:40. More coffee. I'm. This is a Ryan fact for you. I don't actually drink coffee, and I don't want to because I do want to be able to get a little bit of a nap in before we go live with the launch stream. But we'll see if that actually becomes a reality or not.
Yeah, same here.
We've got a message about Popeye's chicken. I assume that's going to be related to the food chat you were having earlier.
Also,
there you go.
Those are good.
It's all
okay. It's coming up to like 9 o'clock in the evening here in Starbase. We are in the depths of the Starship Stakeout. Alex and Trevor, would you like to debate Popeye's chicken?
Oh my lord. It's good. I don't know. Like I had Popeyes and I also had Cane's. I had a bunch of American food when I was there. It's good.
And it's all meh. No, it's all meh. None of it is good.
Just for you, you're very peculiar with your taste. But anyways, let's continue with Starship-related questions.
Okay. Falsidius, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. Ian with the 99 cents as well. It's all greatly appreciated. Susan's been on the store. They say they're getting a puppy next weekend and plan on naming him Hoppy, if he ever gets to meet Jack. That's I endorse that decision, Susan. So thank you very much for getting. Oh, you got the Spaceport Not Found T-shirt. That's a good. That's a
Hoppy.
It's
it
funny.
has Hoppy.
Hoppy. Yeah, it's got Hoppy on it. You also got one of the new Christmas jumpers.
Ooh.
And the Flight 5 patch as well. Brendan's also gotten the Flight 5 patch, as well as the Flight 2 patch. If we'll tick across here, as well as the Flight 1 patch. Again, all the patches. So yeah, we've got Flight on the store right now. I believe we have Flight 1 patches, Flight 2 patches, Flight 5 patches. The patches are never coming back. Once they're sold, once they're gone for good. It's just we order it instead of like the t-shirts and the mugs and the things like that. We order a certain number in bulk, which means we can get them at a good price. We then sell them to you guys, because if we had to make these patches on demand, you can just imagine how expensive that would be, and that wouldn't be fair on you guys, and it wouldn't be fair on us. So that's why we do it the way we do. It's just the easiest way that we can do it as a product on the shop. Kent, thank you very much for becoming a Red Team member. Gary, with a $20 super chat. How many sparrows would it take to deliver all those coconuts? Alex, can you do the maths?
No, I mean, this is just stretching the whole thing. I'm not gonna be a lot. That's gonna be my answer. That's gonna be my answer for every single question like this. I'm really sorry. And they supported it with $20. It's like, I'm guessing I will have to do the math at one point just to make sure I properly answer these questions.
Tank with the $10 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, and may I just say, for the record, I quote, "All hail the holy ship 26, the greatest of all starships, glory to bacon." End quote.
We found Kevin's alt.
It doesn't even have to be an alt,
Yeah,
because it's at
Kevin.
tips.nasaspaceflight.com, so you can just put whatever name you like. So now there is a non-0% chance that this is Kevin's alt. Anyways, LS4222, bacon, is it food or FOD? That's one of life's great questions. I guess we'll never know.
Tank in chat is saying they're definitely not Kevin. Isn't that what Kevin would say?
Yeah. That's what Kevin will say.
Das has just pinged me in the back channel saying African or European sparrows. I didn't know there was a difference.
He's just making the joke of the African or European bird and things like that. You don't know?
Judging by my silence, I'm going to hope that Das can quickly type in the back channel what he's referencing, so I can kind of try and get it. It depends on whether they can grip it by the husk. Also, this is a genuine thing. Is it?
People asking what is FOD? That is foreign object debris. FOD. Yeah, it swallows.
People in chat are saying this is a Monty Python reference. I have not watched Monty Python. Monty Python was a little bit before my time. So I think what we have evaluated from the last 3 minutes of this live stream is that Das is old. Moving swiftly on. Lego Nerd, thank you for becoming a PadRap member. Marion, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Ian, do you think they will catch the ship with Tower 1 at Tower 2's first launch? That's Trevor, when they launch from Tower 2 for the first time, do you think they'll catch the ship with Tower 1?
No.
Okay. Thanks for the answer. And Ian, thanks for the question.
To add on to that, Elon had indicated in his interview with Tim after the last flight that once Tower 2 comes online, they're probably going to go back to Tower 1 and do a bunch of retrofits to it to bring it up to the same style of pad as Tower 2. And this will include the entire carriage and chopstick system. So almost certainly we will see them. If it's a launch from Tower 1 from Pad A, it'll land on Tower A, Tower 1, whatever naming scheme you want. And if it launches from Pad 2, it goes to that pad.
I'm not going to read what Daz has put in the back channel. Let's just say he's a bit disappointed with me. Anyways, Michael with the store message saying, let's light this candle. I agree, but not right now because we're not ready. Please wait 10 hours, 10 minutes and 47 seconds. Techran with a $5 super chat. If the booster is caught, this is a good question. We've answered it before, but I'll answer it again because there's new people in it. So many hours ago. If the booster is caught, will it go back to the orbital launch mount or onto a transport stand, which will then be placed on an SPMT? Alex, do we know, or will this just be a wait and see kind of deal?
We don't know for sure, but my intuition is that it'll go back to a transport stand. Earlier in the broadcast, we explained that they use this sort of pair of pins that are installed on the top of the OLM that are essentially in order to be able to guide the bottom of the booster and sort of thread the needle through the launch mount closure, that donut shape structure. And so there are these 20 clamps and 20 umbilicals that need to connect at the base of the booster in order to be able to grab it and keep it in place, and then the chopsticks can let it go, right? Those pins that allow essentially they guide the booster to that precise location, they are removed before a launch. So right now, the OLM does not have those pins. So an option that they could have is they brute force it, right? They just put it roughly where it should be. They deploy the clamps, the hold arms and everything, and then they just try to sort of guesstimate where the booster aft end needs to be, right? Because again, it's like 20 clamps, 20 umbilicals that need to connect to the Raptors as well. It's a lot, right? A lot of connections. You need to carefully and precisely position the booster's aft end for those to connect to the structure. So I do not think it'll be going back to the OLM. The most likely scenario is that after it is caught, like you see there on that animation, it'll be essentially saved in the air. The tanks will vent. Whatever propellant remains will vaporize and go into the atmosphere. And that's the way that you save it. Then once it is all ready to go and they are able to come back to the launch site, they will roll the transport stand and it'll be placed down on the transport stand to be able to be brought to the launch site, to the production site. Hopefully, that is the outcome that we all want to see. Booster 12 coming back to Mega Bay and getting inspected and you name it, right? All whatever stuff they want to do with this vehicle. That will be the awesomest outcome, if you will.
Yeah. Fingers crossed the booster landing actually looks something like that, because if not, then I have done a very poor prediction and I will apologise to everybody. And Jared, again, with another 50 Red Team memberships being gifted. If you have been gifted a membership by Jared or by anybody else, you right now, this very second, have access to our live behind the scenes members multi-view. This is a 4K stream with approximately every single camera we have in Starbase, and you can look at them all like right now. So if you want to see all of our cameras right now, the members multi-view is the place to do it. Or work for NSF.
Again from
You've
Jared?
got two options.
This
is another 50 from Jared. Yeah, this guy is gifting an insane number of memberships.
This is breaking my brain right now.
Yeah, I mean, as I've said many times, it is greatly appreciated. And if you want NSF commentators to stop talking, gifting these incredible number of memberships and the incredibly large tips is certainly one way to do it, because we just start buffering. Thank you so much. Andy, Team Alex, Team Spreadsheet, Alex L. Is that Spanish, Alex?
Oh, Alex the best. That's what it means.
Thanks for
It's not me saying it. That is the translation.
No, you just want to say that Alex is the best. You just want to say you're the best. I mean,
I'm like the last person to even say that. Like, I'm probably the what is it, the name? I'm not I don't have a lot of vanity, right? I'm not at all like that. Anybody that knows me can support that. Oh,
Water tower.
yeah, it
Water
might
tower
be
can.
Geralt. Yes.
Water Tower Can Fly has just become a Capcom member, which means you now get access to the Discord server. So very apt name there. We're going to thank you very much for the support. We also have a good question here asking, what's the closest / best places to watch from tomorrow? Now, Trevor, have you went down for the last flight, if I remember correctly, right?
That is correct. I went down there and did not see much. So I think in my opinion, if you can get tickets, one of the best places to go is Rocket Ranch. That whole area is awesome. If you can't get there, right, then you kind of want to watch more from the Spadre side, which gives you a slightly different angle. And I'm honestly not sure I've actually never been on Spadre Island. But I think there's a lot of places to watch, like from any of the hotels there or beaches or whatever. You'll have a great view. The obvious thing to just be very careful of is pay attention to private property. Pay attention to closures. They should be fairly obvious, but some of them aren't. Don't be that person who accidentally trespasses or accidentally goes into a closed area or a wildlife closure or something like that. So just be cautious, but you also shouldn't have too hard of a time finding somewhere. So yeah, there's Spadre.
But,
Isn't that Isla
I've
Blanca?
never heard it called
Oh, no,
Spadre
that's-
before. I thought it was South Padre.
Yeah, South Padre.
I swear I've heard many people say that, but I'm
SPI
being
is
told
usually.
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, and look what's right here. Oh, it's the Margaritaville Beach Resort. What a coincidence. I wonder who will be setting up cameras on top of the Margaritaville Beach Resort on South
I
Padre
wonder
Island.
who actually already
later
has
tonight.
cameras up there.
Yeah, like this one maybe.
Yeah, like that one.
Anyways, moving on. There's this Highway 4 is quieted. English, compose myself, has gotten a bit quieter because I can see 3 cars right now, one going to the pad, or a couple
Yeah.
now leaving.
Another thing
So-
that I'm taking a look at, I think I see like maybe people around the flats on the right hand side, sort of to the south of the launch site. I'm not sure if that's people taking pictures of the full stack or SpaceX personnel trying to clear the area, trying to make sure that nobody is around.
Are you saying to the bottom right of this shot, Alex?
No, I meant to the bottom right of the previous one, which is it will show essentially the front of that other shot that you were showing. Yeah, from where that vehicle was, if you look towards the distance, that'll be essentially the south side. Ooh, there we go. Look, there's a light coming up. I'm sure that's probably a car.
Yeah.
But
I'm trying to look, but I can't see.
yeah, no, it was before.
Oh, okay.
They're no longer there. But they do these sweeps, along in coordination with the police of the Cameron County Sheriff Office. Because obviously, we're still 3 hours, I believe. Yeah, 3 hours away from the road closure. But, you kind of need to take a look carefully. It's not the same when there's like a cryo test or some kind of static fire test compared to a launch. You see a lot more preparations to clear the area, and they do go thoroughly, making sure that nobody is around.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to see something I've just seen?
Oh, the lights.
There's lights.
There you go.
They literally just turned them off. They literally just turned them off. Are they messing with us?
They do.
You guys saw
Every single
that, right?
time we show them.
They were right there. They were right there.
Yeah, they're watching.
They were
this
right
stream.
there.
They're watching it.
Hang on. I'm going to wait 30 seconds and see if they reappear, because if
But
they
if
do,
you say that,
then they're messing with us. Yeah, but I'm actually going to wait 40 seconds. Oh, no, I've told them. I'm going to see how long it takes.
But yeah, for those that
'Cause
were
we are-
not here, like maybe half an hour ago or 45 minutes ago, we also tried to like point out those lights, that projection on the wall of the Mega Bay 2, and then suddenly within 10 seconds they removed it, and we tried again
They literally
5
turned them
minutes
off.
later, and it was turned off again. So yeah, I think they're probably watching.
I
But
gotta
look,
say,
we are
we've got
20 seconds from 10 hours. Just 10 hours.
It's a big number. 15 seconds from 10 hours. You know, it's like New Year's Eve. Yay, Big Ben goes off, except it's much more exciting.
We're going to get to just single digit number of hours.
Here we go. Wait for the 0 to appear in the first digit. 3 seconds and under 10 hours to go. And as it's under 10 hours to go, I will... Oh, I've done this very poorly. Here we go. I will make sure everyone is informed that NSF is available on multiple social channels, especially X, formerly known as Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and the other ones. Just search for NSF. You'll find us. You'll find us everywhere. So a big thank you to the socials team, who will, as usual, be getting turned around pictures, videos, you know. We're going to have a lot of media coming in, especially with this booster catch. The best way to make sure you get the best eyes on everything, that sort of worked. You know where to go. Follow us on all the socials. We've got a $50 super chat here from David. And he just says, love the great work you do. No question, no nothing. And has decided to spend $50 on us just to say that they love the work we do. So thank you very much, David, for the support. It's greatly appreciated, and it will go to good use. As everything does. We've been hitting this support for a little while now, so I will flick through some more questions. I haven't actually said it yet, so I'm going to say the thing. If you have a question for us and you haven't figured it out by now, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, followed by your question. That'll then filter it into a nice submitted questions queue I have in front of me right now, which we can then bring in all of the different questions, and it's just a nice way to keep everything organized, you know, because if we were just looking at the live chat, you guys are looking at the live chat, it's going very, very quickly, and we get lost very quickly. So let's I'm being told by David in chat to go and watch some Monty Python right now. Unfortunately, I'm a bit busy right now, so that's not 100% possible.
You do
but I
not
will
need to
consider
watch
it later.
Monty Python.
Okay, Trevor, I will wait to see how Das feels about that, because he is the one who brought up the reference. So we'll just have to wait and see. Outdoors Man Show. This is an interesting question. It's a good question as well, because this is an important thing if you want to do a propulsive landing, as has been recently proven by that Chinese hopper, which couldn't throttle deep enough. Alex, how deep can Raptor throttle?
I think it's down to 40%. I believe Merlin can also go down to 40% as well. At least for example, for Falcon Heavy, which we'll see in just a few days from now, we have a fully expendable Falcon Heavy. The center core, we now know that it throttles down, I think, to 48%. Maybe, Trevor, you can refresh my memory there. I believe it was Kiko Donchev, or maybe it was John Edwards, who talked about how Merlin can deep throttle to that for the center core, so that it keeps a lot of fuel left when those side boosters separate, so you can keep going for like a minute or two after that. So I think Raptor is also around that same throttle, like the minimum throttle. I think it's also around 40%.
Yeah,
Oh, you
Interesting.
were muted.
I wasn't actually talking. I was just considering what to respond to your response with.
Okay.
now I'm actually trying to
Yes.
find. I know exactly the post on X you're talking
Mhm.
about. I want to find it.
Yeah, we can maybe circle back to this question then, once you find it.
We have an interesting question from Gears and Gadgets. who are asking, aren't they risking destroying both towers? Alex, technically, aren't they always doing that? I don't know how to really respond to that, because there's always a risk, but the
Yeah.
point of these flights is to be risky, right? Kind of.
Yeah, I'm not sure about both. Obviously, the first tower, this one, right next to the rocket, will have a lot more risk, of course, because it's gonna be next to the booster when it is being caught. The other tower, I don't think it'll have that much of a risk. Of course, it has some inherent risk because it's close, but ideally the booster will not be even anywhere close to that tower, right? And if it explodes, it'll come with very small amounts of propellant compared to what it can actually carry. When that booster is fully loaded, it is loaded with about I think it is 3,600 tons of propellant. So, and when it comes back, it's about 1 to 2% that. So by the end of the landing burn, it has very like really small amounts of propellant, or even at the beginning. At the beginning, it's like maybe 4% at most, I believe. It's not a lot of propellant left. It will do some harm probably on Tower A, but again, for that, it will need to hit close to the tower. Maybe debris will fly off in all direction, and obviously we don't want to figure that out, right? But I think the worst case scenario will be where the booster, it goes through the start of the landing burn. At the start of the landing burn, it essentially slows down with those 13 engines. It then goes to 3, but when it goes down to 3, there's like some big fireball or something, like some leak. Because just think about that. You're going from 3 engines from 13 engines to 3 engines. It feels very intuitive, like it feels easy, especially if you've played KSP. You're like, okay, whatever, right? But that's a lot of deceleration, right? The changes in the acceleration and the forces, you can create some damage, which is probably why they do a staggered shutdown. We've seen that on the graphics from SpaceX, right? When they do that landing burn. So the worst case scenario that I could think of is if it fails before that, it'll go to the beach, so or the water. So it's not a big deal. But if it's close enough and then there's like an issue with the aft section of the vehicle or something like that, and then it explodes next to the tower, or it deviates for whatever reason and hits the tower, that's where you see the most damage on the tower, I think. I do not think though that the second tower will have any sort of major impact. Again, knock on wood, cross your fingers that is not the case. I do not want to be wrong here. I said before, sometimes I want to be wrong, and SpaceX proving me wrong. Please don't prove me wrong at this. Don't damage the second tower.
Yeah, I have to concur with that sentiment. I'm going to hit a little bit more support here. Squig with the $20 super chat for NSF's on orbit bot. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you very much for the support there. And Trevor, GMG3 says this stream is proof that Trevor has zero taste. Getting called out live on air. Aaron, sorry if I'm saying this incorrectly, saying, driving down to Houston right now, flew in from New York earlier today, could not miss this. Well, I hope you continue beyond Houston for a few more hours, because if not, you might not see much. But thank you very much for the support. It's good to hear you coming along. Steve with another $5 super chat here. Will the team try and cook a whole pack of bacon from the heat of the launch? I'm sure it's fine, right? We have not conducted any bacon experiments on this flight. There might be more experiments coming up later. That's all I'll say for now. Kombayashi, thank you very much for the support. Explaining the etymology of the word jumper. So, thank you. Addison with the 20 Canadian. Asking, sorry I'm late to this, any estimated launch time? Well, if you look in the top left of your screen, there's a fancy nice little countdown. And that's counting down to 7 o'clock local time in the morning, which is 1200 UTC. Yep. So you can put your own offset on that. And Anush Patel, hello Anush. Hey. Trevor, I'm very impressed with the booster tracker you made. We should have chat to do a load test.
Oh my.
Hi, Anush.
Let's see if it goes down or not.
Yeah, now everybody will go to Booster Tracker and you'll see if it falls or not.
Hey, it'll be a good load test, so I won't
Yep.
complain if people go there.
Stephen is asking, why is Tower 2 a slightly shinier colour? Now, Alex, I'll throw this one over to you. Is it just because it's newer, or have they like done different painting to it?
I think it's just because it's newer. I do believe they had a coating on it before it was sort of stacked. But other than that, I mean, it's just newer. One thing that I'm not looking forward to, though, you can see the lights on the first tower, the blinking lights. I'm not looking forward to the second tower having those two. Because it's going to ring all the views. Yeah. Fun.
We'll just have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait. We can be optimistic. Oh, we have an answer to the question from earlier. Lords of the Random says that it would take 140,000 coconuts to fill up the cargo bay of a space shuttle. Well, that's not an answer from earlier. You've just picked a different vehicle. We're talking about Starship. But I'll take it. Fun fact, 140,000 coconuts to fill up the cargo bay of a space shuttle. Dominic is asking, how long after the road closure does prop load start? Now, Trevor, I think they might have even shortened the prop load again for this flight. So they'll close the road at midnight, if I'm correct. So how long does it take them to actually start loading propellant on the vehicle?
Yeah, okay. So propellant load is going to begin on this flight at T-minus 49 minutes and 50 seconds. So that's what, call it an hour before launch, and so that's
9 hours from now.
Yeah, 9 hours from now, and 6 hours after road close, right? Or
Yep, we are.
Yeah,
we are less than 3 hours away from road closure. Yeah.
You say less than 3 hours, but it still feels ages. Like, we're under 10 hours to go. It feels incredibly close, but it also still feels incredibly far away. I don't know. I'm getting conflicting emotions right now, but there's excitement underneath it all.
Yeah, once we get closer to that road closure, things will get a lot more active in all senses. In some senses, it actually will not get more active. It will actually be less active because the launch site will be evacuated, and so it'll be, completely empty, and you will not see anybody near the launch site. But yeah, then the tank farm starts spooling up. They condition the tank farm. They condition the lines to the mount and the tower. And then, they start that propellant load. That propellant load, however, as Trevor was mentioning, is about 9 hours from now. We still have a ways to go. But, one of the things that you'll see when we get close to that, and one of the things that we actually sort of used in our favor on flights 3 and 4 is that we have followed all of these different moments in the countdown for so long that we have a very good intuition of when they should happen. And when they don't happen when they should happen, that's when we sort of guess that there's going to be some kind of delay in the launch time. And if you go back to flight 3 and flight 4, Adrian and I were able to guess minutes before SpaceX confirmed it that they were going to be delaying on those flights. Hopefully we don't have to guess that today, though. I'm really hoping for this to launch at the top of the window. All your good luck rituals, go ahead and do those. But if for whatever reason we see some kind of sign that this is not happening at the time that it's supposed to happen, then that'll be our clue. We'll get to that when we get to that, though. Still a ways to go. And also someone saying, let's hope for no annoying fog. I could not agree more. Yeah, no fog, please.
I agree. Fingers crossed. Forecast looking good. So
Yeah.
we'll just
So
have to wait
far,
and
it's
see.
looking good, but we'll see.
Indeed. Hopefully it stays that way. Janik, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking, does the throttling use opposite gimbaling to reduce the forward thrust vector? Trevor, I'm hearing some maths terms in there, so I'll throw this one to you.
If how I'm interpreting this is correct, then no, that would just be wasting propellant. Right? When you want to throttle down, you don't want to just start wasting propellant. You still want to be as efficient as you can with it.
Okay. Oh, this is a good one. What would be all 449 asking, what would be easier to retrieve? Starship off the western Aussie shore, or Starship sitting pretty on its cans in the western Aussie desert landing range? What do you think, Alex? Is it easier to retrieve it out of the ocean or from a landing range in Australia?
I think it will be very, very easier to retrieve it from the desert. Not because, like, the whole deal is that on the water. I mean, unless it is very, very close to shore, where they could probably, if the waters are not that deep, they could probably do a Booster 11 kind of thing where they retrieve portions of the ship, right? But if you actually want a dry ship that you can maybe even reuse, perhaps, I mean, you will have to move it back to Starbase in some shape or form, of course. But I don't know. I think it will be a lot more interesting to have it dry and in one piece and not at the bottom of the ocean at whatever depth, even if it's like 70 meters of depth or something like that, which I believe is where the depth of the ocean floor at the location of Booster 11.
And we have Interspace asking, not related to Starship, but it's related to a launch coming up soon, so we might as well ask it. Why is Europa Clipper expending the boosters? Trevor?
That payload needs a lot of energy to reach the moon of Jupiter. So they just need all of the energy they can get out of it, and that unfortunately requires expending the entire Falcon Heavy. But at least it's for a worthy cause. The Europa Clipper is an extraordinarily cool mission, and
Yep.
normally I don't pay a ton of attention to these science missions, but that is a mission that is awesome.
Yeah, just to put it in perspective, Europa Clipper is 6 tons at launch. That is, if that were to be like a geostationary communication satellite, that will be on the heavier end. But it's not being launched to GTO, to like a geostationary transfer orbit or something. It's being launched into interplanetary space. Like, it's going beyond the moon, and it's not going directly to Jupiter. We'll talk about all of this when we cover that mission, by the way, this Monday. But nevertheless, it's still interesting. And so it's not going directly to Jupiter. It'll do a flyby of the Earth and then another one of Mars, and then it'll actually get to Jupiter. It'll get there in 2030. But this is a really big spacecraft that NASA is trying to get to Jupiter, right? And so and you're sending it to interplanetary space. I believe it's actually going to be the largest and heaviest spacecraft sent beyond the orbit of Mars. It's like this, yeah. So, of course, you need a very heavy vehicle. I mean, apart from Falcon Heavy, any other vehicle that you can think of that could do such a mission will either be some kind of hypothetical upgraded Vulcan, something like that, right? Or you just launch it on an SLS. But I believe SLS are a little bit scarce and also overpriced. Yeah, so Falcon Heavy expendable.
For those who may not know that much about the mission, Vertasium just did a fantastic video on it that I learned a lot from, and that's where I went to that's when I realized how insanely cool this mission is. So highly recommend it. Then, of course, we'll have our own launch article and whatnot in the coming days ahead of launch.
And the launch stream. Because people
Yeah.
think, oh, there's a Starship launch. You guys are not going to be covering Falcon Heavy. Oh, we will.
Just wait. Just wait. I do have unfortunate news to report. And that is that whilst Alex was giving his very long answer, the lights turned on, but they've since turned off. So I cannot show you the lights. Have a look here. I'll go through some more support. Thank you very much to Katya for the super chat. Bryn has become a new member. Mark has done a €20 super chat, saying thanks for the effort and the updates. Very welcome. Axel with a $2 super chat. Is there going to be fog? Hopefully we just answered that for you. The forecast is clear skies, so fingers crossed that sticks. Damon's been on the store. Thank you very much for the support with the patch. And Jeffrey as well has bought the patch, saying thanks for everything. I'm bummed that I missed the 4th patch, but I remembered the 5th. Well, sorry for that, Jeffrey, but you know, for logistical reasons, we have to just order them in bulk and then sell what we order, and we can't get them back. So there you go. Ian or Jan is asking, what are the 4 towers around the rocket for? Wrong coast. That would be the East Coast. This is the Gulf Coast. If anything, there'll be some cranes lying around. But Alex, I believe they've all been laid down in preparation for the event in 9 hours, 38 minutes time.
Yeah, unlike me, those cranes are now taking a nap and going for a sleep. They actually took down, actually dismantled the yellow crane, the big yellow crane that helped build that second tower at Starbase. And the other one, the SpaceX LR11000 crane, that was just, you know, they just lowered the boom there. And it's just taking a nap. It's EP, so it needed some sleep. And hopefully it'll come back again, maybe tomorrow after the launch or on Monday. We'll see.
Let's have a look here. Oh. Ryan O'Connor says, Ship 26 will get a pedestal out in front of Starbase in honour of tank watchers. It will have a plaque honouring the NSF team for their unwavering love for the ship.
Well, now we know
I hope
Kevin's
not.
alt.
This is his 2nd alt of the night.
Yeah. I think so, yes.
My oh my. Let's see here. Anonymous has also bought the patch. Thank you very much for the support. So is Matt. Says, let's go Starship. I agree. Safon 2000 is asking, are you guys going to sleep? That's a good question. Should we say that rest periods pending regulatory approval? I don't know. What's the joke?
Well, my plan at the very least, you know, we're going to have a shift change in commentary. I actually don't remember right now when exactly, but soon. And so in the meantime, I'm going to try, emphasis on try, to at least, you know, get some rest on my eyes. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to sleep, but I'll close my eyes because I've been looking at screens all day long. As you can imagine, I've been following along, you know, all the licensing stuff that came out this afternoon. For those asking in chat, yes, we have a launch license. You know, SpaceX has been approved to launch Flight 5 and catch the booster and everything. So, of course, we've had a lot of news about that. More paperwork that has been released as well, along with the license. So, it's been a long day of looking at screens. If I can take just a few hours of just closing my eyes and not having to look at more screens, that would be good. Especially because I need them to be well rested, right? To be able to, you know, gaze at that rocket launching and then being caught and the re-entry and everything. Like, there's so many things going on in this flight. So I really hope I'm well rested by then. Kevin saying in the back channel, no sleep. Sleep is for the weak. Well,
I guess I'm weak then.
Yeah, I'm weak.
Philip with a $10 super chat saying, for the taco fund, I'm sure Daniel B will put that to good use. So thank you very much, Philip. This is actually a good question from the Ace, asking, can an engine be out on launch and the catch still be approved? And Trevor, I believe on the last flight, SpaceX only had 32 of 33 Raptors lit on the booster, but they still managed to do, according to Bill Gerstenmaier, a sub-centimeter accurate splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, well, forget, not only did they have one out during launch, they also lost an engine during that landing burn. So, yes, almost certainly they can have an engine out and still go for a catch attempt. The interesting question would be if they have issues with one of the three center engines, would they still go for it? In which case, my guess would be probably not, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've also wondered. Like, if they lose one of the center three engines, I'm guessing they could still land, right? Because what I think they could do, this is like a complete theory, right? You remember with the ship itself, when it lands and it starts the landing burn with three engines, but then it shuts down engines, and then what it does is like it uses the gimbal of the engine to adjust how the thrust goes through the vehicle so that it doesn't, wobble or go sideways or whatever. Like, it essentially tries to compensate for the off-axis thrust. So I can think of perhaps a sort of like way of landing the booster where instead what it does is like maybe they have two engines on the center triangle, right, of three engines, and then there's like another one on the outer ring on the 10 engines that are in the middle that still is burning during the landing burn, and all of the other 9 shut down, and they use those 3 instead, right? Like, I can think maybe something like that could happen. Obviously, I don't want this flight to be the flight where we figured that out. But I guess, with so many engines, you have so many possibilities, right? That if you lose one of the engines, whatever in those 13, they could probably just, adjust the angles and the gimbaling and whatnot. I'd be very curious.
Yeah. I'm assuming the answer to this is no, but I do wonder if there's any abort scenario where they use an engine in the outer ring um, for a landing burn.
You mean like the outermost, the 20 engines?
No, sorry, the middle
Oh,
ring,
you
the
mean
outer
the
ring of the
middle?
landing burn.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
don't think are those hooked up to the landing tank?
The 20 outer engines? No, I don't think so.
No, not the 20 outer ones, the inner ring of 10.
I will believe so. I think so. I think
Yeah,
they
so
are.
there's a chance then that there could be an abort situation where that happens, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I would like to think so. Yeah, because that will give a lot of flexibility for the booster. Like, imagine one of the center 3 engines goes out, they can just instead use one of those 10 engines, right, on that middle ring. I don't know if that will be possible again, but
Yeah.
it will be
SpaceX,
very interesting because it will improve a
yeah,
lot the chances. Yeah, go ahead.
SpaceX certainly has some guidance and control engineers that are far smarter than Alex and I, so
Yeah, exactly.
they've certainly thought of it.
Hmm.
Um, Here we have a store message from Ross saying landing legs on Starship don't really make sense yet because an RTLS on Earth isn't part of the plan. For Moon and Mars, they don't have to be as strong, I would imagine. Hopefully, they make sense. The thing that makes it really hard, I think, on Moon and Mars is that you need such a big radius to have the vehicle be stable. And that's the one thing that I think Tintin had that we haven't really seen in Starship design since, right? They had those 3 massive legs that allowed them to be able to land on rough surfaces. And that's not, we haven't seen any design for legs since.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, I'm sure they're working on it. there's so many things SpaceX needs to do, and their
Hmm.
focus right now is obviously get booster back, be able to reuse a booster, get ship through reentry safely, make sure that they're able to recover ship, and then once they figured that out, then they can start worrying about, how the heck do you land this thing on Mars or the lunar surface. Then Sid Smith becoming a Padred member. Welcome, Sid. Cool. Let's go to some of your guys' questions. As always, if you guys have any, make sure you just tag us in chat with that at NASASpaceflight. I see a bunch of people, Aaron and others, wondering if SpaceX has the launch license. Yes, they do. And that leads to an interesting question from Six String Simpleton. For you, Alex, do we know how or why the license was expedited? And can you just give a background of what they mean by expedited in this sense?
Yeah, so originally the FAA thought that the launch license will not come out at least before late November, essentially. So the original sort of thinking it was that it was going to take that long. Now, looking through the paperwork, I referred before that not only the license came out, but also additional paperwork along with the license. That paperwork is, officially called the written reevaluation of the programmatic environmental assessment from 2022. So it's this long thing, which essentially means that in 2022 they did an environmental assessment of the program, right? And every single time they add modifications to what was studied on that environmental assessment, they need to conduct these written reevaluations that are called. They did that for Flight 1 because they had changed a few things between 2022 and 2023. They did that for Flight 2 to include the deluge system. For Flight 3, they included the Indian Ocean splashdown. For Flight 4, I do not remember if there was a written reevaluation. I don't think there was. And then for Flight 5, they needed a written reevaluation because they're coming back to land. And there were three different things. The first one is they didn't have the permit from the Texas, now I don't remember, Texas Commission of Environmental Quality. And so the FAA demanded them to, please get your licensing in check, please, before committing to a launch and everything. It's a whole story. I'm not going to go in depth with that. The other thing was also, apart from that, the water deluge was going to be running on the landing, which was not on the PA, on the Programmatic Environmental Assessment from 2022. When SpaceX landed the boosters, so when they attempted the landing on Booster 10 and Booster 11, flights 3 and 4, they also gathered data on the sonic boom. And what happened was that apparently it was more powerful than they originally modeled. And so they needed to include that extra piece of data, that modified piece of data. And third, and probably to me more important here, is that the hot staging ring will be jettisoned, right, on this flight. But now the booster is coming back, which means the hot staging will also come back. It will just not go to the launch site, but it will be very, very close. The documentation says that they expect that to be 3 to 4 kilometers offshore, potentially as close as 1 kilometer offshore. So close that it could be, even a danger to boats in the area if it were to, get to a very shallow patch of water. And so one of the things that they include there is that SpaceX will go out there and pick up the hot staging ring if for whatever reason it endangers boating and everything out there offshore. So there's this long list of documentation, and one of them talks about the process of what they did. And the FAA, when it got this information from SpaceX, because of the regulations, they were forced to do this sort of what is called a consultation with the Fish and Wildlife Service and also with NOAA, National Fisheries. It's a long agency name. I don't even remember right now. So part of that process, that consultation can be informal or formal. And the formal consultation could happen after an informal process. What happened is that for this profile, they expedited this and they only did the informal process. The formal consultation takes longer, and there's even some kind of this is essentially like a like how I interpret it based on the documentation and what I've read this afternoon about this. And so the whole process of a formal consultation has a series of timelines as well, which if you actually look at when things happened, when the FAA actually went to these other services and tried to coordinate and consult with them about these impacts of these actions, it will stretch everything to late November. However, they did not do the formal consultation, and also they requested both the Fish and Wildlife Service and the other service, which has a long name that I don't remember right now, that they expedite the process for just this profile. So in the future, because SpaceX is planning more stuff down the line, there'll be a more formal and lengthy consultation, hopefully by then though. You know, this process is already ongoing, by the way. So by then, this will be completed. This is like the long explanation. We'll probably need to put a whole different video just to explain all of this, because it's very complex and, you know, lots of documentation to go through. That's the explanation. Yeah, NOAA fisheries. It's a long... I don't know. It's like National Fishery Marine... I don't know. It's like some really long name.
Sorry, can I just note that you finished your answer and then continued your answer?
Yeah, because someone in chat was like, you know, trying to get the name.
I was tempted to put the timer on screen there, Alex. That was really pushing it. Just saying.
I was trying to get a complete answer here because I feel like it's something that is not well covered. We try, or at least I try to cover as well as possible. I have a long thread, by the way. If you want to look at it on X, I also have a thread there trying to dissect the document. But even then, that is not really well in depth. I should probably do something along those lines in the future. But in the future, right now, we are 9.5 hours from that catch. So let's get to that.
Maybe, well, I think we're probably 9 hours and 8 hours and 59 minutes actually, to be more accurate. But I don't know. Anyways, let's have a look at some questions in the queue, such as this one from Turbo, asking, when will the evacuation notice be issued? Do we know, Alex, or will a piece of paper just appear in Mary's letterbox?
I really have no idea. I'm not a resident, so I cannot speak for her, of course. We normally find out, you know, she leaves and everything, and then she posts this picture of the full stack. I'm really looking forward to, you know, to when she posts all of her material from this launch. I'm also sure that she probably has something already in mind. But yeah, we'll figure that out when we get to that point.
Anand, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. We also have the Irish American, I think that's meant to be, with the $5 super chat, saying, been following since SN8. My son and I have watched every Starship and booster launch since Flight 1. He really gets into it. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you very much, and hopefully you'll enjoy this flight, because it's going to be exciting. Even more exciting than the last ones, dare I say. I don't know. Premier League with the $10 super chat, asking, for the booster, just before the catch, when the velocity is 0 and the booster is vertical, how long in seconds do you think it will hover? 1.9? Could they push that to 3? Alex, what's your take on this one?
Oh boy. Yeah, right? 0 seconds. I do not think it'll hover, in the sense that this question is actually like, this is perfect. Because hovering technically means that the engines are producing the same thrust than the force of gravity. Essentially, thrust to weight ratio is 1, which does not mean that the velocity of the booster is 0. The booster can still have some sort of initial velocity that it may have still from before. And so, I do think the technical term for the hover will happen where it'll get to a thrust to weight ratio of 1. It'll be continually going down between the chopsticks at a constant speed. And then sort of towards the end, it'll try to eliminate all of that by ramping up a bit the power on the Raptors to scrub off all of that velocity once it's actually in between the chopsticks and everything. I do not think it will stop in the air, because that's the other version of the hover where, sure, the thrust to weight ratio is 1, therefore there's no acceleration, the velocity does not change. However, the velocity is also 0, right? And so that's what a lot of people think about when they think about a hover, which is the booster is just stopping in the air and tries to get, in the right position. I do not believe they even have enough propellant to burn the engines for that long for the ship, or for the booster to be able to align itself or anything like it. I think it's going to be 0 for that kind of hover. For the technical term, again, I think it's going to be something like that. If you've, I don't know if people have watched Ryan Henson's video talking about all of the catch and everything. He explains this in really great detail.
The other thing to take into account is SpaceX doesn't want to hover in the sense of they have the engines lit when the velocity of the stage has reached 0. Like, that's just burning propellant for 0 gain. Very inefficient.
Exactly, yeah.
Interesting points, should I say. I'm just taking a little look over here at the tank farm. There it is. I'm seeing some ventiness happening.
Yeah.
Is ventiness expected at this time, Alex? Do you wanna explain the ventiness?
I mean, I'm mostly sure you're probably doing this so that you can pop out your overlay, your fancy overlays. But yeah, we've seen some of that venting. That venting is from the actually the ones on the liquid methane tanks are there. Right next to the right of those are the liquid methane, the liquid nitrogen tanks, and also the liquid oxygen. There you go. Those are the liquid nitrogen tanks and the liquid oxygen tanks. That's the tank farm at Starbase. And as you can see, a bunch of these are essentially the ones for liquid nitrogen. And the old vertical tanks, this is actually, I think it's the first launch without those. So it's very nice.
The last launch, they had a couple of them left.
Yeah. Go ahead, Trevor.
No, I was just saying, without any of them, I'm kind of glad they're gone. It's like it's a new era without them.
Yeah. But yeah, it's normal to see them venting here and there. Again, we are very far away. I don't know if you may be able to pull up the one about the vents. We're far away from seeing those vents. And there you go. The OLM vent, the tower vent, the log subcoolers. Where you see that OLM vent, it's actually behind that. In front, in the foreground, there's another vent which is called the Pope vent. We call it the Pope vent because it's like this vertical vent when it goes off. And so it looks like, when they choose a new pope, it's like this, white smoke coming out of the chimney. And so that's one of the first signs that they are going for a tank farm spool up, essentially. And that is the start of the conditioning of the tank farm. That doesn't happen though until around T-4 hours. So we still have 5 hours to go to that. And if you were able to see in the previous shot, there's still people in the tower. There's still people in the chopsticks, and I think I'm seeing like even lights all the way up to the top. And yeah, that's the other view. The OLM vent, the tower vent, the log subcoolers. Those subcoolers are also going to be venting a lot. Like 7 hours from now, you're going to see a lot of activity out of them. The carbon dioxide that is loaded onto the chines of the booster for the fire suppression. Yep. These overlays are going to be very useful in just a few hours from now. You'll see.
Are you saying that my overlays aren't useful right now, helping to explain to the
no,
wonderful ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching that
no, no, no,
what all
no,
these things
no,
are
no.
doing?
Oh my god. They are useful. They are useful right now. They drive the point across, but they will be a lot more useful later down the stream when a lot of things come alive.
Okay. Sheila has ordered the Gateway to Mars brand new Christmas jumper from the collection,
Sweater.
which you can order right now.
Twitter.
Thanks, Trevor. Thanks, Alex. It says, for the hubby, can't wait for the launch tomorrow. And I will address this because I was a little bit surprised as well. Yes, we are publishing Christmas merchandise before Halloween has even taken place. That's essentially because of the shipping times. There is on these products, because these are, if you ordered one of them from last year, you'll know these are proper knitted pieces of clothing, right? This is not just a print
We
on
have
a
Chris
jumper.
in a room doing that.
he's knitting. Sorry, all of the jumpers handmade. No, but these are knitted, like actually knitted pieces of merchandise, which is, as you would imagine, it takes a little bit longer to produce than your normal, just printing something onto a hoodie or something like that, or a shirt. So the lead time with these is a little bit longer. So we do ask that if you want them in time for Christmas, you do get ordering them now, preferably than later, because if not, we don't want anyone to be disappointed. Let's put it that way.
And regardless, I mean, think about that. Halloween is like, what, 2 weeks from now? I start celebrating Christmas like November 2nd. Even
That's
like
weird.
the 1st during the night, it already is Christmas time.
Okay, ladies and gents, we're 9 hours, 14 minutes away from launch. Welcome back to the depths of the Starship Stakeout. Alex, I have to debate this. Why do you start celebrating Christmas on the 2nd of November?
So why not? Gotta be happy. It's a happy time.
That's wrong.
In my opinion, Christmas season starts when it snows for the first, when it's like cold and starts snowing, then it's like, all right, it's Christmas season.
I have
using
news
that logic,
for you.
it started in February.
I have news for you, Trevor. The last time it snowed in Seville, let's say my mother was not even alive back then, and I think even the Soviet Union had not figured out the atomic bomb. So that's how far, that's how.
Are you saying that the last
ago.
time it snowed in Seville, it was the Ice Age?
No, but it was like late 1940s or something like that. So yeah, it was a long time ago when the last time that it snowed here.
Okay,
If that were the case,
maybe it doesn't make sense for you to have that test, but for me,
yeah.
the test is like cold and snowy and yeah.
That's just wrong, though. But the proper way to do it is to put up the Christmas tree a couple weeks into December. But is the lift going down? It's going down.
Oh yeah.
I guess it's it's not an elevator. They're going down, so it's a downator. I don't know. Whatever. It's also not a lift because it's going down. It's not being lifted.
Is that genuinely
big brain time in the Stakeout stream?
Wow.
The senator down a Vader chat. See, people are now trying to get a word for it.
I'm glad that the Stakeout stream has descended to these depths.
It's descending, yeah. Just like that elevator.
Okay,
we
never
still
mind.
got 9 hours, don't worry.
We have got 9 hours, 11 minutes, and 45 seconds of coverage to come, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you tune into the stream for. Moving swiftly on. A question here, alongside another super chat here from the Irish American. Here's a question that may not have been asked before. How much charring can we expect to see from the catch on the OAM? Alex, what do you think?
I'm not sure. That's something that it's one of those things that we'll figure that out, right? When it happens. I really don't know.
Is that the
I think
first question Alex doesn't have an answer to this evening?
Yeah, it's more surprising there wasn't a monologue associated with it.
Come on.
Um,
No, I'm not always
no,
like that.
we appreciate your answers, Alex. But the one thing that I think is somewhat important to point out is it's not as much charring that they're worried about as it is erosion. What they don't want to have happen is have that like the exhaust from those three Raptors, kind of erode a lot of the metal off of the OLM, which can weaken it and cause damage on future launches. And I am not a materials guy, but I personally don't think there'll be too much erosion, right? It's three Raptors at probably close to half throttle, and the booster is going to be what about the bottom of the booster will be 50 meters or so off the deck of the OLM, maybe a little bit less. So I feel like to me it seems unlikely that it causes a ton of damage, but I'm not smart. Like, I could be wrong.
Isla, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. We also have a good question here from Samuel. What happens after they catch it? This is a recurring question, but it's an important question. Will it be reused, or will they scrap it? Trevor?
Yeah, so I want to take this and first interpret this as what will they do like once it's landed or once it's been caught, like what process will they have? And my honest guess is SpaceX doesn't have a super good idea yet. They'll probably, right, just lower it onto a transport stand, but let's not forget, right, for those of you who have read Reentry so far, Berger in that noted that when SpaceX had the first landing on a drone ship and when they had those first landing attempts, they didn't know what their procedure was of how to safe the booster and how to secure it to the deck. That was all stuff that they kind of figured out on the fly. And I suspect that will be similar for this, that, they have rough ideas of how they're going to handle the booster, but they probably don't have an exact do X, then Y, then Z protocol yet. But then, anyway, once they do have it on a test stand, I suspect that they will be, do some inspections before doing static fire testing. I would be shocked if they don't do a static fire test, assuming that they catch it and it's in good shape. But I definitely don't think that it's going to fly again, but it also probably won't be scrapped. It'll be analyzed.
And we also have this question here from Lightning Rod asking, how exactly did the chopsticks move on the Z-axis, forwards and backwards? Because that's kind of important, Trevor, because if they don't get that right, the booster could tip.
Yeah. So they're just fixed, right? There's a certain landing zone in between the chopsticks that they target, and then if one of the sticks hits before the other, then that's totally fine. The other one will just like take a little bit longer before contacting the booster, but they should be contacting the booster to an extent where that doesn't really matter. So then it just comes down to what is the angle of tolerance that they have to make sure that they hit those pins. And I believe Ryan Hansen estimates that that's about 15 degrees of margin that they have. So they should be good. I'm not too worried about any of that. I think they'll be able to target the zone and have the booster in a spot where the chopsticks are able to catch it. I hope that answers the question.
And following on from that, Per has a really good question because they've got to empty the booster once they catch it. So, Trevor, do we know how they're planning on doing that? Are they just going to dump the fuels overboard?
That's definitely a possibility that they'll try to drain as much as they can and dump it overboard. And also some of it will probably just be waiting for it to boil off.
I think there's some sort of environmental limit they have, but assuming that, you know, the amount of fuel in the booster left after the catch, I think would be within that limit. So we've discussed environmental policy for a long time now, waiting for the regulatory side of things to be ready for this launch. And luckily, the TCEQ and the fisheries and the US Fish and Wildlife Service, everyone Alex was talking about earlier, they've all signed off and they're happy for this launch to take place. So yes, everyone in chat, we have a license and we're ready for launch, not pending regulatory approval in just over 9 hours' time.
Exciting.
And Trevor, it is exciting. Step Ver says that this isn't Starship related, but it is, because Starship does have gimbaling engines. And this is something I don't actually know the answer to. I don't know if you do, Trevor, but when rocket engines gimbal, how do the plumbing stay attached to the tank where the fuel's coming from?
They just have like flexible hoses that allow for that. Right, the somewhat interesting thing is some engines gimbal a little bit differently. So like Raptor, right, the entire engine actually gimbals, but then some other engines have it so just the nozzle gimbals, which has some advantages, some disadvantages. But yeah, they just need a little bit of flexible hosing, and of course it's not trivial since that needs to be flexible when having super cold propellant flow through it. But thankfully, there are smart material scientists that are able to figure out that problem.
And it's always been one of those things which has baffled me, maybe is the correct word. I don't know. It's just, your engine in your car stays in the same fixed position compared to the wheels, so I can't imagine having an engine on a rocket moving in position to the... Anyways. It's a good thing I don't build rockets.
You get baffled by that. I get bellowed.
Okay,
This
Alex,
guy.
now that you're back,
This guy.
I have a potentially stupid question. On Falcon, it's just the nozzle that gimbals, right?
On Merlin, yes. The gas generator stays fixed.
Right.
And then just the combustion chamber, the nozzle moves.
Yeah, unlike on Raptor.
Yeah, on Raptor, everything, like the whole turbo machinery and also the nozzle and combustion chamber moves. Yeah.
See, I do know a thing every now and then.
And that's for Merlin sea level. The Merlin vacuum, the whole engine also moves.
Yeah.
Because the gas generator is integrated into the structure. Anyways, we're on Starship, not on Falcon, but good comparison between two different kinds of gimbaling.
And there is a interesting point from the Ruby Knight that I didn't actually notice until now. The chopsticks lighting up the upper part of Starship is cool. Have SpaceX ever done that before? Alex, I can't remember.
Yeah, that is normal. They have those lights there in order to guide. Like they have these guiding pins that contact like little holes underneath of the flaps. That's how they actually lift the booster. The ship. So yeah, that's been there before. They essentially use that to be able to see, because otherwise they will not be able to see during nighttime.
That's a good point. Hannah's been on the store with a what is this? They got the blanket. I forgot to mention, we do blankets now. 50 by 70 inches, which is an number in metric. And there's the Gateway to Mars sweater, jumper.
Do we have
as
heat
well.
shield blankets on the store? Because we can use it as the secondary heat shield.
I think it's nearing the time where Alex goes night-night. And we also have an anonymous store message here saying, these patches need to be Velcro, please, with the Flight 5 patch. Well, the reason that we don't put anything on the back of them is because then you can put whatever you like on the back of yours. So Das has got his Velcroed, but we don't want to make the patches Velcro and then not everyone wants to use them, wants to Velcro them. Like I put them in a line along my shelf, so it just depends what you want to do with them. But they're smooth plastic-y material on the back, so if you want to stick some Velcro to it, go right ahead. There's nothing stopping you. I think that picture of Das is actually on the store as well. So Das does not come with the patch. Let's have a look here. John is asking, do we think there is an abort scenario where the catch of the booster is approved, but then a problem occurs and they, and I quote, yeet it into the Gulf? Trevor, what do you think?
So yes, I do think that there is an abort scenario where that happens, right? Just like we saw with B1050 back on, what was that, Sierra 16, I think, when it had its landing failure. Basically, what happened was SpaceX lost control of the vehicle's TVC, if I remember correctly. They lost some form of attitude control. It doesn't matter. No, sorry, the hydraulic actuators stopped working, so they didn't have grid fin control. That's right. And what we saw is then it just like softly splashed down in the ocean, and they had nothing. They didn't have to do anything else to ensure that it didn't hit land. And the reason why that happened is because the vehicles actually target into the ocean, and then it's not until last minute when it knows everything is nominal that it really starts to dogleg and tilt over to get a little bit of lift on the body to make it back to land for that landing. And this will be especially true on Super Heavy since it has those chines and those strakes. So it'll have a good amount of upward lift to help return it back to land. So if they don't, if for some reason they're unable to control the vehicle or whatever, yes, it will just automatically fall right into the Gulf of Mexico.
Let's have a look through here. Paul asking, when Starship starts to carry passengers, will they still have a flight termination system on the ship as well as the booster? Trevor, this is an interesting question because we're kind of entering an age where the second stage is the crew vehicle. For the longest time, with Dragon, it's a separate capsule on top. Soyuz, it's a separate capsule on top. Apollo, it's a separate, you can go on and on and on with all these capsule vehicles. What are your thoughts on this? Because, I think it might be the opinion of the majority of humans that having explosives next to the passengers is a poor proposition.
Yeah, this is a hard issue for sure. I think short term it will have FTS on it, right? I believe with shuttle, even on which, right, every single one of those missions was crewed, they all had some form of flight termination system. And it was just it came down to the math of when we activate this, we know that it has serious harm. However, if it was going back to land, it could harm even more. So yeah, and Chris is saying in shuttle, it was the FTS was in the boosters and ET, but it was the same problem where, right, if it was activated, it would come with fatalities, which is not ideal. That said, long term, I see SpaceX just getting rid of FTS altogether, right? Aircraft doesn't have FTS, and once Starship is proven, I see them not needing it. But yeah, that's a situation none of us want to think about, and unfortunately, it has to be thought about, and there will be FTS on it.
There's the lift. It's going up. So there's still people in the tower. I just thought I'd point that out. Are they going to the top? Where are they going?
Maybe to the quick disconnect. I
But
see.
the quick disconnect is not at the top of the tower, Alex. You know, I'm not as smart as you, but I know that
Oh,
they're
you
not at the
meant
top of the
okay,
tower.
okay. Well, maybe they're still doing closeouts. I can see people up the top. So yeah, I
It's
saw a bunch of
interesting.
people
We'll keep an eye.
up there. Maybe they're coming back down. Maybe the lift was like down on the tower and a bunch of people up at the top wanted to go down, so they called the lift. Because I saw a bunch of people like gathering around. So maybe they're going into the lift and then going down the tower. Which is good because we want the tower to be cleared of people.
We're getting a load of good questions in here, so I'll try and hit some of these. First of all, Mick is asking if we have any special guests.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna.
Shh.
Did he cut out?
I think so.
That's funny timing. The NSF secret police got to him.
Yep.
You have to wait and see.
Cannot leak anything. Otherwise, you get cut.
Yeah. No, there's exciting stuff planned on the stream, but you will have to see.
Ryan, are you back?
I suspect not. I want to thank a few people real quick, though. Carl became a Padra member, as did Brock. Welcome both to our membership program. And then James with the storm message saying, here's to a successful grab with the chopsticks. Mr. Miyaga wishes you beginner luck. I think that's a reference I actually get. But James, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your patch. Let's see. Oh, this is a good question for you, Alex. Mr. Goose is wondering, how do you throttle an engine?
Oh. This is actually funny. I was talking before that I went to PLD Space to visit their facilities and with their announcement and everything. And I actually spent like an hour talking to one of the co-founders of the company, just talking about throttling down engines and the valves and all of the stuff. So, for example, I cannot talk the specifics of Raptor because unfortunately I don't know too much about full flow stage combustion cycle engines. But for example, the Merlin uses what it's called a spindle injector, and the spindle injector, what it does is you can throttle up and down by moving a slider kind of thing, right? It's essentially its shape. It's like some kind of sliding thing, and as you slide up and down, if you slide all the way down, you open entirely the pintle. That opening gets completely open, I guess, and so you allow a full flow of propellant outside to be mixed and then burned on the engine. If you want to throttle down, what you have to do is reduce the pressure that is coming from the injector. You essentially lift the pintle so that there's not a lot of propellant coming out. So you reduce the amount of propellant that is burned, and therefore, it's not that straightforward. I'm simplifying things a lot. You can also do a change on the power level of the gas generator. So there's another way of doing throttling, which actually allows you to be able to do deep throttle as well, which is you not only modify the pintle on the injector of the engine, but also you modify how much propellant you put into the gas generator, which in turn drives the pump, and that sort of essentially drives how much power you are putting onto the engine. And so I imagine that something similar you can do that probably with Raptor, where you tweak the power levels on the pre-burners and that drives how much power you're driving on your pumps, and therefore how much flow of propellant into the main combustion chamber you're putting into. But this is getting very technical, right? I'm also sure a lot of people out there are are wondering what is he talking about, a gas generator or a pre-burner or whatever. Only the most nerds will understand this. I guess we should probably have some kind of series of videos or something like that about this. But yeah, essentially moving valves, moving a lot of mechanisms that constrain propellant flows. That's one of the ways that you can throttle engines. You can also throttle engines not just by constraining, not just by the fact that you are constraining some flows by closing valves or slowly closing them, not fully closing them, but only partially closing them. You can also vary the timing of when you close things as well to carefully control the throttle of an engine. It's not easy. It's not easy. That I can tell you. You gotta get the timings right for a lot of these things, because those transients of closing valves, of having them not fully open, you're introducing a lot of changes there. And yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy.
And everything you just mentioned is 1,000 times harder on Raptor since it's full
Exactly.
flow.
Yeah, one of the problems of Raptor, as you are mentioning, by the way, I'm leaking here. We have an upcoming video talking about how Raptor works. But anyways,
Why are you allowed to leak and I'm not? That's
'cause
not fair.
I am the one
When
writing
I
that
try
video,
to
I
leak,
spent,
my
like, 2
Starlink
months
turns
writing it.
itself off.
I've been writing that video for like 2 months, so give me the benefit of this. You have the two pumps, and they are interconnected. What one pumps, there's like a tap off to the other, right? And so, and they are driven by they are essentially driven by two pre-burners that are also connected as well. So at the end of the day, when you change something on one, that changes the other, and vice versa. And so it's very complicated to run, not just to run, but even started like heck, right? Just beginning that startup of the Raptor engine, it's really complicated, and so it's very complex because everything is interconnected. Anyways, go ahead.
Indeed.
Continue.
So yeah, that wasn't an intentional cutoff, but the universe decided that as soon as I wanted to leak something, I wasn't allowed to leak it. So I guess I'm not allowed to leak it. Let's have a look at this. Oh, hang on. I'm going to do a thing. I have a very good question here from Hugh Maid. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, but it's a very related question. Trevor, what improvements are there on Starship V2 that we know of so far? And I think I should also preface this by saying, so far we've only seen the V2 ship, or parts of it. We haven't seen a V2 booster.
Yeah, so ship-wise, right, we're seeing those forward flaps be repositioned. They're going to be moved back a little bit, which will help get them out of the airstream or the plasma stream for some of the bits of reentry, which should make them a bit easier should make the vehicle a bit easier to control on its way down, and it should help get some of those gaps out of the direct plasma stream, which should help make recovering them a bit easier. Of course, all of the heat shield upgrades that we've seen so far will be moving forward to that with some additional improvements. I believe the tanks are slightly larger with a little bit smaller of a payload fairing half. We've seen redesigned vents, vents in different locations. We've seen a different PEZ door, a different door for opening to have satellites deployed. There are so many changes. Alex, am I missing any big ones that immediately come to your mind?
Yeah, at least for the ship version, which is the only piece of the full version 2 vehicle that we've seen so far, you are more or less spot on there, where they reduce a little bit the available volume for the payload bay, but at the same time they increase the tankage, right? They get more propellant so they can fly more stuff. So, excuse me. You can see there in this overlay we have to the right what sort of the size of version 2. As you can see, it's not that big in comparison. It's just 3 meters taller. The key difference, though, as I was saying, is on the ship, you have the tanks are larger, but by the way, the pest dispenser is the same size. So what they do is the pest dispenser just goes into the nose cone section. They take advantage of that. So you still can launch as many satellites as, at least by volume, right? As many satellites, starting satellites that V1 could launch. With the difference, though, that now the tanks are larger, so you can carry more propellant, and therefore you can throw more of these by mass, not just by volume, right? And on the booster side of things, the booster will get just one ring taller. But one of the things that we'll have as an improvement, it will not have engine shielding on the engines because it'll use Raptor 3. The hot staging interface, someone was asking us a little bit earlier, what are they going to be doing on version 2 with the hot staging? Well, it'll have an interface, just like it has now, but the current interface is jettisoned. On version 2, that'll be integrated onto the booster, so will not need to be jettisoned. So in terms of size, it will not look that much bigger, but it'll have a lot more capabilities. A lot of dry mass will go down, more propellant capacity. Essentially, lots of great improvements on capability from the current version.
Yeah, and, Starship itself, if you weren't already aware, is quite big. So, the fact it's getting even bigger is kind of bonkers.
Aren't we also expecting future boosters to have 35 engines as opposed to 33? So
It could be, yes.
yeah, that's like one
Yeah.
that we're not 100% sure on yet. But so not only is Raptor on booster getting substantially more powerful with V3, but also it's gaining even more engines. So V2 is going to be crazy.
And another thing, I guess, because some people were talking about this in chat, is that whenever they fly version 2, they're going to fly first the ship, and then the booster will also get the upgrade to version 2. So the ship, for a few flights, we're going to see version 2 of the ship flying on version 1 of the booster, which will look weird, but let's be honest, it's probably for the better. Because if you take into account this launch mount, right, and this design of the booster, it is made for this version. We believe that the second version of the booster will have different configuration, different plumbing, and so it will make sense to debut the second version of the booster on the second pad, which is being built right now, and will include all of those upgrades. So that will be later down the line. The ship, on the other hand, for example, the quick disconnect port, the umbilical that gets connected to the ship, is the same on version 2. That one, right? It'll just be, in fact, I was going to say that it will be taller. It's actually not, because the booster will stay the same. It's going to be version 1 for those sort of Franken ships or whatever, right? Franken starships. So the booster will keep being version 1, and the height of the ship, it'll be taller, but the QD arm, the QD port there, that quick disconnect, will still be in the same location. So the arm will not even need any modifications or anything. The tower will not need any modifications, or so we think. Whereas when the booster actually changes to version 2, there'll probably be a lot of changes.
And just keep in mind, this isn't unprecedented to fly new versions of ship, new versions of second stage before new version of booster. This happened for almost every Falcon 9, at least V1.2 block upgrade. They would fly the second stage before flying the first stage.
And I was bringing up this view because I tried to do a nice link about Starship being bigger earlier, but then Alex decided to do an Alex answer. So Did you know Starship's very big? Let's take a look at how big Starship is.
I
Wow,
knew
it's
you were
very
gonna do
big.
this.
I didn't know Starship
So-
was big. Instead of having a London bus, can we put the Robo Van on there?
This overlay was made well before Tesla announced the RoboVan.
Also, can we have Leica with Jack?
I would need to request the height measurement of Leica from Jack
Flight 6.
in order to put Leica on there. Flight 6,
Probably Flight
stay
6,
tuned.
yeah.
This is one reason to come back to NSF stream, because we're
We
going to
can
tell you
put Leica.
exactly how tall Leica the dog is.
We can put her like right on top of the OLM, being a good girl.
That dog is huge. I love that dog. I cannot wait to see that dog again.
But this puts in perspective how big that, just the launch mount itself, like it's 18 meters tall. It is about the size of a small rocket, essentially, right? And actually the, fun fact, the idea of having this overlay, of having this comparison, was because we were looking at sort of the shots of people being around the launch mount, and I personally looked at those stairs that go up to the launch mount, and I realized that's the only way for them to go up to the launch mount, because there's no elevator. Unless they take a lift, like the one that is right there right now. I don't know what it's doing, but it seems like it's looking at things around the launch mount. So that's the only way, unless they take the stairs. So it's a long way up, right? It's like 5 flights of stairs, which, by the way, we are on the 5th flight. See what I did there?
Yep.
And so
Yes,
it's quite a trip going up to the launch mount. And I said, wait, it's because it's like 18 meters tall. It's big. It's just the launch mount. And that launch mount alone, it's like a small rocket in size. So, yeah.
I mean, it's literally the size of the Falcon 1. So, slightly smaller, but yeah. Was that your kind of roundabout way of saying that you wouldn't like to work on the OLM, Alex?
No. I mean, I'm already afraid of heights, but let alone having to go up and down 5 flights of stairs just to get up there. No, please. Build an elevator, SpaceX, and then I get there.
Well, they have one in the tower, so you can work in the tower.
But they also have stairs. They have like a big chunk of stairs on the side of the tower. So yeah.
We're going to go through a little bit of support here, because the queue, it's been accumulating. Sebastian has become a red team member. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Flippers79, Flip Diaz, one of those names you always see in the Raptor sides and such, as gifted 5 red team memberships. Thank you very much. Chris K, if this is our Chris K, this is a member of our team doing a $10 super chat. Thanks, Chris. To the question of improvements on Starship V2, will we see ship testing again, like SN8 to SN15? Trevor, what are your thoughts? Or will they just stick with the, not orbital test flights, but, with the booster
Basically
test
orbital.
flights?
Yeah.
Basic, orbital enough.
Yeah. You have no idea how badly I would like to say, yes, we will see this. I really want more suborbital flights. I want to see one. They looked phenomenal. But sadly, I do not think. I'm very confident they will not do any more of those. At this point, it'll just be full-on, full-stack testing.
And we have a couple store messages here. One from Donald, who has purchased the Flight 5 patch, saying, a long-time follower, first-time commenting, appreciate all you guys do. Looking forward to rounding out our patch collection with number 5. Well, it's a good thing you've managed to get all the patches. We have an anonymous message here. However, the message says that Dr. Holly will be ready for Christmas, so I have a feeling that this is friend of the channel, Dr. Holly, who has just ordered her EVA Dragon knitted holiday jumper. So hopefully you get it soon. Although I'm not sure it really gets that cold in Texas, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And Rick with a 1999 super chat. Thank you very much for the support. Saying, you're all nerds. Oh wait, so am I. Yes, we are. Alrighty. So we have an interesting question here from Alvin asking, can we expect a ship catch within 2 to 3 years? And I'd like to throw this around to everybody. I'll start this off with my opinion, and maybe I'm just misinformed, but my opinion is that ship catching it doesn't really feel like the thing to me, because in 2 to 3 years' time, the destination SpaceX needs to be focusing landing a ship on is the moon, and the moon is famous for not having any launch infrastructure on it, so they're going to need some landing legs. But Trevor, first I'll start with you. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely think. I think if they won't have caught a ship in 2 to 3 years, SpaceX will consider that an enormous failure on their part. I suspect it'll probably be before that. As to what Ryan was saying, as to they need to land on the moon, that's what they should be focusing on. Yeah, but also that is a different version of Starship. I don't know. They can do a lot of this stuff simultaneously, and it's very exciting.
Alex, what are your thoughts?
I think if they don't even try within a year, that would be quite bad, right? I'm of the opinion that they probably, they, how to say this in a very concise manner. They are trying to get Starship fully reusable, and in the really, really short term, it probably does not matter that they don't recover Starship, right? The upper stage. Right now, sort of the idea is to recover first the booster, and then handle that first, then get the ship back. But within a year, I would expect them to at least start, like, maybe even already had a try at that. When I mentioned before in the very short term, like I'm thinking less than 3 months, right? Like flight 6 or 7 or something like that. But say flight 10 or 9 or something like that. Then yeah, I can see them trying a ship catch that could be within a year from now. If that were not to be the case, that will probably not be good for the whole program, because they are planning a bunch of flights, right? Remember what Elon said, 1,000 flights per year in 2028.
They're also landing humans on Mars in 2028.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought they were launching humans to Mars this year.
Look, just to clarify here, the ambition is good. I just cannot take those timelines seriously. I do believe they're gonna do it at one point. I just cannot take it seriously. I'm sorry. But hey, good for them. They're trying at the very least, right? So
Okay.
that's important.
This also kind of ties into another thing that's been playing on my mind. Personally, I have high confidence in this catch. SpaceX has never caught a booster out of midair before, right? But they have over 300 successful, precise landings of an orbital class rocket booster under their belt. Nobody else has ever done that before, and SpaceX has over 300 of that. SpaceX has
352.
extensive... Say again?
352, if we're being more exact.
Yeah, and SpaceX has extensive booster landing experience. They have extensive experience of a vehicle that flies up to 100 odd kilometers, turns around, and comes back. My concern is SpaceX doesn't have any experience of a vehicle of Starship scale targeting an area as small as the chopsticks from orbit. Yes, they've splashed down Dragon, and they have to target a splashdown zone. But the splashdown zone is a much larger zone than the chopsticks. I don't know. Maybe I'm just misinformed, and SpaceX has actually got sub-centimeter Dragon splashdown capabilities like they did with the Super Heavy. I don't know. I don't know. I personally, my gut feeling is they're going to have more trouble trying to catch the ship because it's going through re-entry and then doing the belly flop and then having to flip and then having to be caught in midair. I don't
You're
know.
right.
Maybe that's just me.
You're right in part. The problem with Dragon is that it comes under parachutes. So when it pops the parachutes, then the wind, will drift it somewhat to one direction or another. You also don't have any aerodynamic capability. It has some lift, and it sort of, it uses its thrusters to carefully guide itself. And I believe it's good to within 1 kilometer, which, to be fair, for 1 kilometer, if it's in the middle of course, it's in the middle of the ocean, even coming back for a landing, it will still be within the vicinity of the launch site. Like, it will not hit any populated area, right? If it were to come here to Starbase, that Dragon. The problem is it comes under parachutes. So it pops up the parachutes, and then that can make, the wind can make it drifted and things like that. Starship, the ship, it uses its flaps not only to guide itself to the right location, but also, as we saw on the SN hops, as it does this skydiving maneuver, it can tilt, forwards or backwards, essentially pitching down or up a little bit to control the cross range, so to speak. And also, it can also bank to the left, bank to the right a little bit, and control a little bit its trajectory. So it has some maneuvering, obviously, by then. But I think, if they can get to a 1 kilometer precision to the point where the ship is just coming down, that skydiving maneuver, and then as it is in that skydiving maneuver, using its flaps and trying to do a bit of cross range, they can get to the landing site. I think that will be doable. But that's my opinion, of course. We'll see when they actually demonstrate that.
I understand what you're saying, but my button didn't work. I thought that was meant to be really cool. Hang on.
What are you trying to show now?
There you go. I've drawn it on a map. That was meant to be, the timing of that was going to be so perfect, but then my button stopped working. Anyway, here you go. 1 kilometer away from the pad, the ship's going to be landing on Highway 4.
No, but I meant, after going through the plasma phase, which is, by all means is very similar to a capsule. It still uses the flaps, but if you saw the reentry of Ship 29, the flaps are mostly tucked in. And actually, I believe Elon talked about this with Tim. The flaps are mostly used on the skydiving maneuver. Like, that's when they are actually deployed completely, and that's when they do all of these, flappy, things that we saw on the SN hops, on those 10-kilometer hops. If they can get to the point where, after the plasma reentry, when they are still sort of like, going from horizontal to a vertical descent, they are that far away. You are 30 kilometers up. There's like 2 minutes until the landing burn happens, or 3 or 4 minutes. So they're going to have plenty of time with those flaps to be able to guide itself to the landing site. And I think, 1 kilometer is more than enough cross range. I believe that's actually very similar to what they did with the hops. Not maybe half of that distance with the 10-kilometer hops.
Okay. Again, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, someone was saying in chat that, of course, once the flip happens, it'll be very, very, it'll be quite more complicated to be able to, get into the arms. I'm gonna say I'm really looking forward, though, to the point where we actually see this in action, of the ship actually coming down for a landing on the launch site. Many flights down the line, but it will happen.
I also just want to point out this shot again, how awesome I think it is. We have Starhopper, looking at, let's pretend it's looking at the 5th flight of Starship. I mean, if this, I do find the comics from the Daily Hopper quite humorous and enjoyable, so I would hope that potentially something comes of this. I enjoy it when the vehicles are given personalities, because Hopper's watching Starship fly, and fingers
Look at
crossed
that.
there's no concrete to batter it this time.
There's a lot fewer cars now parked in front of the launch
Yeah.
site, which is good news.
That police car is still there, but I can only count 4 on parked up. Maybe that light is blinding somehow. Maybe there is some more.
There are more, yeah.
Oh yeah, there is some more. But I said there's probably only about 10 odd cars there, and
Ooh,
well, someone's just
that
turned the
might-
ignition on.
Yeah, that might be leaving as well. See, it's going.
Yes,
Bye.
they are.
My car.
Bye bye.
Yeah, road closure window opens in about 90 minutes from now, so it's good that they are leaving.
Mm-hmm. Take a look at some more support. And we have a name, a very common name in chat. Bideford. Hello, Bideford. Welcome to the stream. We're starting things off with a $25 super chat. Thank you very much. Is there well, I can't confirm anything. Bideford. I'm not leaking anything. But you should watch the launch stream. Anonymous says that the catch will be a success. I didn't say anything. I just said watch the launch stream, because I think the launch stream is going to be good, and I'm definitely going to be on it. Thank you very much for getting the patch. And we got another one here. Got to catch them all. Because it's like you've got to get all the patches, but they're going to catch the booster.
Okay, Ash.
Sawyer is probably very disappointed he's not on right now.
There's one thing that I've
Shane-
just noticed. Hang on, before
Go on,
you
Alex.
you keep going. Is it me, or are the lights on Tower 2 gone?
They
Except for the
are.
red light.
They've turned the internal
yeah.
lights off. Maybe there were people inside Tower 2, but they've left.
Maybe now they're gonna be turning them on, just like at Mega Big 2 when we're talking about those lights. Oh, you know what? You could probably put a label there saying no lights.
Alex, if you keep talking for approximately 3 minutes, I might be able to do that.
3 minutes is a long time, man. Not gonna do that.
You can easily do it.
I could, but I won't.
But you are.
Are you seriously trying to get that label on this?
Well, you
Yes,
just asked
he
for
is.
it.
He is.
You just
He's
asked
trying
for
to
it.
get that. See, this is what happens when you are on the Stakeout stream.
You asked for it.
There you go. No light. Well, you should say
There you
no
go.
lights. Plural.
Oh, dearie me. We are in the depths of the Stakeout stream. Alex, there you go.
Yay, there you go. I'm just having fun.
I'm gonna continue down the support queue. I mean, we are 8 hours 23 minutes away from launch. It's the middle of the night. We are well and truly in the depths of the Starship Stakeout here, but we're very grateful for everybody tuning in and watching and just hanging out with us. This is, every Tuesday, Thursday, we do Raptor-Sides on Starbase Live, which is, we just get a group of people in on Starbase Live and we just turn the microphones on and have a chat. And we thought for this flight, we would essentially try something similar, because the last 4 flights we've done like a 12-hour dedicated live stream. This time around we thought, you know what, we'll just do good old nostalgic Starbase Stakeout for a few hours before we spool up the proper launch stream. And it seems like people are enjoying it, because TechnoGeek says, I love how it feels like this is a hyped up Texas tank watching session with excitement guaranteed. And yeah, we agree. That was our kind of plan. So it's good that the community is feeling that as well. A nice, high energy in the middle of the night tank watching session. Although at the moment we're more watching cars arrive at the launch site. I'm not sure about that.
Maybe changing the red teams or something. Doing final sweeps and whatnot.
There's still some of that kind of dust blowing
Could
over.
also be people just trying to get some percussive maintenance. What's the expression?
Percussive? I don't know.
Percussive. I don't know how to pronounce that, but yeah, percussive maintenance on the tank farm. We've seen that before.
They're going all the way down to are they going to the beach? Look at those little lights. I'm not doing a bloody label for this, Alex. Look at those lights.
Yeah, or maybe they're going to the beach. Yeah.
How am I
It's
supposed to
four
know what
cars.
They
lights
got
are
behind the
without
dunes
the
now.
label?
It's 4 cars, so there are 4 lights. Anyways.
Are they? I love. We're now staring at these little lights. Have they turned out? Oh no, they're going to the beach. I just saw. If you look right next to it, it says SpaceX on the ticker. They're going to the beach.
Maybe they are going just to take a look, make sure that nobody is there. Again, the road closure window opens in 1 hour and 20 minutes from now. So doesn't mean that they're gonna close the road straight away, but it's good to make sure well ahead of time.
There's certainly a little bit of activity spooling up at the tank farm. We can see condensation over those tanks there.
Yep.
What tanks are they, Alex?
You wanted me to... Okay. Well, the tanks are... The ones that are actually there venting, I believe those are nitrogen tanks. And they are right next to...
You got it right! Well done! Round of
Those are the liquid
applause.
nitrogen. It's almost like I told you what to point out on these overlays, right?
These allegations, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, right. Those liquid nitrogen tanks, that's part of the tank farm. If you want to show the whole overlay, go ahead. Like there's the methane tanks, the nitrogen tanks.
Alex, look at this.
There you go. Liquid methane, liquid nitrogen, and liquid oxygen. You see, they were very smart to put the liquid nitrogen in between the methane and oxygen. Because it serves,
Because it's inert?
Yeah, it's inert, and also, like, as far away, you put the liquid oxygen as far away from the methane as you can.
Yeah.
This is a bit smarter than hypothetically putting 2 massive tanks of methane next to a few massive tanks of liquid oxygen.
Yeah, right? Like those. When they did the vertical tanks.
Yeah, that's a good point. And thanks to our new super zoom camera at our north site, enhance, we can get this awesome new view. Yeah.
Look at that. You can see the venting.
Yeah, I said many hours ago at the top of the stream, but we have had such... I'm trying to figure out how to describe this. The team in the field has had to expedite 6 weeks of work into essentially 6 days of work. And we've got a new cameras installed. We've got an electrical hardware upgrade from Dan. We've had, we have... The team in the field has been so dedicated to this. And they have... like all of you guys, we were expecting this launch to be in November because that's what the FAA was telling Adrian. But they've sped it up, which means we've had to speed it up too. So, chat, just, a big thanks to everybody in the field because they have had to do so much work in so little time, with so little notice, with so many other commitments around this time because, we didn't think it would be launching right now. So, yeah, everyone in chat, I want you all to be thanking the people in the field because they've all done an incredible job of getting this stuff ready. Like this brand new super zoom camera installed the other day that we tried to showcase on Countdown to Launch, and Jay couldn't find DAS. But there you go. Look at this cool venting.
Yeah, and while they're venting, that's gaseous nitrogen. So nobody will claim that to be anything bad. I mean, it could be dangerous, right? If there are really high concentrations of nitrogen, it can, displace, it's the correct term for that. It can displace oxygen from the air. But it's nitrogen. Nitrogen is like 78% of the air you breathe. So that's mostly air, what it's being vented.
There you go. And unenhanced, because there's a car. 2 cars. They're now leaving the beach and going back the other way.
We need Adrian here to count the cars.
I think Adrian, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Adrian might be doing. I believe Adrian said he wanted to get a nap. I'm not sure if nap has taken place. He might be able to confirm in the back channel or not. I don't know.
No idea where he is right now. So,
Alex, I'm going to give you this question. I have a suspicion this could be a longer answer. I'm not sure. But Ree is asking, if this is a complete success, do you think they'll go for a payload on Flight 6?
I am of the thinking that payloads will not fly on the version 1 of the ship, and that we will see it on the version 2. When? Probably not far from now. Hey, and actually, you know what? I can actually talk about this a little bit in length, because that was gonna be the end of my answer. But there's a piece of news that came out today or yesterday, depending on on what day of the week you are now. For me, it's already Sunday, so it was yesterday. But so this Saturday, or Friday, Saturday, I don't even remember now when it actually happened. But there was a piece. There was a filing that SpaceX did to the Federal Communications Commission to change the Starlink constellation, the second generation of the constellation. A lot of people get confused about that because the constellation has 2 different generations, but then also the satellites have different versions, right? So, first generation constellation, it had 5 shells, and they launched 5 shells on 4 different groups of launches, and they launched 2 types of satellites, the V1 and the V1.5 Starlink. For the second generation constellation, they have launched the V1.5 initially, then the V2 Mini, and they've also used those shells to launch their direct-to-cell satellites. What they have asked now the FCC, and be careful here, FCC, not FAA. I know there's a lot of acronyms out there, right? So I want to get this clear. Federal Communications Commission, they have asked for upgraded satellites that will deliver up to 1 gigabit per second of data, which is a lot more than the current satellites. They will have like higher power levels, improved hardware and everything. And this documentation, they call this satellite version 3. Furthermore, what the documentation kind of suggests is that these satellites are going to fly on Starship and maybe even Falcon 9. The difference is, I guess, that on Falcon 9 it'll be some hypothetical Starlink V3 Mini kind of thing, right? Sort of like mini version of the version 3. And one of the things that it says is that SpaceX has requested to launch into a 32-degree inclination orbit out of a Starbase. So that is also part of the documentation. I have an article coming out, I don't know when, that is sort of detailing the 3rd quarter of 2024, and this whole explanation is part of that.
Tomorrow, probably.
Tomorrow, yeah. Thanks, news director. And so what it suggests is that SpaceX is already planning Starship launches where they launch Starlink satellites, Starlink V3 satellites. So I'm really looking forward. I think we're probably going to see that perhaps within the first few flights of Block 2 / version 2, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I do think we're going to see that potentially. Not on Flight 6. I do not believe we're going to see that on the first version of the ship. But most definitely in the initial flights of version 2, that could be a possibility.
The man who said he couldn't talk for 3 minutes has just done so.
But now I had something to talk about. Like, we got a very interesting question about, payloads on Starship. That is a really great, like, J, or I'm sorry for butchering that name. That was a really good question because it, again, breaking news this morning of this.
Yep. Logan Drums has an interesting proposition. They should use Starhopper, or Hoppy as they're affectionately known, and make it hop to track Starship. Now, I would be all up for that. However, Starhopper is quite close to Danger Trailer, and I'm not too sure Danger Trailer would survive a Starhopper launch right now. But it's an interesting idea. We will, at least, fingers crossed, Alex, I think we will get a track from the WB-57 NASA's reconnaissance super zoom aircraft. I think that's scheduled to come out, right? I mean, the weather's looking good, and all the other times the weather's been good, they've come out. So
Hopefully, yeah. We'll see.
We'll be keeping track of that on the launch stream, so nudge nudge, wink wink, tune in. Nice bit of promo. Just slide that in subtly.
I'm just
Not
gonna
sure if anyone
say,
noticed.
you will not be able to take down the allegations of being Mr. Map. Anyways, continue.
At what point does it change from being a map to being a diagram?
I don't know.
And with that riveting conversation, let's swiftly move on to the support queue, because over the last 20 odd minutes we've been getting a lot of support. Thanks to Shade for becoming a PadRap member. Tom with a store message. What do you got, Tom? Oh, you got the patch. And we have Douglas getting the patch on a mug. There it is. And we have an anonymous getting the patch saying Go Starship. A £10 super chat from Dark Waters. Greetings from England, currently 4:40 a.m. I know, it's 4:50 now. Hoping for successful catch today in approximately 8 hours and 20 odd minutes time. Christopher has got a couple items off the store. They've got in the Flight 5 patch on a shirt and the Flight 5 patch. Jessica has been on the store. Oh my, did I almost forget to order my patch? You did, and now you haven't. That's a reminder to everybody. I might sound like a broken record, but I genuinely do not want anyone to miss out on the patch. Unlike our other store items, we can only order a specific number of patches to put on the shop. When that number reaches 0, we will never bring the patch back. So if you want the Flight 5 patch, buy it now before we run out. But we will be putting the warnings on the shop like we did the last time. So like when it gets under 50%, you know what warnings we're talking about. So we will let you know. We'll also say it on streams when the numbers are getting low. We don't want anyone to miss out. It's not a sales tactic. It's genuinely how the patch sales work. When the number reaches 0, they're never coming back. We also have Robin, who has got the patch on the mug. Laura, who has got the Thrust Collection RS25 shirt. I've got one of them. And the Raptor one. That's the same two I've got. I love them. They're very comfy. Like, genuinely, the Thrust Collection shirts are like the softest t-shirts I own. They're so soft. I love them. And we have a store message from John saying, Jack, let me know the next time you're in Lompoc. Looking forward to Slick 6 coming online next year. Well, Jack's not on right now, but if he's listening in, then hopefully he heard that. We'll pass the note.
Yes, I want Jack back to Lompoc too. I want to watch a launch with him from there. So please, Jack, get back to California.
Sorry, Trevor. I just want to clarify this. You said watch a launch from Vandenberg.
You might be.
Have you ever seen a Vandenberg launch? Well, no, you haven't, because it's always foggy.
Yes, I have. I've never seen a Cape launch. I have seen a Vandenberg launch.
Ironically, yes.
How that is physically possible baffles me to this day.
You also didn't see the Starship launch when you went for Flight 4. You heard it, right?
So, really what I'm hearing right now is West Coast, Best Coast.
Third coast, best coast. There you go. I'm just annoyed a bunch of people.
Why don't we just say the British East Anglian coast is the best coast, and then every other coast is below that? We agree? Cool, let's move on. And just to wrap this out, we have an anonymous person getting the Flight 5 patch. Just says hi. Hello. We've got some interesting questions here. And one of those is this question here from Mark asking, how close to the position of the old Danger van is Danger Trailer? Well, danger trailer is in a little bit of a different location. It's at the same lot, so it's at the danger lot, which is a parking lot we call danger lot because on Flight 1 you saw all the footage. There was concrete flying everywhere, but SpaceX has now placed Starhopper in there, so the location is slightly different. Like if you compare this stream to our Flight 4 stream, you'll see the location of trailer is slightly different, but it means we get a wonderful foreground object, which is Hopper. So I have to say, I am quite the fan of this shot. And speaking of Hoppy, Katya asking, how tall is Hoppy? Alex, I'll throw this to you.
I believe it is about 20 meters tall. I don't remember now. I think it is about 20 meters. Like if you were to put it next to the... See? That's what you need to do on the next overlay for Flight 6. Put Starhopper next to the launch mount. I believe it is 20 meters tall. Might be 25 or something. It's been a long time. Let's be honest. It was like 2019 when it hopped. I knew that back then. It's been a while.
Oh, wait. Anyways, I was going to try. Never mind. Moving on. Moving swiftly on.
Don't try to mess with the overlays.
No, never mind. Ignore I ever said anything. Dhruv, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, is asking, when will Pad West go online? I don't really like the Pad West name. I'm just going to say Pad B. Trevor, when do you expect the new Starbase launch pad to go online?
Not for a while. Not for a long while, in fact, right? We've really only have the towers so far, and they've just now kind of started digging stuff for the flame trench and starting to, right, we've seen parts for the new OLM we've seen parts arrive for that at Starbase, but my guess is they're probably not going to have an operational pad for probably about a year, would be my guess. There's a lot of work for them to do, and a lot of that's not really work that can be sped up all that much. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a year until we have a launch from Pad B.
Alex, do your opinions concur or differ with the sentiments just displayed by Trevor?
Middle 2025, maybe late 2025.
So a year.
Yeah, about a year from now. Yeah.
I'm seeing some more cars leave.
Yeah, it's getting emptied out. That's what we want.
And we are, excuse me, we are just over 3.5 minutes away from another hour milestone where that 8 will tick down to a 7 and will be a little bit more time closer to the launch.
Yeah, we are about an hour away from the start of the road closure window, which is good because that means, things will start to get even into more motion, I guess.
And speaking of the road closures, Alex, would you want to give the wonderful ladies and gentlemen watching the stream right now a demonstration of the different road closure points by any chance?
Yeah, so there's one at the LBJ intersection. That's the one, the standard closure point. We're going to see that. We're also we actually will not see it, but we know it's there. The alternate closure point at St. Martin Boulevard. Then the full stack closure point, that is the one at Richardson Avenue. And then going down, or rather up Highway 4 all the way to Brownsville at Oklahoma Avenue, you have the soft roadblock. So the difference is past the soft roadblock, you have to either have property past that, right, or be a SpaceX or be law enforcement. Beyond the one at Richardson Avenue, you have to be SpaceX or law enforcement, and then even the one closer to the launch pad, nobody will be there. There will be people at first. They're going to be clearing the pad. They're going to be clearing the beach. But once the tank farm comes alive and they start to get ready for propellant load, that road closure there, that first X, will not be there. They're going to be abandoning that so that, because it's too close for comfort, so to speak. There are still people probably in the alternate road closure point, and even within the mega base and everything, Very small amount of people though. Just essential personnel from SpaceX will be there.
And speaking of the different sites beyond the soft roadblock, why don't we also take a cheeky look at the different sites NSF has in the area, starting things off with our river site.
That's the one that will be able to see the road closure at Richardson Avenue.
Yep. You can kind of see the little container there. And then moving down Highway 4, beyond the production site, we have NSF's highway site, which is there. Look at that. And then to the north of the launch pad, we have imaginatively named this site the North site. There it is. And then, guess this, ladies and gents, to the south of the launch pad, guess what we've named this site? Guess it. You'll never guess it. No, Trevor, it's the south side. There it is.
Septentrional site.
And there you go. There, we get that question a lot. Like, do you own the land the cameras are on? Where's NSF sites? One, we do. And two, well, there they are. Yep. And with that, we're coming up to that T-8 hour point. So I think it's only fair that I hand the baton over, shall I say, to Mr. Trevor Sesnick. So I'm going to thank you all very much for allowing me to talk in your ears for the last 5 odd hours. I mean, you didn't really allow me, I just did anyway, but you decided to tune in and you decided to listen, so thank you very much, everybody watching. And with that, Trevor, I will hand things over to you.
Yeah, well, to start, I want to thank Mr. Alex for being on. Because I think, Alex, you were being replaced by Ryan.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back later for the launch live stream, but for now, I'm gonna, take a little bit of a break and see if I can get some sleep and rest. And see you all later on the launch live stream. Really excited to, hopefully we get to that point. Many hours ahead. I leave you in the best hands. Ryan is he knows all the tank farm stuff because that's now is when things are gonna start happening in that sense. So I'll leave you with Ryan. See you guys later.
Thank you very much, Alex. And Ryan, welcome to the stream. Ryan W. 2 Ryans now on stream. How's it going, Ryan?
There's a stream going on. Wait, is something happening, Trevor? I don't.
Yeah, there's this New Shepard is launching tomorrow.
Yeah.
So this is the Stakeout for New Shepard stream.
Crew 8's returning. We got Europa Clipper coming up soon. Yeah, nothing else happening though. I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty quiet week in rocketry. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, hi everyone. How's it going?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting that we're under 8 hours out, as Ryan Caton was saying. We went from an 8 in front to a 7 in front, and now we'll continue counting down. We'll be here with you all night. So first, I just want to start off by thanking a bunch of people. The amount of support we've had tonight has been just tremendous. I mean, there's really no other way of saying it. So to everyone who's able to support financially, we want to thank you a ton. But even just being here, we want to say thank you very much for choosing to listen to us for 12 hours. And just for those who have liked the stream and whatnot. So thank you, everyone. Starting with Ramen, becoming a Red Team member. Thank you very much, Ramen. And thank you for making me hungry. I was already starving. And then Thomas with the storm message saying, so excited for launch. Thank you for the amazing coverage. Now, thank you, Thomas. We're all excited for it. Shane saying, for a lunar starship, do you think legs will be stowed internally, externally, or something in between? Let's go Flight 5. Ryan, what are your thoughts on how HLS will deal with legs?
Well, luckily, HLS doesn't need a heat shield because there really isn't an atmosphere on the moon, so they don't need that. My guess is they'll do some kind of external legs because they can basically have the ability to use more mass than they need to if they wanted to. So I would guess there'd be like external deployable legs, kind of like Falcon 9, I think is the way they'll go. If you go like to Mars, Mars is going to be the big question point of how they do legs, considering they need a heat shield to get to Mars. So, but I think they'll be external for HLS.
Oops, I was muted. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see, some pretty big external legs, like probably not quite as big as we saw for right, the Tintin, but definitely right, when landing on that lunar regolith for something this big, we want some enormous legs, I would say.
Yeah, it's something with like a self-leveling feature, stuff like that, And I mean, they can, especially when you get to the Block 2 version of ship and later versions, you're going to have a decent amount of mass leeway. So you can afford to use it up on better landing legs and a self-leveling feature. So my guess is that's the direction they'll go, because it's a little bit flatter surface on Mars from what I know. So it'd be a little bit easy. They won't need the kind of legs that you might need on the moon. So yeah.
Right. Yeah, well, good question, Shane, and I hope you enjoy whatever you got from the shop. I forgot to look, so shame on me. Cynthia with another storm message saying, if Ketch is minded and falls over, will it destroy the tank farms and the surrounding area? So yeah, Ryan, what do you think is SpaceX's like abort criteria for booster? How do they make sure that if something goes wrong, they damage as little SpaceX property as possible?
Well, I mean, if they were to like fail on the catch, like say it only hangs on one arm, then it falls over and hits the OLM, something like that. The explosion, it'll damage the OLM, obviously. But luckily, there isn't a lot of fuel left in the booster if it were to do that. The worst case scenario would be if they somehow aimed it and it went off course and went at the tank farm. That I doubt that would happen. SpaceX's software SpaceX's software is too good for that. I think it'll abort long before it gets to that point. One way or the other, I think it'll hit somewhere out in the dunes. If you had watched Ryan Hansen's space video, which is a really, really good explanation of the systems of the tower and its chopsticks itself, and how he thinks the cache is going to work. Like, do you think SpaceX is going to target the dunes and the wetlands basically, and then they'll kind of shift over a little bit? I don't think they'll miss so much they'll destroy the tank farm. I think if there's any damage, it'll be some superficial stuff to a lot of the prop lines and things like that. But I think the overall structure will be fine if it were to tip over and explode or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be too much different from, the explosions we saw with SN8, SN9, SN10, didn't see with SN11, and so on, where, sure, it was an impressive looking explosion, but it really didn't damage any infrastructure around. It wasn't that much energy.
No, in fact, I think the one thing that did the most damage was when SN8 tried to do a flip. I think it was 8. I'm trying to remember which one it was, and there was a tent over by where the legs were. I think it was 8. And basically the landing burn flipped and the engine exhaust literally caught the tent on fire. I think that's the most any of it did, even though SN9 didn't even do the flip and burn. It like half did it and boom. So yeah, I think that's the most damage they ever did on one of those suborbital, not counting SN4. Not counting SN4, obviously.
But even SN4 didn't do that much damage in the grand scheme of things.
SN4 was a blessing.
Yeah, they destroyed a launch mount that was terrible.
Yeah. They didn't destroy their tank farm, and they just destroyed a pad that really wasn't well suited. I think it was a blessing to the program. It kind of made them look at things and approach it with a little bit better, a better mind, a better eye. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, speaking of looking at things with another eye, we have someone else coming on stream. EJ, how's it going, man?
Hey, Trevor. How you doing, buddy?
We're under 8 hours away from Starship launching and being caught. I cannot complain.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Wait, what did you mean? Hey, what did you mean by that? Looking at it with a different eye. What are you trying to say?
I was just trying to do a somewhat smooth transition.
Nah, you did good, man. You did good. You're good. What's up, chat? How you do? How's everybody doing tonight? Are we ready? I mean, Trev, I know you're hyped. I can tell you're hyped. We got a little more hype Trevor in here, and Ryan, you know, doing good stuff. What's going on? How we doing?
I mean, it's going. We're T-minus 7 hours and 50 minutes from probably one of the most ridiculous things anyone's ever seen.
Dude, I had trouble sleeping. I was trying to sleep. That's where I've been. I was trying to sleep. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. I don't know about you guys.
Do you guys remember back in like, well, probably what it was, 2019, 2020, somewhere in there, when we all got the notification on our watches, on our phones from X, where Elon was like going to try removing landing legs from booster, going to try to catch it with arms. And we were all like, what the on earth does this man mean? And then here we are, about to see that happen in person. We know how it's going to work mostly. It seems smart. It's crazy how much it's changed in the last few years.
Trev, I don't know if you remember, but I remember, I don't know if it was like on a SpaceX subreddit or something, but I remember somebody proposing like catching Falcon 9s by the grid fins with like a snag wire, like an arrestor wire that's hooked between like the lightning arrestors. That was like in 2018 or 2019, and everyone's like, no, they'll never do that. They'll never do that. Well, I'm wondering where that person is right now, because yeah, what we're about to see is not that far off.
No, it really isn't. So,
like,
go ahead, Ryan.
I was gonna say, like, back when Elon and them and SpaceX had originally talked about catching the booster and ship, like, Falcon 9 was not in the cadence that it was at. It was not in the landing run that it had at the time. Obviously, we know now. I mean, the landing streak had ended, but it has already ended, and they started a new one after their anomaly. But like back then, Falcon 9, I'm trying to remember, because even if it was like, say, 2021, like mid 2021, like how many launches was Falcon at that point? And they weren't even at the cadence. You probably have it saved somewhere.
Yeah, because in 2021 they'd launched 31 plus. I could add this up for you if you give me a sec. Keep talking.
Okay.
I'll let you,
yeah, because like I think a lot of us were like, well, they're still learning how to land Falcon 9. I mean, they've done it a bunch, but who knows if they really know if they can pull it off? And we're like, yeah, they could. And, you know, the more they've done Falcon 9, the more it's like, you know, they're kind of... Okay, yeah, Alex is actually saying they announced it in December of 2020. I was trying to remember when the tweet actually came out about it. But it was kind of a question mark as to the capabilities of everything. Because it had only been 4 years removed that SpaceX had landed a Falcon 9 on its own. So...
Yeah, so if it's December of 2020, then they had about 112 launches at that point, with Falcon 1, Falcon 9, and Falcon Heavy.
Wow, they already had that many back then? Man.
I mean, that's also, but keep in mind, that's like fewer than they're going to launch this year.
That's true. I didn't even think of that until you just said it.
I mean, Trev, I know you're a scale guy. You like the logistics and stuff behind this. The logistics behind what's going on with Starship is, I'm not just trying to sit here and be like, but it's truly impressive. Like what they've been able to crank out in the past half decade. It's truly impressive. It's impossible to not be hyped about it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. So I want your guys' opinion. I'll start with you, EJ. What do you just gut feeling? Do you think catch or no catch?
See, I'm feeling good about it. You know, I don't know about you guys. You know, I'm feeling I'm feeling good. This feels right. It does feel like, I'll admit, pulling October 13th out of your tail, like, oh yeah, we're gonna, wasn't that November? Now it's October 13th. Feels a little, but like, Ryan, you like to talk about, everything, all the accoutrement that you need to make this whole circus go, right? Like, right? Dude, I don't think they would attempt to catch if they weren't ready, And you know what sold it for me, guys, is Bill Gerstenmaier, VP of Flight Reliability at SpaceX. That sub-centimeter, it's centimeter. I got it right this time, okay? I don't know what a kilometer is, guys. Jeez. No, I do. Gerst saying sub-centimeter precision really sold me on it. He wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that, from a marketing perspective to the press on record if they weren't confident. And you know what? If SpaceX is confident, if Gerst is confident, I'm confident. Let's do this. Let's nail it. I think they will.
Yeah, that comment from Bill was truly incredible.
I couldn't believe it, dude. I'm like, wait, what?
What? Yeah. I first read it as half a meter, and I was like, wow, that's impressive. And then I was like, half a centimeter? 5 millimeters? What?
Yep, dude. No, I had to wrap my inches and feet brain around what that actually means,
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Ryan, what about you? What is your gut feeling?
The whole thing with, even if he meant half a meter and not half a centimeter, that's still nuts. Like, that's still like nothing. That's what, like 1.5 feet? Well, 1.6, 1.7 feet.
Yeah.
Like, that's not much at all. I mean, it's kind of nuts. And it's just, I think they'll do it. They, as EJ was saying, they wouldn't try for this if they didn't think they had a decent shot of pulling it off. It's kind of like wanting to fly with that first stack. If they didn't think that they could even clear the pad, I don't think they would have gone with that launch.
Right.
Because you didn't want to. If you thought they might, lose the whole stack on the pad, they wouldn't have tried that. I know that they had talked about the possibilities of what might happen there, but SpaceX wouldn't have taken that risk. As much as they want to take risks and whatnot, there's certain risks you don't take, and that would be all of a sudden setting your program back that far. So it's one of those things of, because if they don't do this, then they do set their program back. But I think they'll do it. I think in about 8 hours' time, we're going to be seeing in daylight Booster 12 hanging from those sticks at the top of the tower. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm going to have the words to parse that whole event,
No, I don't think so either. It's truly, it's just going to be crazy. I don't know of any other way of describing it. I mean, the whole idea of like landing a booster in the middle of the ocean just landing a booster sounded crazy, a decade ago. And then when they were like, no, we're going to land it in the middle of the ocean, we're going to have enough accuracy for that, everyone was like, wow, that's very impressive. And then now to bring that to, we're bringing it back and having it land in this very relatively small areas, it's impressive. SpaceX's GNC team is just world class.
The hilarious way of looking at it is that the booster will come back towards the tower and the landing pad will basically move into position. Is basically what they're doing if you look at it that way, which is kind of funny, but it's just nuts overall.
Yeah,
Trevor, just look at this. Look at the screen that we have on there. Just look at the progress. Hoppy in 2018. Yes, Jack, I called it that. What are you going to do about it? Look at Hoppy, and then look at Flight 5 in the background. It's absurd. That's absurd. It's ridiculous. How did we get here?
So imagine this shot in 8 hours with the booster hanging off the tower with Hoppy looking over, with pride.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. With pride. Hoppy.
With pride. Yep.
Let's go. Where's Jack? Jack who? Let's go.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Love you, buddy.
Oh, man.
I am not ready for it, but I'm also so ready for it. Just like I'm ready for thanking some more people for some support. Cameron with the Storm Master saying, cheers for everything you guys do. Can't wait to see what happens later today. Neither can we, if you can't tell. Glenn with the Storm message saying, go SpaceX, go Starship. I think that's something we can all agree on. Aiden with the Storm message saying, did you ever sell patches for Flight 4? Only one I'd be missing. We did, and as we've always said, once they're gone, they are gone. So unfortunately, we will not be getting them back in stock. And this is a warning to everyone. If you want the patch you see on screen, you should buy it now, because when we run out of them, we will not be restocking them. And this is not we're going to trick you into buying it now because we're going to say we're not restocking it. No, there will not be more. Just like there are no more patches for Flight 3, nor are there for Flight 4. But yeah, hopefully you enjoy that patch. Then Adam saying, thank you guys for the stream and high quality camera work. Keep up the great work and go Flight 5. Well, thank you. It's truly our honor to be able to bring this to you. And then Anonymous with a Storm message saying, thank you for everything you do. Looks like they got the Flight 5 patch. Let's see will the other stuff pop up in time. And Flight 2 and the first Flight patch. Well, thank you, Anonymous, and enjoy the show. Ryan says, hey. Hello, Ryan. Katya gifted a Red Team membership. If you got that, make sure you thank them, and thank you, Katya, for supporting us. Top Banana became a PadRed member. Troy with the Storm message saying, absolutely excited for this launch. Been watching the progress of Starship since its beginning. It's been an amazing journey. It really has, as EJ was just saying, with Hoppy in the foreground. Well, not right now. With Hoppy where it all started to now the 5th flight attempting to catch a booster. It is incredible how far we've come and how quickly SpaceX has come.
I mean, we had the shot. The producers are doing a grand tour on us and just changing it right when we reference it. It's just how it works.
Yeah. James with the Storm message saying, this may well be an event that really moves us forward. I really couldn't agree more. This could be the start of a rapidly reusable launch system, which will make humanity way, way better and way, way cooler. Arthur saying, up, up, and away. What goes up must come down. Let's catch that booster. I agree. Then Ben with a $10 super chat saying, is the grid fin bigger than 0.5 meter? It's way bigger than that. Ryan, do we know how big exactly each one of those grid fins are?
I am trying to remember how big those grid fins are off the top of my head. They're big. They're pretty big, though.
Yeah, they're about the size of an 8-foot box. People in chat are talking about trucks. An 8-foot box. If that doesn't make any sense for metric people, that's
2.2 meters.
Yeah, 2.2 meters. Guess. Yeah, that's they're big. You're gonna need something that has a lot of what's called aerodynamic moment to steer that booster. Ryan, what's the dry mass of that thing? It's 300. It's north of 300 tons, right?
The booster
Super
itself?
Heavy. Yeah.
Oh, pure dry mass of the booster, we're probably thinking around 260. I mean, if you talk about residual propellants, you're probably putting up to 350. That'd be my guess. Is catch weight will be like 350, 360. That's a ballpark guess. Mm-hmm. By the way, just ballpark. So don't, because the other thing is like you can take all the rings and everything, try to add all the mass up. You know the mass of the 33 Raptors is about 50 tons alone. Just the Raptors is 50 tons. Just that's nuts. Plus the shielding, that's probably another 10, 15.
Yeah, exactly. To steer all this mass, you need something that has a lot of what's called aerodynamic moment. You need something that's got to steer. You got it's like the power steering for a car. You need something that can really move the air in different directions, and that's hard to do at high speed. But that's why the grid fins look like waffle irons, right? That they're they're designed to cut through the air at hypersonic speeds to get some control moment there. Yeah, they need to be big. They need to be big because that's a lot of booster to move, guys. That's a lot of booster to move.
There's a lot of booster.
This is kind of funny. SpaceX still going right up to the last minute here. We got a tanker unloading to try to top off the tank farm right at the last minute here.
Yeah, I saw someone in chat saying that the grid fins are at least 3 jacks big.
I welcome this unit of measurement, to be honest.
We need Jack to go up there and lay down so we can measure it then.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we assume Jack's like 5 foot tall, then.
Subtle disrespect.
Oh no! Oh boy! Oh, I was gonna go back to the looking back question about where we come from. We are only about a week away from the moment when they rolled out SN8's nose cone and stacked it 4 years ago. We're almost a week away from that. That occurred on they rolled that out on the 21st of October 2020 and stacked it the next day. I had it stacked by the next day. I still remember that. That
was the only time a nose cone was installed on the pad. That was crazy.
Yeah. That was the first time they had a tank plus nose cone section since Mark 1.
Yeah. And it looked so much better than Mark 1, and yet if we go back and look at SN8, it looks garbage.
Those you look at SN8, SN9, you look at those old starships, even going back to like Mark 1, it looks like an old museum ship, right? With all the panels like kind of dented in and stuff. Like it was really some Wild West spaceflight stuff going on there. It's and then you see like kind of
Mark 1 was terrible.
Right.
Yeah, the funny thing about Mark 1 is they used, instead of basically having a single weld line for each ring, they basically had a patch of like, it was either 2 or 3 weld lines because they'd used multiple sections for each ring area. So it looked just weird, but yeah, it was fun. And like if you wanna like a quick and speaking of the past, before this flight, if you want a quick recap and then go over what we're expecting for this flight, you can read my article that I wrote. It's pinned in chat here. Launch article. I haven't written one since I think it was Flight 3 because I wasn't there for Flight 4. But yeah. So if you want a quick overview, you can go ahead and read the launch article I wrote.
Yeah, we actually have like 2 Starship pieces recently on site. There was one yesterday that Chris wrote, which was kind of a good, general how we got here, to Flight 5 article, and then the dedicated launch article overviewing the catch by Ryan. So go read. Anyway, there is an incredible amount of support. So I just want to go through some real quick, and then we'll get to some of your guys' questions, I promise. Anonymous says, thanks for the coverage, guys. Appreciate it. Ashley is saying, I would like to see more cameras if possible in the future, and maybe even a deal with SpaceX to get a tower cam. Trust us when we say all of your guys' support goes back into more cameras, having more angles and whatnot. So we do as much as we can. And yes, we would absolutely love for SpaceX to allow us to put some cameras on the tower. _sips_ says, do you think there will be any time delays? The launch window is 30 minutes. So SpaceX is targeting the start of that window, which is 7 a.m. local, and that extends to 7:30. They will target the start of the window, and then they can hold at that T-minus 40-second hold point for half an hour if needed. Terry says, go Flight 5, go catch, SpaceX making history again. Morgan with the super chat saying, what do you all think SpaceX is doing right now to get ready for the T-minus 2 hour countdown? What's the workers' hype like? Catch 100% works. Yeah, I can only imagine how insanely excited SpaceXers are right now, seeing years of work um, come together for this. But in terms of what they're doing, Ryan, what like pad closeouts and whatnot will the red team be doing at this point?
Basically, making sure connections are solid, tank farms good to go, doing valve checkouts all over the place. Just kind of going up, making sure everything's secured the way it needs to be, especially after all the work that they've done to prepare for this, all the changes they've done to the pad, tower, everything. So they want to make sure everything's secure. There's 2 ground lines they have to disconnect from the ship. I don't remember if those are disconnected yet or not. Usually they do those last minute before they leave. Sometimes they do them earlier though. And then I mean, they'll we've seen them go out on the sticks even and kind of walk around, just checking, making sure the ship looks good. And it's just normal checkouts, making sure everything's healthy, everything's secure. Once that's all done, they'll start to clear the pad, and it's about a few hours. But the road closure will officially start in about 30 minutes, so things will start happening here soon. But yeah,
Awesome.
we're waiting.
Yeah, Zach with the storm message saying appreciate the streams. Aaron says can't wait to reach Mars and beyond. I don't want to go to Mars, but I certainly cannot wait for a human to step foot on Mars.
You wouldn't go
That will
yourself,
be.
John?
I would.
I kind of would too, man. Why wouldn't you go?
I like being able to go outside and breathe without a suit on. I like being able to go climb rocks in,
Let's say
without.
go climb rocks on Mars. Yeah, you need a suit for it, but you know how cool that would be to rock climb on Mars?
It would be. I don't know.
I'd
I
be
just
so
it's
worried
not
about
for me.
puncturing the suit. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
that's
hear
true.
you. I hear you.
I mean, I would totally go to the moon, but I
Now,
love Earth. Earth is beautiful. I want to
Mhm.
stay here, but I
That's
want
fair.
people to go to Mars.
I'll go. I'll be
Um,
the guinea pig. Let's do this. My wife
let's
would
see.
kill me, but let's go. I'd be on Mars, so it's not a problem, you know.
Yeah.
Love you, sweetheart.
Scott says go for it. Darren says go. Starship 5 will be watching the launch from Scotland. Enjoy. Stuart saying greetings to my consistently favorite space launch streaming team. I'll be joining y'all in the morning. Hope adding this hopefully historic patch to my collection. Yeah, well, hopefully get some sleep and see you in the morning. Thank you for listening to us. Uh, Jinsey saying, I'm so excited for this catch attempt. Thank you, NSF, for your excellent coverage. No, thank you for your support, and I hope you enjoy the patch. Sips with another question saying, do we think Starship will launch right on the launch window, or will we see a time delay like 30 minutes to an hour? It cannot be an hour. Again, that launch window is only 30 minutes. I personally am probably expecting them to hit the top of the window. They haven't held on, I think, I don't think they had any holds on flight 3 or 4. So they're certainly gaining confidence with the vehicle. Brian says, thanks for the excitement, knowledge, and love of the future. Thanks to all the NSF crew. No, thank you, Brian. And like we always say, it really is our honor to bring this to you. Noah says, I'm an airline pilot and have had my Texas Tank Watcher sticker on my flight bag for a while. Have converted lots of people in the airport. Thank you for all you do. That's awesome. And it's cool that people care enough to ask what that is and that you tell them about us. So thank you for that, Noah.
Fly safe, buddy.
Yeah. Maxwell saying, I'm so excited. One of the most monumental events in Starship history. Thank you. Thanks for bringing us great coverage. Anonymous saying, go SpaceX, keep doing what you do, NSF. James says, thanks for my first patch. I got an Apollo era flight suit from Huntsville. I'm going to make a shadow box with the flight suit and all future patches until we make it to the moon. Thanks for everything you do. That will be awesome.
That's cool.
If I can say so myself.
That's really cool. I want to see the finished product on that.
Yeah, please post that on X when you have something to show and tag us all. We will love to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth says, good luck catching tomorrow. Hashtag when IMAX cam. SpaceX actually had a bunch of IMAX cameras out there. I don't know if there still are any, but for some of the earlier flights. So at some point, we should get some phenomenal IMAX footage of this,
They
which would
better
be
have one
awesome.
for this flight.
Yeah. Michael saying, thanks for all the years of great coverage and Go Flight 5. Can't wait for catch. Axel with the super chat saying, I live 20 minutes away from Starbase. That is awesome. Make sure you get out there tomorrow and witness this. I am only slightly very jealous.
I know what you mean.
Kill FPV became a red team member. Welcome to the red team. Alan says, way to go, Jack. It's a long way from SN8. It is. SN8 was a long time ago. I wish I would have made it down during that era. And then Michael with a $50 super chat saying, thank you guys. I truly appreciate all the work you offer. Your passion for all things spaceflight helps everyone. Well, Michael, thank you very much for that generous support and tuning in and being a loyal viewer. It's our pleasure to bring this to you, and we're glad it helps spark people's interest. That really is the comments like this really are what make it all worth it. So thank you, Michael.
Yep. Guys, Trev, real quick. I've been doing this, guys. I've been commentating on spaceflight launches for NSF here for some time now, and over on my end, right on the stream, and comments like that are what make this all worth it. I'm telling you, that's what keeps you going. Knowing that you helped somebody, Trev, I've been doing this. I started streaming in 2012. Well, I'm not trying to be, oh, you're like, what were you doing in 2012, man? Right? Like, it's, I've watched viewers grow up, and I've watched people like get excited in aerospace, and then some of my viewers that started watching me a long time ago are working for SpaceX now, which is, trust me, those comments go a long way, guys. It really, really helps. Like, if we helped you, let us know. Like, it's not even a tip or anything. You just say something in chat. That stuff really, 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 it helps us keep doing what we do. It's very meaningful. So thank you, everybody. Really. Sorry, Trev. I didn't mean to interrupt. I know I'm screwing up your flow.
No, you're all good. Expressing our love is worth it. And then Stephanie saying, thanks so much to NSF. You've made a lifelong space nerd from someone who randomly moved to Tampa, needed this after Milton. Well, first of all, I hope you and everyone around you are fine from that devastating hurricane.
It was a Cat 3 when it made it into Tampa, so that's still no joke. That's winds above 100 miles an hour. That's 160 kilometers an hour for the metric folks. That's that's no joke. It's a lot. So we're keeping you in our thoughts.
Hope you're okay, but also thank you for the kind words, and I hope you enjoy all of the stuff you got from our store. With that, moving in to some of your guys' questions. Again, if you have any, just tag us in chat with that at NASASpaceflight, and we will make sure we'll try our best to answer it. There are a lot of questions, so we can't answer everything, unfortunately, but we'll certainly try to get to as many as we can. Here's a good one for you, Ryan. They're wondering, where will the hot stage ring land on the tower? So can you go over what we're expecting to see with the hot staging ring?
Hot stage ring on the tower? I hope it doesn't land on the tower.
Yeah, me neither. That would be bad.
The hot stage ring is probably, if they go for the catch attempt, that is probably expected to land like a kilometer offshore. So I mean, there might even be a chance we see it if they go for a catch attempt. So that'd be kind of fun to see that 9 meter wide steel 10-ton steel puck slam into the Gulf of Mexico. But
it's gonna be pretty cool. I'd watch that.
Yeah, I'd watch that too, even if they're I'd watch that after the catch, but I'd watch the catch first. But anyways, if you mean the booster will be caught at the top of the tower. Based off all the testing that we've seen SpaceX do, they want to do it right at the top of the tower. I don't know the exact reason why. to be honest. I always thought it'd be like 3/4 the way up the tower, just kind of like so they don't have that big of a moment arm on it. But I don't know. I guess they seem confident, and well, they structurally reinforced it, so that's where they're going for it.
You know, they did reinforce it, but you know, we saw them slam the chopsticks home. Jack got some footage of it a little while back of them, or no, Elisar did a time lapse of it when they slammed the chopsticks home to practice the catch. I mean, there was nothing there, right? Ryan, I mean, they did reinforce that tower, but I think there's some play in it. You're talking about moment, right? So basically, guys, when this thing goes to catch it, it's going to bend the entire tower, but you have to put some flex into the tower, right? If there's any civil engineers out here, you build flex into a skyscraper for aerodynamic reasons, right? Because picture like a tree blowing in the wind. You need your skyscrapers to do that. So there's got to be some bend built into this thing because the moment is just. I mean, Ryan, what type of load are we talking about here? You said 350 ton. That's 350 tons, probably about 10 meters. Yeah, exactly. 10 meters off the center line of that tower. That's a lot of moment. That's a lot of forces pushing on not the center of the tower. So it's got to have some bend into it, right?
Plus the sticks and the carriage.
Right? Yeah,
I'm trying to remember
legendary.
How much those weigh. I think those are like I don't have it written down. I think those are like 500 tons if you put all that together. Hanging off that tower, you're probably looking at not 900 tons hanging off the side of that tower when they catch it or more.
And if anybody wants to do the calculations there, so we got 800 tons between the carriage, chopsticks, and a booster, right? And we're probably, let's say, I don't know, maybe 10 to 12 meters off the center line of the tower. You could do a moment calculation there, and it is a lot of force. That's not doing the math on stream because streamer math and me don't really get along. As per
I think
my
that's 80 million Newton meters of torque.
Jeez,
what?
That's That's not a low amount, Trev.
No,
it is not.
And to those of you who wonder what this tower is built, it is. If I'm trying to remember, okay, I think I had it saved here. Let me see if I can find it because Zach talked about it. Zach Golden, CSI Starbase. He knows this tower just about as good as anyone there is. Oh man, he talked about how thick these were again. Let's see here. What was it? 1.5 inch. I think these are 1.5 inch thick steel plates, if I remember correctly here.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's basically Nelson studs through the center of it. And then they stack the whole thing, and then they fill the columns with concrete, and then they hook it all together with trusses. I don't even want to know what it would take to take this tower down. It's built for this. I think the reinforcements they added were kind of an extra buffer. Same thing to the chopsticks. They were like, let's give ourselves a little bit more of a buffer just to be sure, kind of thing. So, yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah. Here, EJ, here's a good question for you. I think.
All right, shoot.
We've been talking about how monumental this catch is in the Starship program, and right. This is a monumental step in a monumental program. So this person's wondering, what do you think the most revolutionary feature is of Starship? Is it the reusability, the payload capacity, the potential for deep space missions? What do you see Starship really allowing us to do in the future?
Okay. All right. I'm going to do it. Chris Bergen's out there somewhere, and he knows exactly what I'm going to say. Trevor, I think the reusability here alone, just that is the full reusability is an amazing capability in itself. Even if Starship wasn't designed to go beyond low Earth orbit, and it clearly the stakeholder expectations is that this thing you're designing around getting it to Mars and then everything else kind of falls into place, right? Like your stakeholder expectation is, I was about to say shooting for the stars, but I'm not Sawyer, so put that one aside. Hi, Sawyer. Anyway, I think the full reuse is a big one. the rapid reusability is huge. And even if you just limited Starship to a low Earth orbit access vehicle and had it do stuff like the shuttle, building bigger architectures in space, I mean, that's an absurd capability. And it's a capability we haven't had since the space shuttle, since 13 years ago, man. Like, the reusability and plus the 150 ton capacity per flight, you could build the Hermes from the Martian with that easily, with a 9 meter payload bay diameter volume and 150 ton capacity. That could open up the architecture to build crazy transfer vehicles. But on top of all that, Starship is also designed to go and land on other planets. I mean, that's great. Like, but even if you left it as a low Earth orbit vehicle by itself and gave it a robotic arm and a payload bay and had it do shuttle things, it would still be absurd in its own right. Like that, as a shuttle nutcase, like this is, it's vindicating the shuttle for me, like everybody after the shuttle program was like, yeah, we're never going to reuse stuff and reusability doesn't make sense. The shuttle proved that. Yeah. Well, where are those people now? Where are those people now? Look at this thing. Look at this thing you see on the screen. It's absurd. Let's go. What about you, Trev? I'm actually curious what you think. Do you think it's the reusability or what?
I mean, the thing is, right, these things aren't mutually exclusive, which makes this kind of a hard question. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Right, the reusability definitely, I think, has to be it, because if you can really start getting launched to low Earth orbit down to a couple of dollars a kilogram, like the shuttle aimed to do and failed miserably at, right, that's just revolutionary access. Now suddenly you can start making satellites way cheaper because you don't care if they're right. You don't need them to be super mass efficient if it's so cheap to launch. And now all of a sudden that means you can start having like more. You can start having these deep space missions that are able to be made for a lot cheaper, and that just means more science. So yeah, I think I have to agree that it's just this reuse is going to be absolutely revolutionary for the world and allow for things that we're not even thinking of at this moment.
Yeah, that's where my mind likes to go. Like I've talked, I was just talking about like a shuttle variant of Starship, like where they paint the thing white, right, and have like a crew tank up at the front, right, a pressurized volume at the front, and then like a payload bay with a robotic arm. Even a Starship like that is insane capability. Guys, like I've talked about this. Even if you put something like Space Lab or Space Hab, like the shuttle flew with basically a stationary space station module inside, and it could go, with an extended duration pallet, with more commodities for life support, you could stay up there for a little while. Starship is basically like having a fully reusable Skylab. Like if the shuttle had 35 assembly machines, right? Yeah, it's crazy. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's absurd to think about. I really think it kind of comes down to, right, we're finally starting to see the era of payloads that are made because of Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy being so affordable. And, it took half a decade, if not more, for that to start happening. But I think, in another decade, we'll start seeing all of these payloads that are just absurd because of Starship. And to put this into perspective, Wesley is asking, my girlfriend is watching and I'm trying to explain how big the rocket is. Could y'all put up a comparison graphic? And yes, we can momentarily to put this into perspective, right? This vehicle is standing 120 meters tall and it's on a 20-meter pedestal. So the graphic we have will compare it to some other things, but to compare this to other rockets, right? The largest rocket that had flown successfully before Starship was the Saturn V that took people to the moon. And the Saturn V, I don't think I would say it looks small compared to Starship, but it certainly is a lot smaller.
I mean, smaller, but I would say, the S1C is actually wider than Super Heavy. But the whole thing about Saturn V is that it was built to do everything in one shot. Starship is built to help put it all together in low Earth orbit and then put a ton of whatever you want wherever you want it, basically. Like talking about the reuse, whether what's the most revolutionary feature, whether it's the payload capacity, the reusability, whether it's, I say it's everything. I don't think there's one singular revolutionary piece about this. I think the rocket just itself is just a gigantic step forward in anything we've done. It takes everything we've learned about rocketry and puts it all together in one, and the best thing you want. About the only downside of Starship at the moment is its mass issues. And somehow SpaceX is starting to counteract that with the ridiculousness that is going to be Raptor 3. It's just nuts what they've been able to do with engine designs. But like the one thing I always envision for Starship, because I am a huge Star Trek fan, is I want them to put stuff into low Earth orbit, build dry docks, and build ships in space and explore the solar system that way. I think that'll be where Starship and vehicles like it shine the most. Well, yes, you can refuel a Starship and send it with 150 tons to another planet or something like that. I think building a ship that can take 1,000 tons to another planet is really where the kicker lies, or even more than that.
Dude, it's funny you mentioned that. I had somebody over in the Twitch chat. We were kind of doing out some rough napkin math to how many launches it would take to build the Enterprise D. You'd need 30,000 starships to do that. Just payload mass, and let alone like putting the thing together. Like,
how much was I forget the displacement, what the technical guide displacement was on that.
On an Enterprise D, I know that's the bigger one. Those Galaxy classes were huge.
Even the original series Enterprise would probably still take several thousand.
Yeah, Enterprise here is tiny. It's small. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. Took us just a second, but here is a comparison graphic. So, right, obviously Starship there is in your middle, and that's 135 meters approximately, with the stool, as I was saying, for the OLM and the legs and whatnot, and then the actual vehicle is closer to 120 meters. So that's like almost as tall as the VAB, taller than the best statue, the Statue of Liberty, and the clock in London, Big Ben. So yeah, it is an enormous vehicle. Carson, can we by chance pull up the other one with things smaller than it? Let's see if he can do this. Stand by.
While we're there we go.
Oh nope, this is V1 compared to V2. So yeah, next version will be a little bit bigger, and then V3, which we don't have on the graphic, will be even taller than that. So here's it compared to some other vehicles. So you can see there's like Falcon 9 on the left, which is a pretty big vehicle, looks pretty tiny compared to Starship. Way taller than Shuttle, bigger than New Glenn, bigger than SLS, bigger than Vulcan, bigger than LVM-3. And then I think there's one more size graphic that we have.
You look at that thing just real quick. Starship itself is the size of the shuttle's external tank. It's actually a little bit bigger, which is just... If you guys have seen an external tank, like if you go to the California Science Center in Los Angeles and you see external tank 94, this is not small. These are not small things. The picture does not convey the scale. I mean, Trev, you said this thing's the stack is 120 meters tall and change, right? That's a 39-story skyscraper, a 39-story building. Like, so if you live in a city, go look for a building that's 40 stories tall. That's how tall Starship is. That is nuts. The scale here is incomprehensible unless you go and see it. You should. We're stuck here though.
And then imagine the 60% of that, the first 28 stories or whatever, coming back and being caught.
Dude, my mind is having trouble just parsing that. I know, like, Trevor, you know math. Ryan, you know airplanes. Like me, I'm just a Kerbal player that played too much Kerbal, right? But we know what's going on here. We know how big the booster is. We see the daily pictures that Jack and Mary and all the other talented photographers that we have take, right? We know how big this thing is. I'm still having trouble kind of putting together what's going to happen when we go to see that catch attempt, if they catch it. Like, even if they don't catch it, it's just, like, I don't know, like, I don't know if I'm ready for it, man. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, for anyone who goes to an airport or anything and you see a 737-800, okay, it's one of the most widely flown planes in the world. If you've ever flown on Southwest, you're either flying on pretty much a 700, 800, or like a Max 8. An 800 is about 40 meters long. That's shorter than Starship. Just the second stage. The second stage is 50. I just put it on its side. It's nuts how big this thing is.
Yeah,
So
here's some great other comparisons. Like Falcon 1, the rocket that allowed SpaceX to survive, is barely taller than the launch pad, like the base of the launch pad for Starship. And then here's some other things: a London bus, a danger van, Mr. Buyer himself, which I don't want to be mean, but emphasis on the less than in that 2 meters.
He's gonna punch you. He's gonna find you, man. Just saying.
I'm sorry. I love you, Jack. Anyway, going back to some status updates, I believe we have a few exciting things going on. What is going on, Ryan?
So about what I think it was around 11:35 or so, the klaxon started. So for pad clearing, there was also a PA saying I think it was for orbital pad now clear. So which means it's always hard to tell exactly what they say, but that would mean that all final checkouts are done and they've cleared the pad out, and the road closure is supposed to start in 5 minutes. So we're just waiting to watch for the sheriffs to get into the first position here at LBJ for the first closure point as they finish clearing out and getting the rest of the stuff cleaned up. So we're starting to get into the first sets of action here.
Awesome. Yeah, this is exciting. It's when it starts to get real. So then, Ryan, can you also kind of walk us through, obviously we're still a little bit a ways from this, but what we'll see when we start seeing tank farm activity and how long until we start seeing tank farm activity?
So tank farm usually starts spooling up around, it's T-minus 4 hours, is when you'll start see the Pope vent go up. We're still a ways away from that. So assuming they want to go right at 7, we should see the Pope vent start at around 3 a.m. And which means they'll start chilling down the tank farm. That takes about 2 hours. It'll take about till 5. And then it can take about an hour or so, 45 minutes to an hour to really chill down the tower in the OLM. And then they'll move into prop load whenever they're ready to go. And prop load's going to take about 50 minutes. So here in the next 4 hours, we should see Pope vent start. We'll be watching and waiting here. But first step here is the start of the road closure, which should be any time now.
Cool. All right. Well, with that, let's go to some questions. Just your average rocket head's wondering, are y'all going to be here talking all the way until lunch? Yep, we will be here all night with some awesome commentary. There's some exciting things happening closer to launch, which I can't say any more than that. And then, of course, launch itself will have some awesome coverage for. So make sure you stick around. Here's an interesting question that hopefully you guys will disagree on, even though I don't think you will. Wascally Wabbit is wondering, if this flight is successful, what are the chances SpaceX skips flying the rest of the V1 starships and moves directly to V2? EJ, let's start with you and then see what Ryan thinks.
Oh, that's a good question. That's a really good question. Okay. the spaceflight fan in me wants them to launch the next one. And, you know, we do have the FAA, if I'm remembering correct, Trevor, the FAA certed SpaceX for flight 5 and 6. So there's a possibility. But also, they certed some of the original Starship hop tests a bunch of times, right? And then SpaceX, after SN15, they said, man, never mind. We're gonna go for orbital instead, right? So it's possible that they could. I don't want them to, because I want to see more Starships launch. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's possible that they do. But I think, you know, I think they'll also take what they can get with the FAA right now too. So if it's gonna fly, you know, if they got, you know, provided that 5 goes okay and doesn't endanger public safety, they'll shoot their shot on 6. You know what I mean, as well. But also historically, they've done the opposite of that. Ryan, what do you think?
Well, before I mention that, here we have a cop at the river closure site, and as we just tracked, the sheriff left the beach. So it looks like beach is probably clear, and they're closing up, clearing out the launch site and everything else. And looks like we're gonna be getting into closure here soon. So yeah, that's your update there. And to answer the question, even if it's successful, SpaceX got the approval to go for Flight 6, and that is using Ship 31 because they would need a new license with Ship 33 because there's a lot of differences with it, and they would need a new license for it. So they're gonna fly it. They'll take SpaceX would be. Personally, I don't think it'd be very smart not to utilize that. I think they would, and they would go ahead and use it. So yeah, they'll still fly 31 on top of Booster 13, and then they'll move on and get a new license and fly Ship 33.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think since we're looking at this roadblock, let's take a look at where all of SpaceX's roadblocks are. So Ryan, can you walk us through the various roadblocks that they have that are shown in this graphic?
Yeah, so as you can see, there's the launch pad, and then there's the standard road closure, which is at LBJ, and then they'll have an alternate road closure that's right near the production site entrance. Those are usually used in and around testing, and then sometimes the one at the production site entrance is used during flight as well. But there's the first hard checkpoint as you're going up Highway 4 is the one at the river site, which you can see on our screen right there. No matter what, no one's going to be allowed past that unless it's like SpaceX Red Team or things like that. Once you really get into the count and whatnot, it's for everyone's safety. And then all the way down near the checkpoint is where the soft closure point is, where no public is allowed on Highway 4 once that's in place until Highway 4 is opened after the flight and after things have been safed and everything's opened up. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Well before the checkpoint. It's like basically Brownsville, yeah. As they say that, it looks like a sheriff is moving to close at LBJ right now. And looks like they're setting up all their checkpoints right now. Just for your information, the sheriff won't stay at LBJ. Once the tank farm starts spooling up and they really start getting towards prop load, they'll push the checkpoint back to usually the production site / and then all the way back to the river site where we had our river site there. Basically to keep everyone out and obviously keep the sheriff safe as well. So that's where we're at right now. The road closure is basically starting here. We should have road closed, honestly, right now with the sheriff right there. So, action. Yeah, and speaking of action, we have an exciting individual to welcome to the stream. The one, the only Mr. Max Evans. Max, how are you doing?
I'm not quite sure how to take that one, meaning action. But good morning, everybody. Now it is now morning. We are past midnight here in Starbase, Texas, or South Padre Island which is in Central Time here in the U.S. What have I missed, everybody? I'm just now tuning in.
You haven't missed anything. What? No.
Yeah, there's like a New Shepard launch tomorrow, which we're all pretty excited for.
Yeah.
What's that? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, it is a beautiful night, honestly, here in SPI. We are stationed on top of the Margaritaville Hotel in South Padre Island, looking out toward the launch pad right now at about 6 miles distance. And while there isn't a ton to see given the current light conditions, of course, as the sun comes up and the light changes, the views of the pad should be spectacular. So we shall see what the morning brings.
That we shall. How has Texas been? Has it been a good escape from Florida?
You know, it's been a good excuse to use as a double hurricane evac with Hurricane Milton that came through recently. But yeah, it's always phenomenal coming back here because normally, we're just so used to how operations are happening at the Cape between our normal scheduling between Starlinks and normal media ops, whereas Starbase is a stark and complete opposite in comparison to the Cape. It's not quite as Wild West out here as it used to be, of course, with everything happening and the launch complex expanding and operations becoming, I guess, not more nailed down, but operations are certainly more streamlined here now than they used to be. But yeah, it's always a privilege coming back here, especially with how close you can actually get to all of the hardware.
Yeah, no kidding. Especially being able to get within like 120 meters or whatever of the full stack is truly incredible.
Yeah, no kidding. We do not have that in Florida whatsoever.
Yeah. Anyway, I want to go back and thank some more people for some support. Trick Jumper says, whereabouts is the cone heads?
I don't think Trevor gets that joke.
No, I'm assuming this is a reference that is way above my head.
It's a reference, but it's not a movie reference or anything. When we were doing Flame Trench the other day, Max and Jack were both in the shot. It was me, Max, Jack, and Ryan, and they were kind of in the center. And because they both have shaved heads, people kept calling them cone heads.
I mean, Max, Jack, and D?
D had all the hair, yeah. D stole all your hair, but yes, that's pretty, dude. Man, chat loves grilling us, dude. They really do.
Yeah. Then Kenneth became a PadRed member. Welcome to our membership program. Shadow Mask with a $5 super chat saying, will Starship be able to complete a flip maneuver and landing with a payload? Yeah, so Ryan, we've had Elon talk about this at times, and long term, they do intend to be able to take payloads back down from orbit as well, correct?
Yeah, like one of the things that'd be cool to return with would be Hubble after its lifespan is done. Bring it back, hang it in the Smithsonian. That would be one of the coolest things ever. The biggest thing with that is you just got to secure it correctly. That's all. Make sure it's secure. You can bring it. You should be able to bring just about anything back. Honestly,
reusable Skylab, guys. And I'd also like to add, just on that, Starship could bring the pressurized volume of Skylab up and down. It could actually fit, minus the docking ring. It can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. Just for some perspective, there, like you could put a physical Skylab into a Starship payload bay, and it would work. So.
Is that with the 1,000 cubic meters? Because they don't have that. Just spoiler.
You would have to, like I said, if they were going to launch Skylab. So if there's any old school spaceflight fans out there, you'd have to take the Apollo telescope mount off and the docking ring off. The pressurized volume inside of the S4B that can fit inside. It's a 6.6 meter diameter. It'll absolutely fit, even with all the accoutrement that they have inside of their payload bay. It'll fit, dude.
Because with Block 2, the Starship's payload bay, like usable payload volume, is like 500 cubic meters. It's down to that because basically, they cut the actual payload bay section by 2 rings, and that's basically now in the propellant tanks. So they go more delta V overall. And then the funny thing is then they basically moved up the payload bay, so now they're using part of the nose cone with it because they got smaller flaps, so smaller flat frames and everything else. We'll make a whole video and everything talking about all the changes with Block 2 because it's a revolution. It's a generational upgrade with this vehicle, but yeah, Block 2's got like a little bit less capacity, but they could still do it.
Yeah. Eric with the $20 super chat. Thank you very much for your support, Eric. Finder saying, compare starships with the volume of a standard Star Destroyer and compare how many are planned. Think Skylab using tanks as HAB?
Huh?
With the
A
volume
Star
of
Destroyer? 2 starships
Destroyer?
against a Star Destroyer? We'd need an ion cannon to make that work, I think.
How
this
many
Star Wars
starships would it? Okay, what's the word? I need to find the essential guide to warfare again. How much with the
Okay,
displacement
moving
of a
on.
starship?
Richard becoming a Padman member. Thank you very much. Andrea saying, go Starship, go Super Heavy, go Maxilla. The ISTC crew from Mission Space Epcot is watching this launch. We are all space nerds. I think we can all agree with that. This will be awesome, and I think this is the place to be if you are a space nerd.
Epcot's best park. Yep, there, I said it. Epcot's my favorite. It's the best one.
I've still never been, to be honest.
Dude, you live in Florida.
I know. I get it. It's blasphemy, but I've still never gone. I've only been to Universal once or twice. Sorry, twice.
No. Okay. All right. Mission Space people, can you please get Max in there and have him ride Mission Space? Please get him on the orange one, get him on the orange one at Mission Space.
It's orange.
Please. It's orange. Can we do this? Can we make that happen? He needs to ride it, and we got to see if he pukes. Hopefully, we can live stream it too. That'd be great.
I mean, it might take a lot to make me puke, but my DMs are open.
I'm busting in. Max, you've never been to Epcot? It's the best part.
See?
Hi,
Dude,
Jack.
That's what I'm saying.
I know. I'm not. Hi, Jack. Like I say that. I mean, this is obviously way off topic, and we can move on very soon. But like, I am a theme park person or an amusement park person. I've just never been to Epcot. It is what it is.
Okay.
I'm sorry to disappoint.
No. Max, we're not saying this. We thought, oh my God, you never do that. Dude, Mission Space is a centrifuge. You want to ride it. Trust me. It's the closest thing that us mere mortals can get to launching. Trust me.
You had me at centrifuge.
Yeah, no, you're good. It's a good time. Trust me. Epcot people, back me up.
DMs are open.
Anyway, moving on to a little bit less.
Wait, we can't move on yet.
God?
Is that?
Who could that be? I wonder.
I don't know.
Max, you've never been to Epcot?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Ugh.
Yes.
No,
Damn
Kevin,
this
I
man.
have not been to Epcot. Oh man.
Max.
Jonathan with a storm
Kevin.
message.
Max.
We're just trying to move on. I think we should all agree with Trevor and just move on from this topic, shall we?
We're not forgetting this. Just saying.
Jonathan with the storm message saying, thanks for the quality coverage. Let's go. #when catch. Hopefully tomorrow morning. Let's all cross our fingers. Then Thomas Ray with the sobering super chat saying, since my cancer is getting worse, I have to rest. Please hold down the stream, and I'll be back an hour before launch to stay glued to my screens. I hope we can provide a little bit of entertainment in that. I'm sorry, man, but
get better,
we'll always
Thomas.
be here for you.
You got this, buddy. Holding down the fort.
Our hearts go out to you. Then Steven with the storm message saying, thank you, NSF team. All you do wherever you go around the globe, doing what you do. Space nerd since my dad with press creds to get to see Apollo 11 in person. I was only 6, but watched live on TV in California, knowing he was in Florida. Wow, that is awesome.
Wow.
Cool.
Wow. holy cow, that is wicked.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Steve. We appreciate it. All right, going to some more of your guys' questions at this point. As always, if you have any, tag us in chat. We now have people in Texas on stream, so if you have any questions for someone from the field, we got you. Okay, I'm not sure what this question is asking, but it sounds interesting, so if any of you know, chime in. Do you think Raptor 3 will fix the LOX tank's icing issue? Oh, I assume he means the snow issue in the
Yeah.
tank.
I know what he's talking about, because the way, and there's that tanker leaving. That might be the last thing to leave. But because the way SpaceX pulls autogen off of Raptor compared to something like New Glenn, which uses a heat exchanger. So basically, if I remember correctly, they pull it off slightly. They pull it off the pre-burner, if I'm remembering correctly. So basically, there's contaminants in there, like water in there, or CO2, basically, and it'll refreeze in the tank in the LOX tank and create icing issues, which can then block the inlets and then lead to problems like that. So there's a chance they have fixed that with Raptor 3 and with Booster Block 2. My guess is this issue might have been the issue they've run it into in just about every booster. I would assume it's something they want to fix in the long term, because in terms of reusability and mass savings, it might end up being better in the long run. But I think they'll get it fixed with R3. I think they will. But we'll have to see how it integrates before we make that call.
Yeah, it's truly wild that they're literally using gas or pre-burner tap off from the LOX pre-burner for the LOX tank and the CH4 one for the CH4 tank, and that's where they're getting their autogenous pressurization from. That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not the first. That's not the first vehicle to do that. It's the shuttle did that too, but I mean,
the shuttle used heat exchangers though, right?
Yes, that's correct.
With SLS.
Yeah. It's not a direct tap. Like that's what. Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Yeah, the shuttle did it, but not like this. Because I know that people are gonna be like, "Well, the shuttle did that," but no, trust me, this is a little more complicated. There's way more engines.
This is the cheap.
There's a lot more engines.
As far as I can understand, the way SpaceX is doing it is the cheap, easy way to do it, because you don't need heat exchangers on the engines to do it. So, yeah. But here we've got... Yeah, so that tanker is leaving. And some of the rest of the cars are leaving. We'll have to see if there's anything left over, but that orbital pad may be almost fully clear. So... We're definitely progressing along here, and we're T-minus 6 hours, 43 minutes, and like 20 seconds or so from a potential launch of Flight 5.
That is crazy. Max, how has the vibe been out there all day? Now that, since it was just today the launch license came out, I imagine must have been pretty incredible to be out there observing everyone.
I mean, it was a pretty stark contrast today compared to Friday, because even on Friday when they stacked it for the first time, for the last time before flight, hopefully, there really wasn't anyone out there like there normally is. I mean, there weren't people swarming around. There weren't people obviously getting coverage, taking pictures, taking videos, just watching. Whereas compared to today, of course, with it being a weekend and also being the then probable day before launch, there were swarms of people all over the place, and especially around sunset, just because everyone wanted to get that one last sunset view of Booster 12 and Ship 30 before the next time it saw the sun, it would be airborne, which is a pretty wild thing to think, especially considering how close you can get. But in terms of what we're feeling now, I mean, we're just over here on top of the Margaritaville Hotel, overlooking pretty much almost everyone else in SPI. I mean, it is a wonderful view up here. I mean, we're about 12 or 13 stories up here now. It is a fantastic view, and I do have to give a quick shout out as well to the Margaritaville Hotel in South Padre Island, real quick, for being able to and being willing to accommodate us at NSF to provide these magnificent camera views that you may be able to see from time to time throughout the stream, and also more views to come on as the light improves and we get closer to T0. For those who are looking to travel to South Padre Island in general, or to Starbase, South Padre is a great place to stay, and of course so is the Margaritaville Hotel, and of course with its north and south facing rooms. And of course, obviously, the south-facing rooms are the ones that overlook the pad and have the best views of launch. But sorry to sound pluggy or a bit like an ad, but I wanted to give them a shout out real quick, because it is an absolute pleasure to be here.
Yeah, and that's a view from where Max is. That'll be Max's view tomorrow for launch, which I'm kind of jealous of. He's definitely a bit closer than I am.
Well, that is not an entirely untrue statement, Trevor.
Yeah. Here, EJ, since earlier, right, we were talking about the future of Starship and the landing legs and how on Earth they're going to land on other surfaces. River Dave is wondering, do you think they'll test the displacement of regolith by Raptors?
Whoa.
Raptor regolith. Tongue twister.
What do you mean? Like, they're going to test?
I'm guessing.
Land? I'm not sure.
I'm guessing what they're getting at is, like, right, since Raptor will obviously be the most powerful thing ever fired into the lunar surface, will they try to recreate that on Earth's surface? How will they get that data, whatnot?
That is probably so. Regolith propagation on other celestial bodies is one of the hardest things you can model. That's really, really, really. I mean, that's some really hard computation right there. I mean, Trevor, you'd probably love the math, dude, right? Like, I'm not sure if you can really, like, you can test it to an extent. You can test it with sand, but that's one of those things that's just such a hard unknown. You're gonna have to do it, and that's more of a do it and see what happens type of thing. It's just one of those things that's just so hard to test for down here. Like, Trevor, can you even think of a way that they would test it? Like, fire the Raptor into a sandbox, right? Like, I'm not 100% sure, but even then, you're not going to get the right regolith propagation there because of gravity. Like, it's really difficult to measure that.
Gravity and the atmosphere, yeah.
Right, exactly, yeah. The eject is going to experience all kinds of drag from the atmosphere. The gravitational pull is different. That's just one of those things that you're going to have to send it and see what happens. It's like this booster catch, you just got to do it. It's a good question, though. I mean, for sure.
I mean, you say that, but I think there are ways, of course, to simulate the behavior and just the, I guess, not structure, but I guess how different types of vehicles interact with a regolith-like material, because there, even at the Kennedy Space Center, there is an area near the HQ called the Swamp Works, and that is where they test out a variety of different lunar rovers and other vehicles as well. And they use, I cannot remember exactly what's in it, but it's called exactly the GMRO Lunar Regolith Replicant. So it is about as close as you can get on Earth's surface. What the moon dust will, I guess, how it behaves and how you can adapt your vehicles to I guess, work and move on it. So there are ways, but of course, again, with the moon being, of course, behaving in 1/6 of Earth's gravity, that also plays into effect as well.
Yeah, it's not something that we can really model down here. That's a tough one for sure.
Ooh, we got more vehicles leaving.
Yeah, baby.
When I was a kid, I would always play with that moon sand stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Why don't they just use that? Like, moon's in the name. It has to be a good representation, right?
Yeah, it's got to be, right? 100%.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I just solved your problem, NASA. You're welcome.
I mean, we've seen from Gary Blair's McGregor flybys that they have a test end where they just shoot Raptor exhaust at things. SpaceX does that. They shot it at a concrete block. They just put a big block of concrete behind it and send it. I'm sure it's a little more scientific than that, but that wouldn't be the weirdest thing. Put some moon sand behind it, Trev. Let's do it. I'd be here for it. I'm not gonna lie. That'd be amazing.
Someone in chat, John says Trevor was a kid like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it.
Yeah. But hey, I'm not. If someone brought moon sand, I think I would play with it. So maybe I still am a kid. Anyway, moving on to some other questions. JS Web Productions.
I just want to weigh in and say I would play with moon sand.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one.
Yeah,
agreed.
Okay, it's not just me. We're all kids here.
Yep.
JS Web Productions is asking, how is it possible that the air we breathe can be turned into rocket fuel? Can someone explain the Sabatier process and why this process is the main reason why methane was chosen for Raptor?
No, nobody wants it, huh?
You want to do it, EJ? That sounds like an EJ question.
I would agree with that. Very, very EJ-esque.
Yep.
Okay, my chemistry is it's not the best. All right, so just bear with me here. So a Sabatier reaction it's a chemical process that it takes CO2. It converts carbon dioxide and hydrogen into methane and water. So basically, what this is doing, if you're doing that on another planet with a Sabatier reaction, it's called in situ resource utilization. So the reason why they chose methane is because all the stuff to do a Sabatier reaction you can find on Mars, you can find on the moon. It's all there. Mars does have a little bit of an atmosphere. It's not, you're not taking your helmet off there, right? But there is a little bit of residual atmosphere, higher mass gases that gravity keeps in place. It's not going to have an atmosphere because the magnetic field, the got up and went with that one. That ship sailed a couple million years ago. But there is some residual there. Point is, they use the Sabatier as a simple. Sabatier reaction is simple, and I'm probably not even saying it right, to be honest. That reaction is something.
Right?
Yeah, you're probably right, man. Pardon my French.
Literally.
Yeah, exactly, right? I'm turning into Sawyer. I've been hanging out with Sawyer too much. All right. Doing this, basically, that's what they have on the other planets. There's no gas station there. They can't go fill it up with kerosene, right? A Falcon 9 uses RP1, which is a highly refined version of kerosene. There's no refineries there. And even if there was refineries, there's no oil, right? We would already be there if there was. No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. So that reaction, you have CO2, you have hydrogen from water, right? Because hydrogen, water is H2O, so there's 2 hydrogen in there, and you can use the Sabatier with carbon dioxide to make. You can use it to make methane. You could use it to make to take the water and split it into hydrogen and oxygen, liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. The real key to doing this is having enough power to do it. Because that does take some energy, and where are you going to get the energy from? Like I said, there's no fossil fuels there. So you got to use what you got. That's why they're using that, and that's why they're that's why
it's almost like a chicken and the egg situation. Yep. Where it's like you need the LOX and the methane to get off of Mars, but you need a source of energy to create the LOX and the methane fuels needed. So it's to keep it very simple. The logic behind it and getting everything organized in terms of ship depots and obviously all the infrastructure you need to to do all the process to, of course, create the fuel. I cannot talk right now. My apologies. I'm so tired. I'm so tired, man. It's been a very long couple of days.
Yeah.
But it's you need all of the structures there to create the fuel, but then you need all the fuel needed to get all of those structures there in the first place. So it's very much like what came first, the chicken or the egg. So, and that's a huge problem to solve. But of course they have to solve it in order to sustain life on Mars, at least in SpaceX's eyes with Starship.
Yeah. Well, we do have some somewhat exciting news that right now, Super Heavy and Starship are not the only Super Heavy lift launch vehicle going vertical. Europa Clipper and Falcon Heavy is going vertical at 39A ahead of Europa Clipper's launch, which is currently scheduled for Monday. I believe it's like 10 local, something
It's
like that.
11:06 p.m. Central or 12:06 p.m. Eastern, basically.
No, definitely not PM. Yeah, 12:06 p.m. Eastern, yes. But, yeah, 11:06 a.m. Central.
Yeah, AM Central. Yeah.
That is so weird to see. It almost feels like I'm back home, but I'm not. And then it's just like, this feels so out of place and so wrong.
It's kind of nuts. All we need is for SpaceX to put up 2 Falcon 9s, one at Vandy and one at Pad 40, and have four.
Lord, can
vertical
you
rockets.
imagine? I mean, honestly, we probably are not that far off from that being the case. Probably next year at some point, maybe. Who knows?
Hasn't there already been a time when there's been
3
4 rockets vertical at 4 pads?
I believe so, but they were all Falcon 9s and Starship. There was not a Falcon Heavy in the equation.
Yeah. But I mean, let's also not pretend like they're not preparing that, right? Starlink Group 1010 is on like an hour and a half after Europa Clipper on Monday, and then Tuesday has Starlink Group 97, which is from Vandy. So they,
got to manifest.
SpaceX.
That's 4 launches by one company with basically 3 different rockets.
Welcome back.
That's nuts.
Yeah,
It's nuts.
just days after getting launch approval for all of these, they're launching from every single one of their pads. That is crazy.
They're targeting. They said they wanted 150 launches in change. It's not exactly. I think it's 144 launches this year on the books. I mean, they weren't kidding, man. We were talking about this on Flame Trench the other day. Talk is cheap. Show us the hardware, and I think this picture is pretty telling. The picture of Falcon Heavy and Starship and all the other things teed up. That's pretty telling. That's showing the hardware. It is definitely there. They're serious business with this stuff, which is awesome. It's really wild to me to see Falcon 9s get boring. That's wild.
Yeah.
I can't believe that. There's nothing like this ever happened.
Well, even just a matter of if you rewind back to 2018 when the very first Falcon Heavy flew, back then it was a huge question mark on whether or not it would work. There were so many things that could go wrong, whether it be lighting 27 Merlin simultaneously or just the sheer complexity of putting 3 Falcon 9 cores together and flying them as one unit. A lot could have gone wrong, and at the time, that was one of, if not the largest rocket flying, at least in the U.S. And now we look at Falcon Heavy, not quite like Falcon 9, but like Falcon Heavy is just like, oh yeah, like there it goes, like it's cool. I mean, maybe that's just me, I'm not sure, and now of course we have Starship in front of us, and that shows how far they've gone in just a handful of years, or how far they've come in just a handful of years.
I know I've said it a ton of times on a ton of different streams, but I just cannot wait for the day that someone takes a helicopter ride at the Cape and you see an SLS on 39B, a Starship on 39A, maybe with a Falcon 9 just for fun, a Vulcan on 41, a Falcon 9 on 40, I don't know, maybe a Starship on 37, New Glenn on 36, with Terran R, what's that, 16? Is that LC-16?
LC-16, yep.
Like all these rockets vertical all at once. I mean, in a couple of years, it's a maybe.
It's a big maybe, but it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. And honestly, the thought of that is extremely, it's incredibly exciting. It's like Missile Row waking back up again.
Yeah.
That's not even all it, guys. Stoke and
Stoke and
Yes,
Firefly.
lest we
Forgetting
forget
Stoke and
Stoke as well.
Firefly, yeah.
Yep,
Stoke and Firefly.
Yep.
Dude. I was looking at a report from the 45th Space Wing about future Cape operations. All they have leases on almost every pad. Every pad that's available. Obviously, they're not gonna lease out like LC5, right? Because that's a museum, right? But every pad that is available to be leased has been leased. The entirety of Missile Row is sold out, which is crazy. That's crazy.
That's awesome.
And yeah, Trev, it's not just that. They're all sold to companies that have hardware. It's not like, oh, we're gonna let this company and maybe they'll go and maybe they'll launch something soon. Like, no, you got Stoke, you got Relativity, you got Firefly, you got SpaceX, you got Blue doing their thing. Like this is wild. This is wild.
Yeah.
Guys, regarding Falcon 9 and just the whole thing going on here, like, we often compare it to the Apollo program, right? Like, oh, the Apollo program is the benchmark for like a healthy and successful space program. Dude, the Apollo engineers wish they had something like Falcon 9. They wish they had that. You wish you had that. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. And it's not just even Falcon 9. We have all these rockets and all of them are pining for reusability, which is just, oh my goodness.
That's what I love the most, is that SpaceX pioneered it, and everyone's like, it works, let's all try it. And I of course, it's Starship, but it's like, I cannot wait for New Glenn. I can't wait for them to. I hope they nail it on the first try. I hope they do it. That would be one of the most insane things ever.
They'll get it. They have landing experience. They have landing experience. They got flight data on BE4s from 2 Vulcan flights. Go ahead.
They'll have even more landing experience tomorrow.
Yeah,
that is right. I'm looking forward to that.
Tomorrow,
hopefully.
Surely, this is cool.
Okay, this is kind of funny. We are watching.
Tomorrow surely will be the first time there will be 2 launches out of Texas, right?
Yeah,
like,
at the same time.
On the same day.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
We are watching the final preparations as they are picking up cones and throwing them into the back of a pickup truck.
Maybe.
Here, getting all that loose stuff out of the way so it doesn't blow all over the place during the launch here. Just making sure the final things are cleaned up before they all vacate the launch site area.
Right. Yeah, exciting times ahead. But with that, we should probably get back to some of you guys' questions. That was a fun tangent, though, and seriously, it is crazy that there are 2 super heavy lift launch vehicles vertical as we speak. I love it. But Ryan, you mentioned now that they're doing final pad clearouts. Can you just give people who may just be joining us a rough overview of what we're expecting to see over the next 6.5 hours?
Yeah, so as of right now, Highway 4 is closed from the River Point on. You cannot go past that. There should be a soft checkpoint in place by now. So you basically can't even go towards you can't even enter past the border checkpoint. And the crews and the SpaceX in general is just making sure everything else is cleaned up. Things are getting closed out. They'll vacate the launch site, and then give or take about 3 a.m. or so, the tank farm should start to spool up about 4 hours before their wanted T0, which they're targeting 7 a.m. The opening of the window, they got about 30 minutes. They got from 7 to 7:30. So tank farm will spool up around 3. That's when you'll see the Pope vent go. Take about 2 hours to chill down the tank farm, and then they'll move into Tower and OLM. Chill down, and yeah, so we're kind of just watching as SpaceX finishes these cleanup operations and everything. Once everyone's cleared out, hopefully once we get around to that 3 a.m. mark, we start seeing the Pope vent go and them start to chill down the tank farm. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah, there's our handy dandy graphic. So about 2 hours and some change until things start getting exciting with that tank farm. Anyway, let's get to some of your guys' questions. Actually, first, real quick, I just want to thank Kevin for becoming a Padram member. Thank you, Kevin. Hope you enjoy our awesome membership program. And yet, here's the timeline Ryan was just talking about.
Yeah, and
exciting few hours ahead of us.
they don't have the soft closure right now. There are cops at River though, as of right now. So they're still closing things down.
Yeah. Actually, Max, you just joined us, so I haven't gotten your opinion. Do you think to catch or not to catch, or if they do go for a catch, do they catch or do they not catch?
The key word there is catch. That's all I took. That's all I got from that. No, to catch or not to catch. That is the question. You know, I've always remained optimistic about the potential outcome from this morning, in hopefully just a few hours. You know, with the accuracy that they've been able to demonstrate from Flight 4 with the booster return and splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico, especially with Bill Gerstenmaier testifying half a centimeter accuracy, and even if he did misspeak to half a meter accuracy, you know, I really think there is a greater chance than not that they can actually pull this off. And I don't believe, unless they have some kind of catastrophic failure, that there will be major consequences if they have something go wrong, whether it be the alignment being too far out of place and they don't have the fuel to correct it, or there being a slight problem location-wise, or with the landing burn startup and they have to divert to throwing it in the water. With all of that, and especially everything that we've heard now after from the Flight 4 data analysis and flight analysis, I think that there is a really solid chance, more than not, that they could pull this off.
I agree. Exciting times ahead in the morning. It's crazy that the moment is almost here. We'll witness it.
It's always so eerie too, watching just the final few vehicles leave the launch site. Like the nerves start to pick up once like the last couple of pickup trucks leave, because that's when you know that activity here is going to pick up rapidly.
Mm-hmm. Matt gifted 50 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much,
Holy
Matt.
jumping.
That is awesome.
You're the man, Matt.
And then Blake gifted 5 Red Team memberships. So if you got one of those, make sure you thank whoever gifted it to you. It truly is awesome. So thank you very much. And John with another 5. So thank you all for your support. All right, now finally getting to some questions. Let's see. Kilmore is wondering, wait, FAA gave approval for Flight 6 too? EJ.
Yep.
Yes, right?
Yeah, they did. They gave approval for Flight 5 and 6, as long as 6 is the same thing, and provided there's no crazy mishaps. You know, knock on wood. We don't want commentators curse here, right? Provided that Flight 5 does works as advertised and it doesn't endanger public safety. Yeah, Flight 5 and 6. FAA came through. Credit where credit is due. Absolutely. They worked. They were cooking. They were cooking for SpaceX, and I'm sure all of us as spaceflight fans really appreciate that.
Yes, that is certainly true. We were all prepared for late November, and I'm glad it is not late November.
Yep. It's a treat. It's really a treat what we're seeing here, Trev.
Yeah, no kidding. Mark is wondering how close to the position of the old Danger van is Danger Trailer now. Basically, I think it's the same spot, more or less.
Yeah, it's just about the same. Maybe, I guess, 20 or 30 feet difference, but that is, I guess, not that much of a factor or that much difference when you're already that close to Starship at liftoff. But yeah, it's about the same distance.
Yeah. Dustin saying, with Mars's thinner atmosphere, do they need to build as beefy of a heat shield as they've built here on Earth? Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this problem is kind of twofold. Where sure, the atmosphere is less dense on Mars, but you're also entering faster. So am I correct that peak heating is give or take fairly similar?
Far as I understand, it'd be fairly similar. I take that with a grain of salt because I'm not an expert on that entirely. But there's also the whole thing of there's no reason to build a less beefy heat shield for Mars. You build one heat shield that'll work for everything. Then you have a standardization and the same thing for everything. Because if you remember the starships that you want to send to Mars, eventually you want to have those take off and come back to Earth. Well, you're going to need that heat shield to return to Earth. So you might as well have the same one for everything, no matter what planet you're entering, basically. So there really isn't any reason to change it or have anything different.
Right. Cool. Then Steven is wondering, how many RUDs have we seen? Let's see. In the Starship program, if we're counting only RUDs with propellants on board, there was SN4, SN8, SN9, SN10. We technically didn't see SN11, so count it as you will. Then
Schrodinger's RUD.
It entered a wormhole, so it'll just appear over the launch site at some point, and yeah.
It's in a temporal loop in the Q continuum.
Yeah. Then we had, I don't know if you count it as a RUD, but B7's spicy static. Well, it was what a
Yeah, that
spin
counts.
prime test. Yeah,
that counts.
and then
what spin boom?
IFT1. Yeah, IFT1 was RUD. IFT2 had RUD. IFT3 had RUD. So I think like 9
and 4. 4 rudded.
4
I mean,
really have a RUD.
Booster 11.
It made it back to the water. Booster made it back to the water and did what it was supposed to. So I think it might be unfair
but it did
to
eventually
say it
blow up.
but I think that was on purpose, though. That wasn't as a consequence of some either off trajectory flight or some off nominal happening.
Yeah, so I think we've had like 9 or 10 in the Starship program, which, I mean, they've all been awesome. Then let's see. Everyday Potato is wondering, if the booster is caught, I love the name, by the way, and the ship makes it to re-entry, what's next for the program? Landing the ship on a drone ship? So Max, yeah, if tomorrow goes well, what do you think will be what do you think Flight 6 profile will be? What will they start working on, etc.?
I mean, the flight profile would have to be exactly the same or very, very similar to what Flight 5 is to comply with the launch license. The launch license, of course, but I think the biggest question mark is if they do manage to catch the booster, how exactly are they going to start and refine the process for safing the booster in terms of getting the prop off, depressing the tanks, making sure that the booster is safe to approach and process for either reflight or just sheer analysis. So I think they will be breaking. Obviously, this is something that no one's ever done before. I mean, even with Falcon 9, this is totally different with brand new fuels, brand new infrastructure, and not to mention a vehicle that's exponentially larger than Falcon 9 and landing in a whole different way. So I think Flight 6, assuming that they are able to repeat the same accuracy, assuming that this morning goes well, would be refining the safing process for the booster and trying to put it back on the orbital launch mount to, I guess, streamline those processes, whether it be letting the methane and the LOX boil off over time or being able to put it back on the OLM and reconnect the booster QD and drain the prop that way to speed the process up. We're not sure. That is for SpaceX to, I guess, do more research and find out as time goes on with experience. And I guess that's really the only thing you can do is when that's all you can do at this point.
Yeah. Max, have you read Re-Entry yet?
You know, it's funny you say that. I just finished it for the second time via audiobook on the drive over here. I mean, I had plenty of time to do so, so might as well.
Yeah.
But yes, I did. I have.
Yeah, no, it reminds me, this whole question reminds me of when Berger and it was talking about after the first Falcon had landed and how SpaceX didn't really have many procedures down. And they were just like, if we get it, we'll figure it out. And I suspect there's a similar attitude going on.
Yeah, you know, I didn't realize how little they were set up for the first drone ship landing, in terms of if they actually stuck it on the drone ship, and they brought it back to port. They had they had no way to bring it off and process it until maybe the night or day before they were scheduled to go back out, which I had no idea about, which was startling. But that's been the SpaceX way, is that you learn as you go and you figure things out as you do them. And I think that's critical, is that's just the way SpaceX's philosophy has been towards operations in general, is just we will figure things out as we do them. And of course, there is a limit to what you can do in terms of what you are contractually obligated to do, in terms of which agencies you're working with and what processes might be frowned upon for development. But yeah, we will find out as much as they will, almost, I guess, visually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for those who haven't read Reentry, highly, highly recommend. It is very interesting, lots of funny stories, and Berger, unsurprisingly, did a great job with it. Let's see. Here's an interesting question, EJ. I think you'll have probably interesting perspective on this.
Shoot.
From 0x0 saying, IFT and Europa Clipper, which do you think is the more important mission?
Oh. Wow. That's a good question. You know, I'd say in the short term that IFT is more important, but also you got to think long term with the Europa Clipper. Europa Clipper could help get us some understanding about, the planets that are out beyond the asteroid belt. It's going to help us understand Europa, and that could give us a justification in the future to move starships there. These scientific missions work hand in hand, guys. They work hand in hand with reinforcing where we need to go. You look at Mars, you look at Curiosity, you look at Perseverance. Those are paving the way for people to be there eventually. We got to get as much understanding about these planets that we choose to go to as we possibly can, and that'll reinforce a human spaceflight mission later. Just like what we did with the moon. I mean, they sent Ranger. They sent the Ranger program, the Surveyor program to the moon before they sent Neil and Buzz. Before they sent, Jim Lovell, Bill Anders, and Frank Borman on 8. They mapped the entire moon, taking pictures. So these scientific missions are really important in the long term for long-term exploration. But I'd say in the short term, as a spaceflight fan, I can't not be super hyped about IFT-5. I'm sorry, I can't. Europa Clipper's awesome. Those boosters are being expended. Lame, but I understand the scientific value of these missions. These scientific missions are paving the way for exploration. That we need those. Something like Starship would, these scientific missions need to be there to get a justification, right? I mean, that, and Elon's kind of hell-bent on going to Mars anyway, but for human spaceflight in the long term, these scientific missions are absolutely quintessential. So it's a good question. I'd say short-term IFT-5, long-term Europa Clipper all day.
Valid.
Yeah. They're just so different,
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Europa Clipper is a crazy cool mission.
Yeah, absolutely.
For those who may not know that much about it, Vertasium, the YouTube channel, just did a phenomenal video about it that really highlights, I didn't realize how cool of a mission it was until watching it. I didn't realize how much cool stuff we didn't know about Europa until watching it. So highly recommend. And I guess the good answer to this question is, thankfully we can do both.
Yep.
Yes, and for one, and that's not a cop out. That's just the reality of what's happening. Like they're doing both. Both are happening.
Actually, somebody brought up over in my chat that if IFT5 fails, they'll fix it and try again with 6. If Clipper fails, we got a big problem.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
That's a, yes, that's also
That's a pretty good point.
Yeah, I mean, that's also like if the rocket fails or the probe fails, like those are whole different like failure modes. But like,
don't even say it. Like
I know, I'm sorry. I know. Commentators curse. I'm sorry. I know.
As a baseball fan, that's absolutely a thing.
Yep.
Please.
Yeah, scary.
Right?
Let's not think about that.
Right? No. Everything's going to work fine. It's going to be great.
Yes.
It's all going to be fine.
Yep.
But that is a great question, Zero.
It is. It really is.
Thank you for that. Was an awesome one. Thank you. Let's see. Making sure we haven't missed any status updates. Pad is clear. Road is closed. In about 2 hours, when we'll start seeing all of that tank farm venting. Correct, Ryan?
Yeah, that's the hope. That they'll start around 3 a.m. if they want. I mean, they only have 30 minutes to make that window, so they'll have a lot of time to spare. They'll want to get it spooled up as quick as they get up. The launch site isn't fully clear yet, but as far as I understand, I think the pad is. But we're still waiting on cars to fully clear out from in front of the launch site. So, but here, for anyone who wants a primer, we got for the orbital tank farm. Here we got the liquid methane. Kind of hard to see the tanks from at night, but they got a couple of large ones and a bunch of small horizontal tanks. These were the original liquid methane tanks after SpaceX realized they couldn't use the vertical ones that they built for reasons. Well, we're not going to go into that. But then we got the liquid oxygen over there. It runs along lines that go all the way over to the far left there, which hook into the liquid oxygen subcoolers. So they have to chill down those lines all the way across. That's kind of fun. And then there's the liquid nitrogen tanks here. Those will help subcool the propellant, both the methane and the liquid oxygen, as it goes through both the subcoolers, and then they'll split off and go to the pad and to the tower, which will fuel the vehicle. And though that chill down should start in about 2 hours is what we're looking at. So, yeah.
Heck yeah. So exciting. And there are the few cars left at the pad. Certainly getting empty quick. Let's see. Going to some of your guys' support. G&J Rebuild with the super chat saying, if they do attempt to catch the booster, what do you think about the sonic booms? Let's see. Mac, since you've heard hundreds of Falcon sonic booms, what are you thinking Starship will sound like, or Super Heavy? Are you worried about it? Just give us your thoughts.
Worried? No. Excited? Yes. A little bit unsure of what to expect exactly audibly? Also yes. I don't know. I mean, I've thought about this quite a bit, and the only reference we have is Falcon 9, which technically has 3 sonic booms, 2 very close to the business end of Falcon 9, where the engine bells are, and then one more at the very top with the grid fins. That's really difficult to really nail down of what one might expect to hear, but even being 6 miles away here in South Padre Island, I fully expect to get absolutely slapped in the face by them. And of course, given Super Heavy's size comparison to Falcon 9 as well, I'm wondering how much more spaced apart those sonic booms are, because with Falcon 9, it's like boom boom. And I wonder if for some reason, given our perspective and Super Heavy's speed, I wonder if it's going to be more like boom boom, like a bit further spaced apart. And of course, the volume factor, we have no idea. I mean, I guess there's only one way to find out, right? So we are very eagerly waiting to find out, and hopefully we actually get to that point tomorrow, because of course they have to command the booster to come back before boost back burn, assuming all systems are healthy on the booster and the pad as well. So gonna be a bit disappointed if we don't hear them.
I think you'll hear them tomorrow.
I admire the optimism. I hope so too.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna hear that thing come back. I have this distinct feeling you're gonna hear it.
You know, if there was any poor souls in the area who still have no idea what's going to happen, and that does end up being the case, I pray that no one has a heart attack or is scared so bad that they either get hurt or something happens. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just hope everyone is awake and alert when that when that happens and not still sleeping, even though that could very well be the case, being 7 a.m. on a Sunday.
Yeah, you know, I definitely was surprised at how loud Falcon sonic booms were. Like, I was kind of expecting them to be more, you know, like thunder right above you, but it definitely was substantially louder than that.
It's I think I would best describe it as like sharp. Like, it is a very sharp sound. Like, it's not
cannon going off.
It really is, like, and you feel it just about as much, if not more, than you hear it, which is very strange to say and difficult to describe to someone who's never felt that in person. But you do feel them, like you feel an impact in your body, especially the closer you are to the to LZ1 and or LZ2, because we've been fortunate enough to see Falcon Heavy side cores come back at reasonably close distance, along with Falcon 9 boosters. And we've also and for contrast, we've also seen and heard them come back from farther away, and the booms are still plenty audible and plenty. They still hit you in the chest plenty well. So I'm not sure, but we are all eagerly waiting to find out.
Yeah, no kidding. Anonymous with a storm message saying, currently working at a place who made old gen SpaceX Raptor turbopumps housing, about to interview at Stoke next week. Wish me luck. If anyone on the team is watching, Andy Lafsa, perhaps enjoy the show.
Nice.
Yeah.
Shoot your shot, man. I like that.
Best of luck with your interview. Stoke is an awesome place. Let's see. Sandy or Sad Boy Dex said Elon is revolutionizing space travel. Whether this test succeeds or fails, this will change how launches of all kinds are done and make it cheaper. Yep, no kidding. Andrew saying ready for catch in Bulgaria. King Fa with a $65 super chat saying thanks NSF. Thanks for NSF already star up the stream. Do you guys concern all the progress for now? 4 to 6 years is not enough to make it to Mars or even Moon. And if all goes to plan, how when can Starship reach Mars? Ryan, do you want to take that one? Like, in terms of timeline for hitting these celestial bodies?
I talked about this a lot on the CTL. I think me and EJ had a long conversation on this when I went through the entire status of where SpaceX is, kind of where they are at. I don't think SpaceX is gonna. I don't think HLS will be ready for the moon until like 2028 or later. And Mars, I would assume 2030 or later. At their current rate. Just to give a summarized version of it. They have a lot to work on. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. Well, no, King Fa, thank you very much for your support, and hopefully you enjoy the show tomorrow morning. Not sure. Oh boy. I know who will answer this question. Not sure is asking, what was wrong with the vertical tanks?
Oh,
Ryan.
Yeah. So we'll talk about the original.
Half an hour when this is done.
Yeah, yeah. Let us know.
So we'll start off with the original vertical water tank that they made. They basically copied the cryo shells that they had made for the rest of them, and they decided to just put it in there without any extra reinforcement or any foundation or anything, and just thought that they could just fill it up with water and be done with that. They found out pretty quickly that you can't just do that, and it started leaking pretty early on, and well, they had to decommission that and transfer over to other sources. So that happened. Now, those other sources you're asking, well, what are the tanks that they use for that? Well, they used the old what the vertical tanks that were supposed to be for methane were used for water, because the old vertical methane tanks did not meet fire code for the Texas Railroad Commission, if I remember correctly. And because there has to be a certain barrier wall when you have a large amount of LNG, and they didn't have that. They didn't have the space separation. There's a lot of things that they didn't have. It's like SpaceX didn't really seem to look up the regs when they built it. Question mark? I don't know. But they couldn't use those tanks, so that's why they then went to the horizontal tanks. And then with the LOX and LN2 ones, they used those for the first 3 flights. So those then were also damaged during the flights because, well, they stick over the berm wall, and some of them are straight exposed to the exhaust. So they got damaged, and we can always remember all the dents that they had in. And I think any of you have been here a while, they remember them installing those large I-beams on them to try to beef them up for a launch, which was kind of funny to watch, just to watch them scrap it after. But they eventually switched over to all horizontal tanks, got rid of that tank farm. In fact, it looks like they're going to put some more horizontal tanks where the old vertical tanks were. So that's kind of the story of them. And it was kind of an iconic skyline with those there, and well, now they're gone. So, yeah.
Yeah, those things were infamous, to say the least. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Not sure, and you are now sure of the answer. That was a stupid joke. That was truly good. I'm sorry.
The realization.
That was such a stupid joke. That was such like it's always like there's something so comical about somebody realizing, Trevor, I love you, but like there's something so like satisfying and just funny in itself of someone realizing that their joke was like, I probably shouldn't have said that.
Dude, you know, in this business, sometimes you got
The turn was amazing.
The turn, yes.
We're 7 hours into a stream. Forgive me.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta you gotta send it out there, and sometimes it gets sent right back. Like sometimes self-inflicted. You're just like, oh, why did I say that? Oh no.
Yeah.
Like me not saying Sabatier correctly before. Yeah. You know.
Or like saying ship 26 is the best ship.
Yeah, exactly.
Except that's actually except that's a true fact though.
Yeah, I would like to apologize to everyone. The fact that I said Spadre, I literally thought I'd heard it before, and I was told by a very large number of people that was very much, in fact, not anything anyone says.
They say SPI, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, there
Spy?
You go. No, not like that.
Spy?
Spy.
So does that mean if there's any children in SPI, they're spy kids?
That was a good. Oh man, those movies.
Nope, I'm sending that right back. I am sending this right back right now.
Well, I'm not accepting it. So move on, EJ.
By the way, ship 26 is the best ship.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you very much.
I'm still crossing my fingers they slice that thing in half sooner rather than later. I want it to happen. I want that so badly.
You take that back right now, Ryan. Right now.
I will not take that back, Max. I absolutely will never take that back.
Ship 26 will fly. Mark my words.
No, it won't. I want it gone.
Hey,
chat, who wants it gone?
Hey, Max. There. You know, when you're at the Kennedy Space Center press site, there's this big, tall building next to you. What do you call that? Just out of curiosity.
I call it the VAB, and saying VAB is completely inappropriate.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good. Okay. I was gonna get angry for a second, but I'm good now. I'm good.
Do you just make these? Do you just make these like all these like negative assumptions about me, EJ? Like, is that what you
You
think
just
of me?
called it spy. You just called it spy, man. Yes.
Just like your name is Edge.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
Anyway, moving on.
Trevor,
EJ, can I make it even worse for you?
Yeah, go ahead, man. It's fine.
I used to think VAB stood for vertical
Oh.
assembly building.
You know, honestly, it's not. I get that way more often than people think, and honestly, I don't necessarily blame them for saying that or thinking that, because it does seem logical to think that. But at the end of the day, it's like, guys, if you've been here for long enough, get it right.
Yeah.
You know, Trevor, that's not too bad. That's forgivable.
Okay.
You know, like, because there's, you know, you think it's, well, they're vertically integrating, so vertical assembly, it makes sense. Like, but yeah, no, that's not bad. That's not as bad as spy or VAB. Like,
spy.
Duh, stop it. Hoppy.
There's the VAB and
Oh no!
Stop it! I'm doing that.
right next to the soul, the Statue of Liberty.
Oh my God!
Hey, chat! We are entirely on the rails here. Just to point it out, we're totally on the rails.
Wait, what's that thing next to the Statue of Liberty then, Trevor? Hold on.
To quote Ron Swanson from Parks and Rec, "Wow, a clock. We don't have that in America."
You know what you're about, son.
Anyway,
my
moving
gosh.
on to some questions.
Somewhere out there, Chris Bergen is like, oh.
Real quick, is anytime Chris B tries to give us crap in the back channel, I always just reply 1776. Moving on.
Let's get this back on the rails. Eric Spilt says Kevin for president.
Oh no.
No.
That's been vetoed. Sandboy with a super chat asking, any birds seen at Starbase lately? Longbirds?
There are plenty of grackles here, and they make a very unique sound that I'm not going to attempt to replicate right now. But we get lots of grackles, lots of vultures as well, unfortunately. But I'm not much of a bird watcher, so I can't necessarily say precisely what else is around here.
Yeah, I also have no idea. So, but there are birds. Let's see. Fearless Studios with the $5 super chat saying, if the catch goes well, when do you think we can expect our very first full orbit of the ship and possibly a ship catch?
Ooh boy. Because catching a ship is a much different story than catching a booster. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Orbital for sure 2025, no doubt in my mind. Obviously, I would say probably even Q1 2025, like full orbital of ship. But catching it, ooh boy.
2 more flights to go to orbit.
Flight 7. I would say so. I would say probably the first flight of V2 would ship 33 probably. That might be the first to go full orbital. But catching the ship we're still probably a bit out from that. I don't think that they're going to come out of left field like they have with trying to catch the booster so quickly. Because it's one thing to catch a booster that is traveling, Mach 3, Mach 4 at some point, rather than trying to catch a ship that is traveling at a much different trajectory that was just at orbital velocity and traveling in a much different direction, mind you. So I'm not sure. I would say we're probably at least 2 years out from that.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think that's probably fairly reasonable. It's so hard to predict. Like, I mean, I honestly don't think if you asked us in like right before flight 4 of Starship, like when the first booster catch attempt, I bet most of us would be saying flight 6. And
or at least 2025, like, and especially not 2024.
Yeah. So I mean, SpaceX was just really happy with the data that they got, and so they're trying tomorrow, which is absolutely phenomenal, and it's very possible that they decide that ship. If it's very possible they realize that these upgrades to the heat shield are perfect, and they decide, all right, let's go for a ship much sooner than we may have previously expected. So, I don't think that's necessarily likely, but I definitely wouldn't rule it out in the realm of possibilities.
Hey, but block B5 is getting caught, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
BN1.
Yeah. B3 is gonna go to orbit, right? Right.
No.
SN5 is going to orbit. Ryan, get it right.
Mark 1 is making a 20-kilometer hop, right? Right. Okay. It did hop, not very far though.
Part of it hopped. Let's see. Sean became a red team member. Welcome. Eric says NSF 24/7 live commentary stream fun. Love you guys and thanks for the coverage. You do not want that. Think about how dumb we are after 7 hours. Now imagine that.
Like, you obviously have no empathy for our sanity, which would disappear within 24 hours easily.
No. See, fellas, that's the key. Trevor's dumb after a long period of time. I'm just dumb all the time. That's the secret. You know what I mean? Like,
we have an update here, by the way. Stabs have disengaged from the ship.
Oh,
excellent.
Ryan, explain the significance of that.
So this is the first step before the sticks themselves will they'll drop down slightly and then they'll open up and drop out from the ship and move away. And once they're clear of the flaps, the sticks will then move up a little bit farther to predetermined catch height, and then they'll open up for launch, basically, is what they're going to do. So SpaceX is moving into count. They are definitely moving along here.
Heck yeah, that's what we want to hear. So some more support, because you guys have been so generous, which really words do not describe how thankful we are for it. So Samuel became a PadRed member. Thank you very much. And then Aurora said, I just ordered the Flight Test 5 t-shirt and patch. You all do such a fabulous job covering the launches and progress of SpaceX. Very inspiring, and thank you so much. No, thank you for watching and buying our merch. We really do appreciate it. Then Eric saying that was the worst attempt of saying my last name. I'm sorry, Eric. I am terrible with names.
I'll throw my hat in the ring if you want.
I think I just ignored the last half of it. I remember saying Eric Spit, and there's literally an L and an E and another T in it. So, yeah. Go ahead, EJ. How do you think it is?
Eric Spittle? Spittle.
Right? Yeah, Spittle. That's it. I'm sorry, Eric Spittle. My
bad
brain...
TA. Yeah. You're doing fine, Trevor. Seriously, you're doing just fine, man. Don't take nothing from chat. Don't take nothing. You're doing.
No, I deserve that one. That was
right.
That was my bad. And then Evan with the super chat saying, "Thank you guys for laughs. My question: how much leeway do the arms have when making the catch? Can they adjust based on where the booster is?" That sounds like a good question for you, Ryan.
In theory, assuming they communicate, which I don't see why they wouldn't, although I don't know what the delay time is on that. So kind of, they should have a lot of leeway. In fact, I mean, I know you're watching the stream right now, but we have a really, really cool video that talks about how the margin of error SpaceX could have with a catch. It's by DOS, by the way, hosted by DOS. And sticks are opening up. There we go.
Let's go.
Good news.
And but yeah, there's a really cool video by DOS that kind of really goes into the depths of that. So, watch that. It's a really, really good one. DOS always does a good job with his videos. But it should be able to move, they be slightly off center, but obviously considering the information we got from Bill Gerstenmaier, I don't think they'll need it. They should be on point. So, yeah.
Awesome. King Dex with the super chat saying, "Lol, I just changed my name to make it easier to pronounce."
We
I
just got it
apologize if
right.
I apologize if I also butchered your name. And then Wendy became a Padred member. Let's see. Cannon Copeland is asking, could B-13 be put back on the pad and fly on flight again? The second Falcon 9 B-1021 flew again. Correct. Yes. I can answer the Falcon part of that. 21 was the first reflight. 19 was the first landing. And 20 was just like it was a Pathfinder like thing that they used for tests. So yeah, it's definitely possible in my opinion that 13 flies again. 12 I think is pretty unlikely. Does anyone here think that this booster, if they catch it, will fly again?
Ooh. No. I think it'll be a little bit longer before they are comfortable enough to refly a booster, given what they don't understand what the booster might look like or what these systems might look like in terms of wear from atmospheric reentry and also Raptor reignition. There's just a lot of unknowns that SpaceX has to, I guess, nail down and fully understand before they try and refly a booster itself, because there's a lot more prop in it. There's the consequences of something going wrong are that much more. So I just got distracted by a text from, or not a text, but a tweet from SpaceX.
Squirrel.
Let's see. I mean, there's a lot more that TLDR. There's a lot more that could go wrong if a booster decides to RUD or misbehave. Say if a Raptor misbehaves or has something go wrong, as opposed to Falcon 9. So I think we are still a bit away from seeing a booster refly.
Now, do you guys think they're going to static fire this booster after? Maybe a
I
static
could see a potential static fire for sure, but an actual reflight, yeah.
Yeah.
I think if the vehicle is in good condition, they will almost certainly do a static fire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go. Well, just saying. Oh, here you go. It's what we think it'll look like. Thanks to Ryan Caton for these graphics.
That is going to be so freaking wild.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Real.
So yeah, and then it'll go down to its transport stand. The one thing I have a big question mark on the Block 1 boosters is the engine chill lines, and if the Raptors sustain any kind of damage that you might have issues with on that. So for those of you who don't know, this goes back to the Booster 7 spin boom. SpaceX didn't basically try to recapture. They try to recapture as much of the methane as they can, but obviously you can't get everything. But they basically had gaseous methane and gaseous oxygen kind of mixing below the OLM. And then when they went for the spin prime, the 33 engine spin prime on Booster 7, well, it went boom. So the solution to that was then to route the LOX into a manifold, which went into the engine chill, which went to the engine chill pit that's now off to the side. Block 1 boosters are still using that. So literally every single Raptor has a quick disconnect line that goes off the Raptor and hooks up to that manifold. That is something that has to get eliminated in Block 2. So I don't know what the reusability factor of it is with that. So that could be a question mark on flying a Block 1 booster again. But
yeah. Well, not that this is super relevant to Starship, but we did just get a SpaceX tweet about other SpaceX events, which just highlights how absurd this company is, saying that Due to unfavorable weather conditions off the coast of Florida, Dragon is standing down from today's undocking from the space station. Teams will continue to monitor weather conditions for next available undocking opportunities. So, just so that we're all on the same page, SpaceX has Starship Vertical on OOPA, preparing for the first catch. Falcon Heavy Vertical on 39A, preparing for Europa Clipper. Then they have a Starlink 1010 preparing to go from 40, 97 prepared to go from Slick Ford East, and they have a Dragon on space station about to take 4 humans back to Earth.
That is going to be a very busy week for all teams involved, but that is a sign of progress.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know about you guys, but that means we get more Matthew Dominic pictures from space. Having Crew 8 stay up there for a little longer.
That's
okay
the
with
spirit,
this.
EJ. That's
I'm
the
okay with
spirit
this.
we need. Yes.
We
Is
got
the
two.
ISS
What's up?
going? Is the ISS gonna go over Texas and anywhere around a certain launch?
I don't know.
Let me
I
check.
actually don't know.
Okay, EJ can check.
While EJ's checking,
'Cause I mean, a picture of this thing launching from Matthew would be the chef's kiss, as it were.
You got to remember, we got 2 amazing photographers up there. There's Matthew and then there's Don Pettit, the
Sure.
original,
the OG Don
space.
Pettit.
Yep.
OG. Yeah.
So, go ahead.
No, do you have an answer?
The ISS is over. It's over Brazil right now, heading northeast. The track could shift. It might be out over the Atlantic somewhere. It's possible, but it's hard to say the timing just by looking at a ground track from its current position. You could extrapolate it if you wanted to sit here and do more math than I care to mention. I mean, Trevor, if you want to do it, but but I think. Yeah, no, a hard pass. It's possible. The ground track will go over Starbase eventually, and it will be doing that probably, I'd say in 4 or 5 orbits. It'll probably be over Boca Chica, almost like exactly. So, 90-minute orbit, 5 orbits. It's possible. It's possible it could be there. It may be. Yep.
Chris Net, I see in chat, is Colorado Gang. Talking about 1021. Yes, I love that display. And also, Colorado is an amazing state. Some cool clips saying, "Strap me on that rocket, I'm ready to fly." And then says, also, I think my doormate is going to kill me. Let's see, Thomas with a $60 super chat saying, when do you think we'll see Starship to lift Starlinks to space for the first time, and how many of those per launch? Ryan, earlier we were talking, we're probably thinking like the second flight of Starship Block 2. So early to mid next year would be it, probably.
I would that would be ship 30. If we're talking the second block 2, that would be ship 34, which by the way, for those you don't know, the forward dome just was the forward section, FX section, was lifted onto the turntable earlier today. So it's now nose cone, payload bay plus forward section tall. So they're starting to make progress on stacking that one. I would assume that thing might be ready in summer of next year, or later. It takes a while to get those ships built and ready. I'm trying to remember how many Starlinks they can stick in that thing. I'd have to look it up.
I don't think we really know.
I think I can give you a ballpark if I gotta give you a minute here.
About that many.
Yeah. I know Ring Watchers did some math on it. I just have to find it again. Based off of the old V2 design, we'll go with that.
And mind you, the V2s themselves are absolutely gargantuan satellites. So
yeah.
The Ring Watchers, based on an article I see from Jax, are saying roughly 40, which is about what I would have guessed.
Holy cow, that was way more than I thought. Wow.
Yeah, because I think the Pez that for Block 2 is a little bit bigger, so they might be able to fit a little bit more in there now. But
maybe.
yeah, it's in the ballpark. But yeah,
Yeah. As always, shout out to the Ring Watchers. They're awesome.
yes.
They're crazy. They're so good.
Hey, Trev, do you got a second real quick?
We have whatever 5.5 hours is in seconds.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. So, a couple buddies in my Twitch chat over there were saying that the ISS it's going to do a pass basically over South Padre Island at 6:17 a.m., which
just
means
before.
it's
Darn.
they're either gonna be coming up over the horizon if they go later in the launch window, or there's gonna be a Pacific Ocean and an Earth in the way, which is a little bit of a bummer, but it's close. It's actually super close.
That's pretty close.
Yeah. That'd
Worth
be cool.
noting. Either way, though, they will have an aerial perspective, courtesy of one of the NASA WB-57s that will be in the air.
Awesome. Zachary saying, can't wait for 5th launch. Been watching since the beginning of Starship to infinity and beyond. To infinity and beyond, indeed. I want to access the inaccessible cardinals. And for the single person watching that understands that joke, I salute you. King Dex with a $5 super chat saying, considering the dynamic weight of a booster catch, hold on, what? This panel is being weird. Sorry, give me 1 sec to. Okay, considering the dynamic weight of a booster catch and the shape of the carriage, do you think it was a mistake not including a counterweight system? Well, it is to some extent weighted, right?
Make the towers basically your counterweight.
Yeah.
Towers, yeah. You gotta remember that. So, Dex, the 4 posts. This is what Ryan was saying. The 4 posts, and the carriage runs on 3 of them. Guys, that's not just metal. Those are filled with concrete, like all the way up. This thing is very, very strong. That tower is extremely heavy. I mean, you guys saw the crane that they needed just to move the segments. That was before they put the concrete in. You needed the CC-8800, and that is not a small crane.
The 4 truss, the standardized sections, which were 4 truss sections high, basically 4 truss sections high, or weighed 400 tons a piece
without concrete. Right?
Without concrete.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. Yeah, based off the counterweights that they were loading onto the CC-8800, it's like 400 tons.
Absurd.
I mean, the tower itself may be the anchor. I mean, I guess that might be the best way of looking at it, is the tower is essentially the anchor for the booster and the entire system. But that being said, like, it may be the anchor and it may be solid, but if we speed up the footage from all the chopstick testing that they've done over the past 2 to 3 weeks, you can actually see how much the tower actually wobbles and flexes. And granted, it's designed to do that and absorb the load, and it can be off-putting, I guess, if someone's just watching it for the first time. So, but it is designed to do that. But also, mind you, the tower is the anchor, and it would take a lot for that tower to either structurally fail or to impose severe or really any significant damage to it. And also, a booster that will hopefully be coming back in just a few hours will weigh upwards of between 10 to 15% of what it did at liftoff. So it will be dealing with a lot less weight than before.
Because let's see here, at liftoff, if I remember correctly, I gotta roll through my spreadsheets here on all this stuff. At liftoff, the booster 12 should weigh around 38 to 3,900 metric tons, fully fueled, and we're thinking it's going to be about 350 on landing. So I mean, it's going to burn all that fuel, but yeah.
And that's what's so staggering about that. And that's what's so staggering about rockets in general, is that like upwards of 90% of a rocket's weight is fuel.
Yep.
It's all fuel. They're basically just hollowed. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, man. She's a beast. Yeah, guys, that's getting into Delta V formulas and stuff. The plain Jane way of saying this is that the more fuel you have on your rocket and the less rocket you have on your rocket, the further it's going to go. And that's talking about mass fraction here. These things are 95% fuel easily all day.
One of my favorite call-outs of all time, and this will be the one shuttle reference, I guess, to make Chris be happy, was whenever of course a space shuttle would fly upwards of maybe a minute to a minute 20 into flight, there would be a call-out more often than not from the people who are either commentating on the stream or on the TV program as it was back then, that the shuttle now weighs one half of what it did at liftoff in like between 60 and 80 seconds of flight. And that just shows you how much mass you are expulsing out of both the SRBs and the RS-25s in that short amount of time. I mean, rockets go through an immense amount of fuel. One of my favorite stats of all time, I can't remember who was saying it, so I guess it's not really that credible, but when the Saturn V was launching, the propellant line, or the amount of propellant that was in the RP-1 tank, for the first, I think, 3 or 4 seconds of flight, the RP-1, the fuel, how do I say this?
It was from ignition, I think.
From ignition to I think the first 2 or 3 seconds of flight, the RP-1 line or fuel line was falling faster than the rocket was rising, which is a little bit crazy and maybe difficult to, I guess, imagine in your own mind. But I guess that's just that's what happens when you have a lot when you're working with a ton of fuel.
I think it was in the book Ignition.
Was it?
That it talked about. I think it was, unless it was somewhere else, that the Saturn V, with all F1 engines running, went through 15 tons of propellant per second.
Yeah.
On during flight. And I don't know how much Super Heavy goes through. I don't know that mass ratio.
A lot.
I think that'd be an Alex question. I think Alex is sleeping at the moment, so I'm not going to ping him or bug him. But because I don't remember how much fuel that a Raptor burns off the top of my head, but I would assume it's probably in the, like with 33 engine, I'd assume it's like in the 30 tons a second range. I wouldn't be that surprised for all that. But like it's just nuts to think about that much mass being used in a second. It's just nuts.
It's incomprehensible numbers here. Like what I like to tell people that is, if you hooked up a rocket's turbo pump to an Olympic swimming pool and sucked out all the water, you could see the water level going down visibly. And Olympic swimming pools that's a lot of water. It could drain it like visibly in a couple of minutes. Like this is absurd amount of propellant movement here.
And it's also a lot of potential energy as well. If the most unfortunate thing was to happen in the event of a full run with a rocket fully fueled. What? I'm just no. I'm just saying in general. Like, even when they were doing the first ever, I guess, wet dresses on Starship, I guess, for Booster 7 and Ship 24. I can't remember if they had a full wet dress for Booster 4 and Ship 20. But I remember just sitting there watching the entire vehicle frosty. And I just kept thinking to myself, there is so much potential energy just sitting in one area. Like, it's staggering.
I don't think they ever did that with 420. I think 724 was the first time they did a WDR.
Yeah, that was the first
when
time
they
did wet
accidentally.
dress.
Yeah.
By the way, sticks are fully opening. Starting to. They've fully disengaged from the ship.
Mechazilla, his arms wide.
There you go.
Elon and Gwen at Starbase.
Oh, man. Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
Anyway, back to thanking some people on our members multi-view stream, which if you're a member, keep in mind you can get access to the awesome multi-view that shows you, I don't think I can say all, isn't it just most of our cameras? I think we have so many cameras that it's even the multi-view is not quite all of them. But Christopher, with the super chat with a very cute super sticker. Thank you, Christopher, if you are listening to us here as well. And then Ron said, been looking forward to this moment for years. I hope it works out well. Fingers crossed for all the nerds in the world. I'm pretty nervous. I think we're all at that state of like tired, nervous, stressed, excited, every emotion.
All at once.
Nerves are running pretty high right now, and they will only be getting more intense as we draw closer to the opening of the window. Starship flights are one of those, I guess, weird things where you can feel your body, especially if you're here in person. Like you feel your body tense up, you feel your vision and just starting to focus on the entire stack. Like your mind almost goes quiet. You just want to focus, especially if you have a camera to work or if you're listening on comms. Like the flights are still rare enough and I guess novel enough to where it almost sucks everyone's focus towards it. Whereas obviously with Falcon 9 and Starlinks now, it's just kind of like you almost know what you're going to get every time. And the recent anomalies have been, I guess, a jolt in that because now we are always look forward to Falcon 9 flights now more often than we used to. It's just because we know that it's not invincible. But yeah, the nerves are certainly starting to build here.
Yeah.
Here's something to think about as these sticks are opening. The next time they close, you'll be trying to catch a booster.
Yeah, baby.
Hopefully.
Hopefully trying to catch a booster.
Or for a scrub.
No, Trevor!
Dude!
Oh
No!
my god. All right.
Why?
He's banned. Kick him out. He's banned.
Can
Trevor.
I change the topic? Is that okay?
To what, Kevin? What you got in mind?
I just want to talk about all the special things that we're trying this flight. We have a lot of special things happening. So not only do we have the member view, which you were right, Trevor, we don't actually have every single camera because some of our cameras have higher latency. So it doesn't make any sense to put them on the members multi. But it's a lot of our cameras. We also have 2 special cameras on X that are powered by Starlink, and they are only on X. You have to go back probably a few posts. I think those are really nice close-up views. They're powered by Starlink.
I will spam that link in chat, by the way, for those exclusive views.
Thank you. That's awesome. We're really excited about that because we've never had these views before. What else are we doing? Oh, right. We also have a drone. Guys, we have a drone. It's outside of the TFR.
What?
But we have a drone for launch this time. How cool is that? Yeah. So, and then, of course, our photographers have lots of cameras out there. D has video cameras out there that they're capturing some slow-mo. So there's a lot of special stuff that we're trying, and we're trying to bring all that in as quickly as possible.
And I can't really state the specialness of that new view enough because it is arguably the best angle that really any camera can get, especially somewhat close up to the vehicle that it is for launch. And hopefully it catches well. It's got that right rear 3/4 angle just behind one of the legs of the OLM. And we cannot thank SpaceX enough themselves for the, I guess, exclusive views. That was bad. I'm sorry. Moving on. But yeah, this angle really it's something that we've been trying for a long time, and it's been an angle myself and Dee especially have been just aching to try for a long time, and we are lucky enough yeah, we are just super lucky to be able to have this opportunity to try it out, and we are hoping to have a lot of really solid results come out of it.
Yeah. Then I think we also have some cool science experiments that one of our very loyal viewers, Dr. Holly, just friend of the channel, she's helped us with a bunch. has put out there, where she designed them, I think, with her students. And her students are then collecting data for science experiments, whatever they're doing in class. I'm not entirely sure what their plan is with it, but how amazing is that a science teacher cares enough to be this interactive with her students and have experiments deployed for the launch of the most powerful rocket ever. I think that would get us all very into physics. So
Dr. Holly is really cool, and we have a couple videos that will play during the final launch stream about what her students are measuring during this flight.
yeah, I think it's all, they're curious about the seismic activity, right? Which is,
Yeah, that's correct. We also have some
Yeah.
other experiments. There's a university that's at some of our sites that is doing some additional experiments, and we might talk about that a little later.
Cool. Yeah, Dr. Holly is awesome. She shows us to her students in class, which would be very awesome if I was a student. I would want that. So just shout out to Dr. Holly. Any other cool things we need to talk about, Kevin?
I can't give away everything.
Okay.
That was a lot.
Okay, keep your secrets.
I will
So we
keep
can
some
just talk
secrets.
about how Ship 26 is terrible.
Yep.
Trevor, stop it.
We really shouldn't talk about that. No, because Ship 26 is the best ship, and chat will agree with me. Just watch.
Why
In
do
a
you like that thing
second.
so much? It's just a tube.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful ship.
You can't say that Ship 26 is better than what you see on the screen.
It's
It is.
starting. It's
It just
starting.
is.
Chat's
It is-
starting.
It is Ship 26 being the best ship is just one of those infallible facts of the universe, and any attempt to argue against it is just invalid.
All it is an old Block 1 ship with no engines and no useful purpose for the rest of its life. Please scrap it and get rid of it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Not
baby.
with that attitude.
I fully agree with that. So with that, let's go on to some support. Donald with the store
Right in the
message
ship.
saying, let's keep them flying. Let's see, what did Donald get from the store? What? Oh, the patch.
Awesome.
BSG37 with the super chat saying, keep up the great coverage, guys. Been watching since 6:30 here in Cali while building white Model Ys at the Fremont factory. That is pretty cool. That is very cool, in fact. I would say.
Epic. It's a great location.
Yeah, great cars, great location. Anonymous saying, Earth to Moon to Mars, a goal we can all get on board with. Ian Hawks saying, or becoming a red team member. Eric saying $2 to sing "Arms Wide Open" by Creed.
I'm not doing
I don't
that.
know that song.
Demonetized.
I do, and I'm not doing that.
Hey, I'll just here's a call out for everybody. The sticks are now in full catch position. There's a call
baby.
Out. Yeah.
You know, I keep thinking of the one scene from Austin Powers where Dr. Evil is like trying to hug his son and his arms are just out, like trying to like just like please, like begging his son to come back in. Like that's all I can think about the tower and the chopsticks doing to Booster 12. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one, but I don't know.
Eric with the second super chat with this exact message of the night, saying, "S26 best ship, KMR for president."
Yes to the former, no to the latter.
And then Paul becoming a PadRed member, and Sean becoming a Capcom member. Welcome to our Discord, our very fun members Discord, and if you're there, ping Jack that bacon is terrible, and
What?
Why would you ever
All right,
ever say
Trevor's banned?
banned?
Astro Knucklehead with a super chat saying, hi, Trevor Sickneck, only buyer says my name right. Apollo 7 was first human moon test flight. The S-30 now, what starship now will be human, or what starship number will be Human Raider? And what number would you or the other panelists fly on? I would fly
Oh.
on ship 69.
God dang it, Trevor! I was going to say that. But no, like going back to that first part of the question, where which of the ships will be the first to be human rated. That's a really interesting thought.
We know the mission, right?
What's up?
We know the mission. The Polaris 3 is going to be the first human-rated mission, right?
Yeah.
Correct. But which ship is that going to be, EJ?
The USS Enterprise.
No, like the serial number, Ryan.
What if
I agree
hey,
with you, but
hey,
also-
what if crude ships don't have a serial number and they only have names?
Well, dragons also have serial numbers, and they also are named by the crew. So
Space shuttles have serial numbers and names, dude.
boom, case closed. Ryan fired.
Maybe it's ship 420. I don't know.
Oh boy, I hope
Yeah, I know,
not.
right?
That's a lot of ships. Holy cow,
So-
that's a lot of ships.
What's the highest serial number of ship
SpaceX
that
has
we
also
see?
had historically bad luck with 420.
I would just like maybe it'll be like ship ship C1 or C something. Like I don't think they're gonna stick with the S designation for everything. Like I think once they start having tanker variants and true like Starlink variants and true crude variants and cargo variants, they're gonna they'll start like different naming schemes, because if you just keep it the same number for everything, I think it'll get really confusing. I think they'll have different naming schemes for everything, which might get confusing in its own right, but I think that's what they're going to do.
What's the
Well, Ryan,
highest
not
serial
to
number of
interrupt
ship?
you, but
Go ahead.
the short man is trying to make up for something and is spam pinging me in the back channel.
What did you just call me, Trevor? What did you just call me?
Just
What?
short.
Oh,
have you
no. Well, that's
have you
true.
have you got your booster seat in, Jack?
I'm sitting on two, I don't even know, two 20-gallon buckets of paint with a foam pad on top of it, as I have for every single flight so far. So is this my good luck booster seat? I don't know. Maybe it is.
It's
I
a
can't believe
booster
I
seat
just said
for a hopefully a booster catch.
Hopefully a booster catch. I love you, Max. Max, we're in Starbase.
Jack, we're in Starbase. You complete me.
Well, with it,
I'm not gonna lie, like that made my day when you said that on the flame trench. Like it caught me off guard, and I was like, "Oh my god, Jack, why'd you got to say that?" But like I was like, "Aw, Jack."
Well, you know, we've had some good times. Trevor, go away. You're
hold
hungry,
on,
aren't you? Go away.
Before I go away, Moldy Space Industries in chat says, Jack, we match.
Hey,
We do indeed.
at like, by the way, at like 1:49:15 a.m., we had the start of a detonation suppression system test. So
Anyway,
Oh, hey.
I need
Yeah.
to officially hold the reins over to, you know him, Mr. Jack Byer. He will be hosting the stream from now on. I am going to go get some food and go to bed. Jack, I apologize for all the mean things we said about you. We love you.
He's lying. I mean, hi.
I don't. Goodbye, Trevor.
Goodbye, Trevor. I'm not even going to drag this out. Trevor, I love you. You're mean. Whatever. Thank you for. How many meganewtons was that with the tower force? Like this. Good job, buddy.
Isn't it like 6 million Newton meters or something? 60 million?
It was
I don't know. That was so
60.
long
a
ago.
lot. It was a lot of Newton meters. That's all I know. But thank you for holding it down while I got my live stream stuff sorted. Everything is running perfectly. Which now I said that, so hey, cars are
I
leaving.
need to get out here.
Yeah.
All right. Farewell. Bye, everyone. Enjoy the
See you,
stream.
Trevor.
Bye, Trevor.
Bye, Trevor.
And just as Jack joins, and Trevor leaves, it looks like we have full launch site clear.
Heck yeah.
Getting exciting.
Step by step, everything is looking good. Remember when there wasn't a license for this flight, and we were like, haha, what happens if there's no license and they get into the count?
Yeah.
I'm glad that's not the timeline that we're currently existing in, because that would be, we know they're going for it. We know they have everything they need, and we're just seeing them tick off the milestones as we get closer and closer to.
We say
T0.
that, but like, didn't the license for either Flight 3 or Flight 4 drop day before?
Yeah, it's not unprecedented. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I think this time what gave us the whiplash was, hey, late November, also 10 days from now.
Psych, just kidding. Early October.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun, wasn't that, guys?
Oh, that was so fun, Jack. Hi, Jack. We're in Starbase.
We're in Starbase, Max. You had to flee a hurricane. Oh my gosh.
That
Heart
was
goes out
the
to
best
everybody
excuse to flee a hurricane ever.
I mean, hey, but yeah, heart goes out to everybody on the Space Coast that is dealing with that. It's a lot. I was listening in earlier, and I heard someone super chat and say this is like our stream is what they needed. If we can bring you a little bit of joy in the hard times, then that's what better use of our time than getting people excited about spaceflight. And look at these cars go! Go cars, go! Get out of here. We don't want you.
Go on now. Get.
You know what you did. Too far? Okay, sorry.
Time out of the roadblock.
Why?
Go.
All right. Well, let me get the panel up, but in the meantime, no, I just need time to get the panel up. Somebody talk about literally anything. Go.
Well, I can tell you what kind of car's leaving the pad if you want, boy.
Oh God, here we go.
Oh yeah, let's do this. This is the best decision we've ever made.
Let's do this. Yep, let's do this. Go, EJ.
Are you selling some propane too?
Yeah, well, down in Texas, we sell propane and propane accessories. I don't think we need to do that. I don't think we need to say every individual car.
EJ, actually, I do have a salient point that's related, and that is today when I was on the beach setting up various cameras at our south lot, I was coming back to the Boca Chica boulevard right there where it empties out at the beach, and as I was pulling back onto the highway and staring at the full stack in all its glory, I heard. I'm sorry. I'm not as car smart as you are. I don't know if it's a V8. Either way, I heard a burly sound and engine, and I was like, "That's not anything made in the last 30 years." And it was that seafoam green. It was that same seafoam green pickup that we see around Starbase every now and then that we've both sort of lusted after. I made a mental note to bring that one up to you.
All right, it's a 1971 Chevy K20 or C20, guys. Just for the car people out there, just in case. That's the truck that Jack's talking about. Not a bad specimen. But I won't make this about cars. That's it. That's all. That's all you need to know.
If you want to talk cars, bring on Tom Muller.
Not wrong.
If we want to orchestrate that, I could talk cars with him all day.
I'm so down. Let's do it.
Chat, you tell us if you wanted to see something like that. The guy that just the guy that invented the Merlin engine.
Yep.
Like, if you want an EJ Between Two Ferns with Tom Mueller talking about cars, just let us know. We know people.
That would be amazing. That would be honestly amazing. Well, how about we do some questions while we wait for the next milestone? Here's one. I feel like we already let Trevor go, which is unfortunate because this is a perfect Trevor question because it involves math. Ninja Guy Dan is asking, how much propellant does Super Heavy burn every second if all 33 Raptors are running at full power? Does anyone even want to hazard a guess?
Give me 1 second.
1 second.
Gosh. EJ's pulling out the calculator. 1.
You earlier on the stream you swore off on stream math.
That's why I'm pulling the calculator out, dude. Just want to be sure.
Oh, good deal.
How much propellant does Super Heavy burn if 33 Raptors are running at full power?
About that much.
So,
Max, stop doing that. Once is okay. You can't just keep doing it.
So we're looking at the mass flow rate of a Raptor engine, and keep in mind this is just off the net, so we don't know if that's the actual flow rate. But if the M dot is 650 kilograms a second, you times that by 33, that's 21,450 kilograms a second mass flow rate, which is that's a lot. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's That's 21 tons a second. Almost 21 and a half tons a second MDOT for the whole system, which is
good lord.
That's insane. It's numbers that get so big that it's hard to wrap your head around. It really is. It just hurts. It just hurts my head. But right here we can see some of the vaporizers. There's many of them on the tank farm. That is a good sign that things are chilling down.
Yeah.
And getting ready for the flow of propellants. Yeah.
Spooling up the pressurization systems for the tanks, so that basically as you move propellant and whatnot out of the tanks, you have to backfill it with something. Otherwise, you might start pulling a vacuum. You don't really want to do that. So you need to backfill it with pressure so that the tank pressure stays high enough so you're still keeping a solid flow rate through your lines. And that's what they're basically spooling up right now. And then they'll slowly flow liquid oxygen and LN2 and methane through the lines as they chill it all down and continue to backfill as they're doing that. And then step by step, they'll get the lines chilled down, they'll get the subcoolers chilled down, they'll get all the valves and whatnot cooled down, and start moving towards the pad after that. So we should be seeing the Pope vent maybe in an hour or so. That'd be about T-minus 4 hours. So yeah, the SpaceX is moving right into the count here.
Excellent.
And the landing rails are up.
Oh, hey, the landing rails on the old chopsticks there are up. I wonder if they'll just stay up and locked and until launch, or if they're doing a extension retraction kind of thing.
They even during the testing that they were doing, when they would move those up there, they would deploy the landing rails. So I think the next time those landing rails are down will be hopefully when they're getting compressed by Booster 12's lift points. Or catch points.
Amazing. Let's see. More questions. Sorry, I just inhaled a mosquito. Oh my god.
Oh no.
So I'm at the river lot, right? And I love the river lot. It's a great view. However, there's a lot of bugs here. You want the lights off? And the lights? No, I want the lights on. Thank you, Dan. And the lights only attract them more.
Dan.
Everybody says hi, Dan. Dan, thank you so much for all of your hard work.
Made some refreshments, Dan.
Dan, all that's going to do is make them go directly to my computer screen. Thank you. I don't even remember what I was talking about. King Distractor. Oh yeah, it was a question here from Lucas G, which was, will we be pointing a camera offshore to catch hot stage ring splashdown? Yes. In fact, that is the segue there. Dan and Das and I and Caesar all set up almost, I don't know if it's a dedicated splashdown cam. We should probably come up with a name for it at some point, but at our north lot, we do have a brand spanking new camera. It's basically the same camera as CP11. If you ever hear us talk about CP11 and its storied travels, there is that style camera at the north lot now, and I believe our excellent SBL and camera operator teams they even have like presets, different parts of the beach and stuff they can point it at. So hopefully we will have some good views of that. Max, are you Max? Okay, Max, it's however many hours from now, 5 hours from now. Oh my God, we're under 5 hours.
Oh,
holy cow!
All right, Max. Max, it's 5 hours and change from now, and it's in the air. The ship has separated. The booster backflips. It starts coming back towards us. The hot stage ring separates. You have the shot. Do you stay with the hot stage ring, or do you go with the booster?
That depends on what the call is before boost back burn finishes. Whether or not they either abort the catch attempt and just send it right back into the Gulf, or they opt to bring it back. Because honestly, I think either way, I'm going to do my best to stay on the booster. Obviously, especially if it comes in for a catch, I do not want to lose it out of my frame, ever, even once. Because especially at the focal length that I'll be shooting at, which is going to be around 1,200 millimeters, if you lose it, good luck finding it again, especially in the light that we may or may not have.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I think booster all the way. If there was something to happen with the booster, I'd go for the hot stage ring, but I think booster would have clear priority over most circumstances.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. But here's what I was thinking. The booster's coming in hot, right? And it's going to shoot off the hot stage ring. I wonder if the hot stage ring's apogee, like depending on where they release it, if it ends up higher than the booster. Also, it's got more, I don't know if it has more surface area is the right word. Basically what I'm wondering out loud is, would the hot stage ring fall slower than the booster? So in theory, booster comes back and gets caught, and then the booster is getting caught, and then off in the background for some fortuitous camera angle, there will just be a splash out in the Gulf somewhere.
I mean, it's basically shaped just like a giant metal parachute, so maybe.
Right. I mean, oh man, yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out.
Like
Ryan, didn't the documentation that came out this morning from I believe the FAA say that the hot stage ring could splash down as close to 1 kilometer offshore? That's right there. That's right there.
So if you were to take like one of our highway cams wide or like our river tower cam, you might be able to see the catch happening in a wide, and then just by luck you see out in the Gulf a little splash as it goes down. Would be the funniest thing ever. I hope we see that. I just hope. Wouldn't
that be great?
Let it happen.
Hey, sometimes the rocket gods, you never know what you're going to get. You could get an Astro Power Slide, you could get an IFT-1 backflip, you could get a Firefly Flight 1 explosion at max Q after several backflips. You never know what you're going to get. That's what makes all this fun, right?
Chasing rockets is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Heck yeah, Max. A reference we can bond on. I feel so often you're I don't watch things. And I'm like, Max, why don't you watch things? So
I do watch things. I watch important things, but I also wonder if Adrian and or Trevor would get that reference.
Probably not. We haven't given Trevor a movie to watch in a while. We're way behind.
We haven't. We have not.
We're gonna figure it out. I feel like he would hate Forrest Gump, which is a tragedy, but because he's Trevor. I love Trevor, but I feel like he would be like, "Yeah, I know all this stuff already." Trevor's a smart person. He'd be like, "Yep, then that happened. That's an interesting part of history." And I'd be like, "No, look at the cool shot." I don't know. Maybe he would hate it. Maybe he's already seen it and loves it. I don't know. Would it be a late night Starship stream if we didn't start talking about movies at some point?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Wouldn't be. Or just to start, a Stakeout Starship stream in general, if we didn't start doing that. Yeah. No.
Yeah. The Deadly Driver 1 is asking, if you could ride one rocket from SpaceX, what would you pick? I'm gonna clarify this question that it's you are buying this ticket or you're getting this golden ticket today, right now. So you have to. Trevor confirms via text message that he has not seen Forrest Gump. I can't.
Of course he hasn't.
Sorry.
Of course he hasn't.
It has to be a rocket as flying today. So if you pick Starship, you're picking this rocket.
Yeah, you're on flight 5. Sorry, buddy.
Right. What would you pick? Max, go first.
Oh man. Starship would be a wild ride, obviously because of its super high thrust to weight ratio. But there's something about just imagine for a second, go back to the old renders of sticking a Dragon on a Falcon Heavy. That has got to be an absolutely absurd ride.
Gray Dragon?
Gray Dragon. Or Red Dragon. Yeah, or Red Dragon. That has to be an absolutely absurd ride. So maybe a Falcon Heavy. This is fictional because obviously this is probably more likely than not going to happen. But Dragon on a Falcon Heavy.
That's amazing. That was exactly my answer.
You're welcome.
Ryan, what would you pick?
That's kind of the same thing I'm thinking too. It bends
the rules
we're
a
all
little
thinking
bit.
the same thing, but come on, that would be one of the coolest things ever.
It bends the rules a little bit because that is not really a currently flying configuration of Dragon. But I bet if you say were someone named Schmerid Schmeizikman and you wanted to pay SpaceX a lot of money, they would manifest you a Falcon Heavy Dragon mission.
Crew Falcon Heavy.
Right. I'm not
Like
saying that's happening.
One
God,
time,
I wish that would happen.
Crew
but-
Rate Falcon Heavy for one mission.
Right. Hey, worth it.
Wonder how much that would cost to crew rate that for one mission.
A lot.
Well, you know what they say. If you have to ask, you can't afford it.
You probably can't afford it.
Yeah, right.
Did we miss anybody? EJ, are you there?
I'm here, man.
What rocket would you fly on from SpaceX if you could pick? The caveat is that it's a rocket today.
I love Starship, but I'm not sure about flying in that thing. I'll go with Dragon. I'll just go with Dragon to the ISS. That's fine.
You're a simple man with simple pleasures.
Yeah, I mean, the shuttle wasn't an answer, so...
Now, if we could expand this question to any rocket currently flying or past rocket that has flown, what would you fly on?
Oh, that's a lot. Shuttle, probably. Oh, that's just straight up scary, knowing what we know now.
Yeah. Honestly, hear me out. I would love to ride on Soyuz.
I would. Get out of my head, Max.
This is why we're friends.
Yeah, right. No, I was thinking the same thing. It's almost like an amusement park ride. Like, you're gonna take some hits. That landing sure ain't gonna feel good, but you could say you did it, and it would certainly be an experience.
And also Titan 3. What is it? Titan 3M for the mole. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wait. Hear me out, boys. Dinosaur.
Oh.
EJ, dinosaur.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Are we talking like any rocket right now? Any rocket?
Yeah, Max opened it up to literally anything, so we're just dancing through the fields of imagination at this point.
Yeah, it'd be the shuttle. Like, I'd fly that. Shuttle's a beast.
Okay, hear me out again. Strap a seat to the X-37B.
On Falcon Heavy, being yeeted.
Isn't the X-37B doing some crazy stuff right now with its service module, with dumping into the ocean while aero braking? That's insane.
It's doing what's the word I'm thinking of, or the organization? It's doing crazy
Spooky
things.
Yeah.
Secret scroll stuff.
Right.
I can't think of the. Oh, I just had it. Dang it.
You want me to?
Go for it.
So the X-37B uses aero braking to change its inclination. It can change orbital parameters because of the perturbing forces from aerodynamics, from basically skirting off the atmosphere. And then I would assume, I don't know, I would assume it just boosts itself back up into its new orbit to keep it nice and stable. But it actually jettisoned its service module, it went on a deorbit trajectory to do one of these aero braking skirts, jettisoned the service module, and then I would assume went back up. Once again, we don't know. It's, as Max said, super secret squirrel stuff. But yeah, it could definitely aero brake, and because it has wings, you can use its cross range to change inclination, that's a pretty insane capability. It's pretty cool.
Just imagine. Can you imagine a Starship doing something similar? I wonder. I mean, Starship's going to have to aero brake on Mars, right?
Yeah. I mean, if your Starship is coming from a transmartian injection trajectory, which is just kind of a regular home-in transfer, yeah, of course you're going to need a heat shield, just like Curiosity, Perseverance. If you go a little bit back, you have MERA and MERB, Spirit and Opportunity. They all needed heat shields. Just because Mars does have a lesser atmosphere. There's not as much atmosphere there as there is on Earth, but there is some. You can use it to slow down, but you can't use the whole atmosphere to slow down. You're not going to bleed off all your energy with Mars's atmosphere. But because you're hitting it from a transmartian injection coming from Earth, you're going fast enough where you're going to need a heat shield. Fun fact, Jack, if you are going from low Martian orbit down to the surface, no heat shield. You don't need that. There's not enough. You're not going fast enough to generate any heat. You just need engines to stop when you go near the ground. I mean, you're going to need some thermal protection, but not crazy amounts of tiles.
Right. Man, there's so many fun and interesting Starship milestones to come. I know we're already at Flight 5, and we've gotten here so fast, and it's been 5 years since Starhopper, but we're just in the early days. I mean, once we start seeing HLS starships launch, tanker starships launch, crewed starships launch, Who knows? Maybe even point-to-point starships launch. There's a lot of really. I'm excited, you guys.
The future's bright. I gotta get there though.
This is only the beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine being at Kitty Hawk.
Yeah.
Man.
Wouldn't that be cool? Max, do you think you would have been there at Kitty Hawk, like taking daguerreotypes or something? Big plate of it, like the glass plate with the emulsion on it.
Oh my gosh. I would just love to bring the Wright brothers up to the modern day and to watch airplanes fly over our head at 40,000 feet and watching rockets fly as often as they do.
Yeah, there's a lot of people
I would. Minds.
There's a lot of people throughout history that I would love to Bill and Ted, and the Wright brothers are definitely some of them. Also, Charles. Oh my God, I'm blanking.
Charles Lindbergh.
Lots of people. Yes, thank you, Charles Lindbergh. Yes.
The Spirit of St. Louis.
Or like Howard Hughes, like earlier Howard Hughes before the like imagine that. That would be amazing. Be like, hey buddy, look at this. Like slap the Starship on the hood and be like, this puppy can hold so many Starlinks.
Like, guess what?
Yeah, right. Oh, that'd be great.
I'd like to think that Von Braun would be gushing over Starship.
100%.
I really think he would appreciate this. I never talked to the guy, but I talked to people that worked with him in my travels. He probably would have really liked this.
So many people I would love to Bill and Ted.
Yep. Absolutely.
Wait, is Colin Furs in chat? I hope I'm saying his name right. If Colin is in chat, that's amazing, and I don't even know what to say. I devour every single one of his videos. That's amazing. What's up, dude?
Colin, I've been watching since the Turbo Q, man. Long time, dude.
I just got the Wolverine. It was like on Instagram. It was like a Wolverine claws short, and the sound of them that was so amazing. I was like, yeah, buddy, that's some fire content.
Pulse jet trike. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh heck yeah! Let's go,
dude. I'd drive that. That's great.
There's so many awesome channels out there of people just like making amazing stuff. Like we had Joe Bernard on the Flame Trench the other day. Colin is in chat. That's amazing. He's digging like a crazy, insane subterranean. Well, he already has dug a crazy, insane subterranean layer, but he's digging a bigger one now with a garage for his DeLorean.
We should get Colin on the Flame Trench at some point.
Dude, my God.
I'm in.
Colin, if you're listening, hit us up.
Sold. Let's see. Here's a good one from Luca. They're asking, what do you think SpaceX will do with the booster if they catch it successfully? Like, do they tear it apart? Do they make it a monument? What do we think? EJ, I'll throw this one to you first.
I think they're going to take it apart, try and learn as much as you can, maybe do a static fire, and then rocket garden it is.
Yeah. I hope.
I mean, not to.
I hope Rocket Garden.
I think it's Rocket Garden. But see, like, what I'm worried about, and like, I'm worried about them. You know, they scrapped the SN-15. Like, I'm thinking, they'll land this booster, and be like, yeah, it's old. We don't need that. It's taking up space. Scrap it. Like, look,
I was just going to mention that. Yeah.
No, don't do that. Please.
Like, SN-15 is a prime example when obviously Ship 20 has no place being around anymore.
I mean, Ship 20 does look cool, especially now that you can't really go down Remedios Avenue and get really close to it and see the tiles.
How bad the heat shield looks.
Yup.
But yeah, I mean, sometimes ships stick around when you think that there's like absolutely no point to it, and you question your sanity that you're still looking at it. Like, I don't know, Ship 26
or 32,
or
32.
30, I don't mind 32. All right, let's take a look at the timeline, because we are getting a little bit closer to
who's laughing?
To tank farm activity.
I heard that.
That was Dr. Holly.
Oh,
awesome.
Nice.
She's out here and set up a bunch of experiments, which we should probably get her on here at some point to talk about all of that. But here's the timeline. We have the road closed. We're about 43 minutes from tank farm conditioning. Then a little bit after that, we'll get a go for propellant load. I can talk, and then we'll. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And and we'll go from there. So that's exciting. About 40-ish minutes, and we'll see the tank farm starting to spool up. We didn't finish this question. Max, what do you think they'll do with the booster?
I would like to think that they will put it in the rocket garden for at least a little bit of time. But judging what they did with B-1019 with Falcon 9, they tried to static fire it not long after it landed, and it didn't go that well. But I think along that same philosophy and mindset that SpaceX obviously carries, depending on the shape that the booster is in, they might honestly just want to try to hook it up back to the OLM, refill it, and then try to static fire it to see what happens.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, there's a lot of data to be had there, and I'm sure they want to get their hands on it first before that happens, in case it does do the unfortunate thing and just blow into 1,000 pieces. But there's so much to be learned from any piece of hardware that has gone as far and fast as these Starship boosters do, and come back in one piece if they do so. There's so much to learn there, just visually from a material standpoint on the tanks to the engine bells to the pumps, everything, especially moving into Raptor 3. A lot of it matters. This is invaluable. So yeah, probably they might try to static fire it and then maybe rocket garden before they scrap it. I can't imagine them doing anything more than that, unfortunately. SN15 serves as a prime example.
A little bit of tank farm activity there. Yeah, SN15, rest in pieces.
I can't believe that, dude. It's not every day you see the company just be like, man, it's flight hardware, flew. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, nope.
Yeah.
The fact that they did that makes me scared for Starhopper. And they did this whole thing recently with Starhopper. If y'all out there aren't familiar, it used to live sort of over here, and it might have even been in this shot, which now is clear because they moved Starhopper over to Danger Lot, which is one of the remote camera locations that they let media set cameras at. So people were literally walking underneath. I got to walk underneath Starhopper today. That was kind of a big milestone. Wasn't that cool, Max?
You and I actually had big chairs, and we were sitting in its shadow, just kind of looking up at it. Yeah, hi Hoppy, good to see you. Oh, hi Full Stack, good to see you.
That was pretty cool. But it makes me scared for Starhopper because it's amazing in its new location. Everybody can see it as they drive in. You can stand on the side of the road there and get your photo with it. It's just please don't ever scrap Starhopper.
I mean,
please.
I don't really fear for Hoppy that much at all, to be honest with you. Ooh, we got some venting.
Yep.
Yeah, the vaporizer pressurization system's pulling up here.
But
excellent.
Yeah, to finish the question, I don't really fear for Hopper at all. Oh, so Hoppy, excuse me, Hoppy. Freudian slip.
That's not what a Freudian slip is. Ryan, do you have any thoughts before we move on? It's not. It's just not.
I think it'll go into Mega Bay and they'll open it up, take a look inside. They may roll it out and put it on the OLM and either cryo it or even static fire it at the most. There's a chance that maybe they can't, do anything more with it, and they just take the engines off of it, send it to McGregor, and fire them. But we'll see if they keep it around and park it. I kind of want, if they do catch it, how do you not keep? I know SN15 is the first one to land and all, but you just caught a booster. How do you not keep that?
I really feel like it would be appropriate to keep it. I mean, Hawthorne has its booster, its Falcon 9 first stage. Starbase needs its first stage.
SN15 was the first to land successfully, and look what they did to it.
I know.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Accurate.
Hey, everybody. New EJ impersonation unlocked. I did not know you had that one in your pocket. Awesome.
Jack, I know it was you. You broke my Hoppy heart.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
Nice. Really quickly, before we get too far behind, I do want to thank some people. Thiever Gamer? The Average Gamer. Oh my god, reading comprehension. Well, I'm looking on my. It's all on a tiny iPad, and the name is truncated across 3 lines. Come on now, give me a break. Come on. It's also.
It's 3:20 in the morning or 2:20 for you.
Yeah,
It's fine.
it's 2:22 and 22 seconds as of this moment right now. That's fun. PAY Frog, thank you for the support. They say we have to skip the birthday of my sisters, the launch, or maybe hijack. Okay, well, yeah. Sorry you had to skip a birthday, but thank you for the support. Josh, thank you for the support. They say, I just put the coffee on, and the bacon is in the oven. I'm jealous of you, Josh. Although Roger did just put some coffee on. Thank you for the support. I'm excited to get some caffeine in me as well. Let's see. Ricardo got the Flight 5 patch. That's awesome. They say, what's your opinion on the catch arm and tower bending with the weight test? For me, does it feel like they're pushing past elastic modulus of the steel? That's a lot of big words. You guys were talking about the tower bending earlier when Trevor was on, and that's when Trevor broke out his however many tens of millions of, what was it, meganewton foot torque? It's so above me. I'm sorry.
Newton meters is what you're looking
Yeah,
at.
Newton meters of
It's torque.
It's fine. The biggest thing that I saw when they first did that full speed test at height was the twisting of the tower. I was more worried about than the bending of it. Because the twisting of it, because then the skates, the carriage and the tower all have elasticity to them. So that when they do this high speed stuff, it all bends, it all moves, because, well, if it was rigid, it would just break, snap, and fall off, and you don't want that. So it needs to have play in it. So the skates and the arms can basically bend, move, and whatnot, and they're supposed to do that. It needs to do that. They're not reaching that limit. I think it should be fine. Again, as we said earlier, SpaceX wouldn't be trying this if they thought that they might break the tower in half.
Right.
They wouldn't be trying this. So
I've been saying this, I guess, for years now. Oh God. In a fight between the booster and the tower, I really do think the tower wins. I'm a little bit more worried about the chopsticks and the carriage than anything else. I mean, we focus on the vehicle so much because it's doing such crazy stuff, but the chopsticks have the insane job of how many hundreds of tons is it, Ryan? Like 500-ton booster?
It'll be about 350 when it comes back, give or take.
Got it. Thank you. And you were saying combined with the carriage and chopsticks all together with a booster, that's like what, 800 tons?
We'll ballpark it.
Ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, ballpark. Yeah. That's madness. I sure hope those skates can stay on.
Well, guys, that's something to take into account here is that, we're getting into structural engineering with this, right? Now, I'm not sure how many skyscrapers out there are designed to, take a shock load of 350 plus tons. But
right.
What's up?
No, it's a good way to put it. That's all.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like, so we're getting into, even though we have a dynamic load change of about 350 tons, that's still quantifiable. I mean, you're still dealing with statics here to an extent, but this is something you can kind of use. I mean, you saw Trevor just do the Newton meter math right off the top of his head. Like, don't get me wrong, this is still a very dynamic thing going on, but this is structural engineering at the end of the day. We build more skyscrapers than skyscraper launch pads. So that's something you can kind of quantify. You can really understand. And that's why they did the test, because that's eliminating an unknown. This is something that you can actually test. Just loading this thing up and moving this thing around. It's a lot easier to figure out than, like, say, I don't know, the booster, catching that, like even the booster getting there to be caught, right? You can test for load on the chopsticks the entire tower, which is the bend in the tower is definitely there to use that motion to alleviate some of the insane kind of shock loading that you're going to get when the booster does land on it. Sorry, is it too early to be talking like this, guys?
No, I am so glad you're here so that we have someone to talk like that. Sorry, I was.
Really? You want me to stop?
No. If anything, I want you to keep going.
Tower take big mass. Tower fine. Tower bend a little bit. Okay.
Tower good. Why use more word when few do trick?
Bingo.
English is hard. Is good. What?
Right.
My IQ just dropped by like 20 points.
Well,
here's dude. I heard it. I heard the I'm like, oh no.
The brain drain is real.
Finland.
Tanner grabbed the Flight 5 patch. Awesome. They're asking, do you think they are developing HLS hardware in the Star Factory in Florida? I think the hangar that they've built there is pretty well occupied with Falcon 9 activities.
Yeah.
Is that a fair? Is that a fair
Hangar
assessment?
X? Hangar X is pretty much solely for Falcon 9 operations, whether it be for Starlink payload encapsulation. I think they want to eventually move Dragon operations over there at some point once they, I guess, engage in their expansion that they have planned. And of course, Hangar X itself is for Falcon 9 first stage refurbishment and inspection before flight. So, yeah, I think all the Hangar X facilities right now are all meant for Falcon 9 launch operations.
Got it. Thank you, Max. Max, we're in Starbase.
Jack, we're in Starbase.
Duncan got the Flight 5 patch. They say, I get off on night shift 2 hours before launch. Gonna postpone going to sleep to watch Go SpaceX, Go Starship.
Yeah,
I think we're all doing a little bit of sleep postponement tonight.
You can say that again. Golly.
We're all doing a little bit of sleep postponement tonight. Ha ha ha. There, I said it again.
Okay.
Just for you, Max.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Eric, thank you for the super chat. They want NSF car talk.
Yeah,
so
baby.
EJ, that's the equivalent of someone giving Sawyer a pun token. So just so you
EJ,
know, like that's
you and I should have our own podcast and talk about cars. I'd love to do that.
Come on the swing, dude. You're welcome anytime.
I would love to.
That's amazing. Do it, Max. I don't even know anything about cars, but I would listen to that. Maybe I would learn something. Crafty Geek, thanks for the $20. That is extremely generous of you. They say, EJ, Tom Mueller, Cars and Engines Stream Fund. That would be amazing.
1000%, yes.
That'd be sweet. Can we talk to who do we have to talk to do that?
Yeah, right. I mean, Tom Mueller, I probably.
Yeah, we should probably ask him.
Yeah, like, hey, dude. The Phantom Rocket, thank you for the support. They say, can you guys play Starship the Game or Mechazilla IO for us while we wait? No, unfortunately. I haven't been. Everyone was like posting their high scores and stuff earlier today, and we were setting up cameras. And then a little bit later, everyone was like showing all the Easter eggs and stuff, and then we were setting up cameras. So I haven't actually gotten a chance to play it yet.
It has been a very busy day for those of us who are on site here in Starbase, whether it be me, D, or Jack, Dan. Everyone here has just been.
Caesar.
It's been a very busy. Yep. Caesar as well. Yes, forgive me. It's been a very busy couple of days for us all. So forgive us if we are a little bit behind on what's been posted elsewhere.
I have no excuse.
But yeah,
sleeping. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, hey, that's fine too. You need to sleep, otherwise bad things happen. But yeah, you know. I'm gonna definitely play that game at some point here when I get some time, in the copious free time. Ronald, thank you for grabbing the Flight 5 patch. They say, as a longtime follower, I want to thank you for sharing your passion and enthusiasm for so many years about the incredible Starship program. You're doing such amazing work. I can't wait to follow the upcoming milestones on NSF. That really that means the world, and it's the same deal, Max. I know you experienced it today as well. People know who we are, or see us wearing the NSF shirts and whatnot, and come up to us and say, "Hey, are you Max?" or "Hey, are you Jack?" and like say that they like what we do, and it really means a lot. So here's to this milestone, and to all of the ones that are coming down the line. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a hoot. Josh Schulten is asking, what flavor was the mosquito I swallowed? I don't know. What do mosquitoes taste like? Like dust?
Protein.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It was not a good flavor. Ed Dodd, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. King Dex, thank you for the support. They say I fly on a shuttle or a Sea Dragon.
Sea Dragon.
Sea Dragon. That's like quite a dichotomy there. Serial number 28 fan, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. And Chardy Van Reel, thank you for the super chat there. They say, always good to watch NSF streams while waiting on your airplane. Greetings from Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, Netherlands. Let's go, Flight 5. Let's catch that tin can. Thank you. I'm probably...
No, people, that they get upset when you say that. It's Skipple. We know it's Skipple, okay? We get it.
Skipple.
Your language is weird, okay?
Yeah,
Weird.
I'm sorry.
I don't know how you got Skipple on that, but also
the American mind cannot comprehend complex words like Skipple. We literally can't. I'm sorry.
Yep.
But thank you for the support, and that's cool that you're watching from Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam. Where are you guys watching from? I'm looking at live chat right now. Everybody, where are you watching from around the world? Also, hi Moldy Space, we match. Cool. You guys want to do some more viewer questions?
Hit it. Look at all those places. Holy cow. Chat's going crazy.
I know, right? India, Hungary, Poland, Rome, China, New Hampshire, Poland, Los Angeles. What's up, Grant? Grant, get some ramen for me. Get some good sushi for me. Go to Sugarfish.
Naming all the countries and then New Hampshire, that was good.
New Hampshire,
North Carolina, Arkansas, Spain, Tennessee,
Netherlands, Philippines. Wow.
Australia,
Norway. Holy cow.
Excuse me as I crack my very large Red Bull. And
that was clearly heard through
that was a very satisfying sound.
Yeah, that was.
It's Red Bull time, folks.
It was perfect timing too. It was just like, pardon me while I open my big Red Bull.
You know, you gotta give the viewers a good crisp opening.
It fits the stream though. It fits the vibe. Let's be honest here.
Sure does.
I am excited for the launch stream where we do the more buttoned up stuff, and I do believe we're going to have some special guests as well, like we do. So that's going to be a lot of fun as well. But it's always fun to just have hang out, be stoked about what we're about to hopefully witness, and just have some fun with the bros.
Mm-hmm. I even saw
Here's one.
I saw Omsk in there. That Omsk is a
Whoa
long way away.
No,
Romania. Holy cow. Japan.
Belgium, Sweden, Switzerland.
Mumbai.
I don't know about the moon on that one.
There's always somebody. Robin is coming from Leicester. I know how to say Leicester. I know how to say that. I said that one right just because I've been there.
Dude, I saw Swindon in there. Magical roundabout man. It's awesome.
Max, here's one for you, and I suppose myself. Kanan is asking, can Booster 12 be tracked from launch to catch?
Weather pending and light pending, I sure hope so, because if I can get a visual on it, I will do everything in my power to not let it leave my viewfinder in the event something happens, or in the event that it is able to be tracked all the way down to the ground. I sure hope so.
You better catch it. You better catch it, Max. You better.
Oh, God.
Max is a pro. Max isn't even sweating this. Max shoots 6 launches a day and eats rockets for breakfast. Max doesn't even care.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
He's like the honey badger. He just doesn't care.
No.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah, so it's possible. Lighting and weather, and if it goes into a cloud, all bets are off.
Which it looks like there are literally. I'm sorry. Currently, at the moment, skies are clear. At the moment.
You just jinxed it. You just jinxed it.
No, I said at the moment. I did not say anything other than that. It's fine. I backed up.
Ubernator is saying Isla Blanca Park is open and filling up with people. They've been there since yesterday. Awesome. Good to know that the people on South Padre are getting into position for launch. ICG Harsh is asking, are they going to launch at night? Will the sun be up at that time? Oh, jeez.
So the sun comes up at 7:26. Yeah, 7:26 a.m. local time here on Starbase time, South Padre Island time, which is U.S. Central time. So if they do end up launching at the opening of the window, puts it, of course, at about 26 minutes before sunrise, which would, I think, still be mostly dark, which would make things difficult to shoot and photograph. So I'm kind of hoping they push into that 30-minute window. I'm really but you know what though? That would mean Starship Jellyfish.
Hot
That's
stage
right.
jellyfish.
Hot
Oh
stage.
my God! How did I not
Hot
even
stage
think about that to this point?
Boost back jellyfish.
Yeah. Like
Because the boost back burn
nebula,
also
it'll
affects how the
create-
nebula looks. Exactly.
It'll be nuts. Like all up and I wonder how far away you'd be able to see it. You know, see that kind of. Oh yeah, it might
Very far, hopefully.
Yeah.
I have a friend in Cancun right now. Can somebody in chat look up for us if you might be able to see it in Cancun?
All
You
right.
might be able to see the
Maybe.
ship.
Yeah,
flying
that's
overhead.
what I was thinking as well. But I genuinely have no idea. I have not had the time to plug it in and try to map it out.
It's threading the needle between Cuba and Florida. So maybe. Go with maybe.
What is do we have any extra information on the window today?
I think it's just that it's been said that it's 30 minutes. So from 7 to 7:30.
7 to 7:30. Yeah. Local.
And sunrise is at 7:26.
Yeah. So
Mm,
almost.
that's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough. Well, it's going to be beautiful. I say that's tough because I'm a photographer. Max is a photographer. It's tough from a photography standpoint, but from a viewing standpoint, it's basically as good as it could get.
Yeah, viewing wise, it's going to be incredible, especially with the purple Methalox Mega Mach diamonds against a somewhat dark sky at that point, going into a lightning sky. But just from a photography standpoint, you know, we like light. Our cameras like light. They don't like when there's not a lot of light. And the thing is about Methalox engines, they burn a lot dimmer than, say, Keralox or solid rocket boosters. So that throws the equation of how you may or may not shoot nighttime launches like Falcon 9 by comparison. So it'll be a lot of adapting on the go, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to be riding the ISO, riding everything.
Hey Jack, I just want to point out what, and I just want to make this a fact that Alex mentioned this in the back channel that we are at T-minus 4 minutes or 4 hours and 20 minutes. Just want to point that out. Alex is the one that said that. He's the one that he used the spreadsheet. It's fine.
Alex, get some more sleep. Okay? Get some more
didn't
sleep,
Alex say that he was going to sleep?
Yeah,
Alex, go to bed.
You got some time. You got some more time. Go to bed. Go to bed. I don't care if you can't sleep properly. Go to sleep.
Before you post the Simpsons meme, we're not saying go to bread. We're saying go to bed.
Yeah.
Mr. Techno Boy 94 becoming a Capcom member. Thank you for that. You get Discord access with Capcom level and above of our membership program, and you get access as part of that Discord to the pre-show and post-show to the Flame Trench, which is always a fun time. You can listen to me panic about writing a cold open every week. And other fun things. Eric is asking, have we seen any Cybertrucks stuck on the beach in Boca Chica? Nope.
Not stuck, but we've seen plenty of them around the
so many
facilities. So many. Like I've lost count of how many we've seen today. It's got to be at least like 20 to 30. Like it's a lot.
As I was coming off the beach and heading back into town at like 8 or 9, I passed by a green one. It was it had like a really beautiful forest green wrap.
I've seen that one as well, and that might be my favorite one that I've seen to this point.
Like the matte black is real nice, but I don't know that forest green. But yeah, no, I've seen a bunch of Cybertrucks, none stuck on the beach. Actually, I haven't seen anybody stuck on the beach in the last couple days, which is remarkable. And the beach is like, not in good shape right now.
Oh, we have a tweet from Mr. Musk. Currently still go for launch with flight window opening in just over 4 hours at 7 a.m. Central. So that confirms that we are still on track.
Did he do? Is that a subtle 420 tweet? I can't even talk.
Tweetage? Almost, yeah.
He tweeted it at 2:39 a.m. So it was almost.
Almost nice.
Yeah.
King Z3B or King Zeb, thank you for the support. They say if Starship launches at the opening of the window, what is the chance of the jellyfish? We were just talking about that.
High.
Likely. Yeah, high. Can't wait. The Toby583, thanks for the support. They say, I can't wait to see this behemoth sword. $10 says they'll try and catch it. That's a fair bet. I do think that they're have a high likelihood of going for it. And if they go for it, they have a very high likelihood of success. We'll just have to wait and see what happens here in 4 hours and 20-ish minutes. Captain Dram, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And Mr. Technoboy again, they say, just love your content. What if engine bay fire is lit while they catch the booster? Can they use extinguisher or will it blow up after a few seconds? I mean, they do have the fire suppression system for the engine bay. So there is that. I don't know, Ryan, do you think that would be expended after flight, or do you think they would save some margin in that system or build some margin into that system so they can not only use it during launch, ascent, but also during catch? I'm not quite sure if anyone's done the math and seen what the volume of the tanks are and how long that could. I have no idea, but what do you think?
I assume they would have it for using it to. So just after MECO, most engines cut off when they shut off all but the center 3 during hot staging and flip maneuver. And then my guess is they would save some for landing once landing burn shut down, just so they can extinguish anything inside. I don't see why they wouldn't. They have the system on board. Why not use it? So I would expect as soon as it's fully down and completely, engine shut off, you'll see basically the vents go out and the CO2 system basically extinguish anything that might be in there or just kind of push out any methane.
Right.
And then they'll safe the vehicle. I mean, depending on how much LOX is in there, they may even open the dump valves at the bottom of the booster. There's two valves at the bottom of the thrust puck. They may even open those up and dump whatever LOX is left and just dump it right down and vent the rest and safe it. So I'm really curious to see how they'll safe it.
Yeah, me too.
I think everyone is.
Because we have cameras out there, Max and I and D, and a whole bunch of other members of the media. And if that safing process takes a long time, then it might be a long time until we're able to get our cameras. So we'll just have to see how that goes.
But either way, you will still see it, hopefully.
That's true. Also, I'm really trying to have a bonfire on the beach with a booster.
Yeah, wouldn't that be
there.
nice? Yes, please.
Wouldn't that be nice? Like a booster just hanging there tonight? Oh God, Max, it's tonight.
Oh God,
Max, it's today.
Jack, we're in Starbase.
You guys all right?
We're in Star. Yeah, no, we're good. Everything's great.
I think there was a car that returned to the pad, went past the OTF. I might have gone to the beach. I don't know. They could be doing one last check around before they fully spool this thing up, so I'll have to wait to see if that thing leaves here. Yeah.
Interesting.
If they are on track, which, based off that Elon tweet, they are, Hope Vent will start in about 13 minutes and 38 seconds. Or should we start somewhere around there? So we should be seeing tank. If they want to hit the opening of that window, they got to start chilling down, basically right at around 3 a.m.
How precise is that? If they're targeting, say, the end of the window, would we expect to see a 20 or 30 minute delay? Or how how again? I guess how accurate is like, or would they just start and then they can add that delay in there somewhere?
They would most likely start tank farm chill down, get into OLM and tower vent chill down, because basically what they can do is have the whole tank farm, the OLM, and the tower chilled down and ready for prop load, and then once they know the target they want, they start prop load. So basically they'll want to get everything chilled down and conditioned and ready, and then as soon as they want to target something 50 minutes ahead, they can just go straight into prop load. So I think that's what they'll want to try to do. And with the small window they've got, is I think we'll see Pope Vent start right at around 3 a.m. local. So,
all right. Well, hopefully coming up here in like 14 minutes ish. We'll keep our eyes and cameras peeled. Can you keep a camera peeled? I don't think you should peel cameras.
Yeah, there's a will, there's a way.
What does that mean, Max?
I don't know. I'm just going along with what you're saying, Jack.
Okay,
Nobody knows
all
what
right.
it means, but it's provocative.
Max is the Ed McMahon. He's just like, yes! Oh, I love it. Jordan, thank you for the support. They say, happy IFT5 launch from an excited 3-year-old Lilith. Sorry, I'm still ingesting Red Bull. Steve Kalovic gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thanks so much, Steve.
Steve-O.
Always love seeing your name pop up. Steve-O. Premier League, thank you for the support. They say, for the heat tiles, how large was the gap that started the breach? Could they design the tiles to somewhat loosely interlock so that when they heat up, they expand and fully lock into place?
Jack, pick me! Jack, pick me!
EJ. Max, I don't know. No, I'm kidding. EJ,
go. So the gap that started the breach, it was not a lot. We're talking a couple millimeters, maybe 10 at best. It wasn't a big gap. This was just a minor thing. But, now talking to this is the part I want to talk about. Could they design the tiles to somewhat loosely interlock? Yeah, they do. They do. You got to remember, during reentry, the whole thing, all the tiles are going to heat up. They're all absorbing a good amount of heat, and that does cause thermal expansion on the tiles. It actually causes them to butt up against each other. That's why they have gaps when they're down here. But here's the thing. If you don't get the gap right, you don't shim that gap in between all these tiles, right? You don't get it perfectly right, like maybe a half an inch at best. So that's 24 or 25 millimeter, right? Even that much, you're going to get plasma burn through. And if you start burning, if you get a plasma jet that's going in between the tiles, yeah, you get what happened on Flight 4. But those tiles are shimmed to basically expand and basically form not like a seal, but a big heat shield when the thing goes through reentry. It's hard for us to kind of make it out like from the cameras, but that's what it's designed to do. Tiles already do interlock. They do that. They did that on the shuttle too. It's super interesting stuff about getting, because and that's the particular reason why they used glue with the space shuttle to glue these tiles together, because the aluminum, I have to hybridize it so people don't get mad. The hull of the shuttle would expand because it was made out of aluminum, right? That's going to get so hard to do. So that's why they chose a glue adhesive for the tiles, so they could move around. So the glue, would get hot, the tiles can, bend and flex a little bit. The problem that they had with the shuttle is that the tiles started absorbing the water vapors in the atmosphere, and water started to basically get stuck in the tiles, and it started to melt the glue, not melt, it would rinse the glue off, and the glue was solvent to water. So, SpaceX is using mechanical adhesion, but still, no matter what your form of tile adhesion, the way they lock together is super important. They do basically do like a Roman shield, if you like, siege, medieval siege warfare, right, or antiquity siege warfare. They put all their shields together, and they butt up against each other. They do that already. That's super cool. That's what they do.
What was it, phalanx? Is that what that was called?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
all right,
let's go.
Yeah, baby.
Always down. I think we have a video here that is running down sort of the steps from road close up to prop load. So let's take a moment and hear from Mr. Ryan Caton about where we're at and where we're about to be here in just a few minutes. Let's watch that.
The typical launch day timeline for Starship begins with the closure of Highway 4 several hours before launch. This closure is performed in coordination between Cameron County and SpaceX at 3 different locations. The very first one, dubbed as Brownsville, at the intersection with Oklahoma Avenue. The general public is not allowed beyond this point, and the road is only accessible to law enforcement officials and those with property beyond the roadblock. A second roadblock, dubbed as the Hard Checkpoint, is set up at the intersection between Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue. Once established, only law enforcement and essential SpaceX personnel can go beyond this point. A third roadblock is established at the intersection between Highway 4 and Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard, right at the end of Boca Chica Village. This is a temporary roadblock which is set up initially to control the access to the launch pad and beach as clearing takes place in the early hours of the countdown. This is the same roadblock we see for smaller scale tests like static fires at the launch site. On launch day, however, this place is too close to the launch site for people to stay there, so it is vacated later in the countdown. With the launch site and the beach closed and cleared, SpaceX will then proceed into tank farm conditioning. During tank farm conditioning, both liquid oxygen and liquid methane flow from the ground storage tanks through the transfer lines and up to the subcoolers. These subcoolers will also be slowly filled with liquid nitrogen in order to cool both propellants below their boiling temperature. This entire process will produce a lot of venting from the tank farm, so if you see a lot of white clouds around the launch site, now you know what's going on. Tank farm conditioning takes somewhere between 2 and 3 hours and will be followed by the conditioning of the lines that go to the orbital launch mount and launch tower. We know when this starts to take place because a vent will appear from the OLM and the tower. The OLM vent will start weak at first, gradually growing in intensity as propellant load approaches. The tower vent will appear for a few minutes and then disappear before reappearing again with much more strength. This conditioning process ensures that both the tank farm and the propellant lines to the rocket are all purged and at the right temperatures for the start of propellant load. But for that, all systems in weather need to be good to go. The typical launch day timeline for...
Well, luckily, everything so far appears to be go. Elon tweeted not too long ago that everything is proceeding on track. So hopefully we see that tank farm activity start up here in just a few minutes. Very exciting. It's the start of the start. Or is that when the road closes? I don't know. Either way, we're into it. Here's one from Chris Parr. Ryan, I'm looking at you, buddy. They say, do you think Launch Mount 1 will be compatible with Raptor 3 and Block 2 boosters, or will SpaceX switch to Pad 2 and rebuild Launch Mount 1?
They will knock down that OLM and rebuild it and probably make a flame trench and repeat what they're doing at Pad B.
I mean, I don't think you're wrong, but that's a pretty declarative statement. EJ, it sounds like you have some qualms.
No, I just flame trench mentioned. That's all. That's all.
He said the thing.
He said the thing.
I say it as a very declarative statement because Block 1 booster uses the Raptor boost QDs on the 20 outer engines for start. And based off of what we've seen with the current, with all the parts we've seen for that new pad, there's not enough room for those QDs plus the hold down arms to come out and do that. And not only that, SpaceX has run into a lot of issues with alignment regarding those, as well as the fact that they gave up on trying to shield them. So every launch, when they launch and go up, the exhausts from those 33 engines fry every single one of those flexible hose lines that go for those Raptor Boost QDs. They have to replace those every launch. That's not a very rapidly reusable pad. So those are getting deleted, and if those get deleted, that means Block 1 boosters aren't going to be compatible with the new pad, which means, well, OLMA is not long for this world once all the Block 1 boosters are used up. So, yeah, I am 99% sure that pad's going to get obliterated and redone.
I really hope that before they do that, they put a full stack on both pads. I don't care that one is going to be an older full
please.
stack.
Yes.
But yeah, it just needs to happen. I don't want to wait, a year plus for that. I tell you what, right, EJ?
I tell you what I'd like to see, man. 2 starships stacked at the same time, man.
Is that what you would want to see if you had $1 million?
Yep. Freaking A, man.
Does anyone at your work ever say it sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays?
No, man. You get made fun of for saying something like that, man.
Thank you so much.
Gotcha.
Let's see. Anonymous getting the patch from the store saying Godspeed Booster 12. Thanks for that, Anonymous. Zoran is asking where is the launch control for Starship? That is up the road a ways. Actually, further away than I am right now, which is kind of insane. Over by the Ad Astra School, kind of between Massey's and Palmetto Hill, the road to Rocket Ranch. Yeah. Here's one from Mark. They're asking, what happened to the launch license? Wasn't it supposed to be at the end of November? NASA pressure, ? Do we have any thoughts on how this was expedited? I mean, EJ, I think, and I appreciate that you've been saying this, is, the FAA pulled a rabbit out of a hat, right?
Yeah, seemingly, yeah. I mean, guys, I'm a SpaceX nutcase, and I want them to launch every day just as much as the next guy. But I've been saying this for a long time. The FAA isn't your friend, but they ain't your enemy either. They're just there to make sure people don't get hurt. You got to think how catastrophically bad it would be. God forbid, somebody got hurt here. That would be terrible for commercial spaceflight in general, and terrible for SpaceX. We don't want that. The FAA is kind of holding the leash there, I get it. I know the crap that I'm about to get from chat. I get it. You guys, I want to see them launch every day too, but they're capable of doing stuff. You just got to make sure. You have to be sure. This is a commercial spaceport. It's a commercial launch provider. Nobody's ever done this. We're in uncharted territory. It's important to get the process figured out, right? It's important to get that process figured out and done, because hopefully in the future, this paves the way for more commercial launch sites and more commercial launch vehicles, right? The framework that's being forged right now between SpaceX and the FAA could mean one day you could have spaceports in every city. That'd be great. Let's go to the Boston spaceport and get stuck in traffic on the way there. The rocket launch will take less than a commute. You know what I mean?
The big dig is still not done, and there's a spaceport.
Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. So
isn't Bechtel involved in the big? I'm sorry. Continue.
Yes, they were, and they were $12 billion over budget.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to trigger EJ.
I'm not annoyed. I'm just like, why don't you just, shank me? I'm just like, oh God, no, please.
Sorry, buddy. Well, I have some good news for you. Good. Yeah, T-minus 4 hours. I'm sorry for verbally shanking you.
No, it's okay.
Patiently waiting for that Pope vent here.
Yep.
Come on, Pope vent. Any minute now.
The other thing, Jack, that I was thinking about, just one more thing, the FAA.
No, please.
I'm thinking, guys, we're covering news. People come here to get information. I can't say that this is, like some politically motivated thing. If I had to guess, the reason why they were like, no, net November. No, now it's not. No, just kidding. It's October. My guess is that they expedited the Starship process, but probably to the detriment of a launch license for something else. You know what I mean? They probably said, they probably shifted it around like, hey, we need this one faster. And what orchestrated that expedited delivery of launch license? I'm not sure. We'll probably never know. And I don't think it's right to speculate either. There's so much static out there. We have to adjust the rabbit ears. It's hard to get the right signal. I just dated myself there, but
you're right. The signal to noise ratio is hard with something like this. Totally get it. And I can't agree with your point more, because the like you said, the relationship that SpaceX is forging and has been forging with the FAA.
And there it is.
Pope vent will pave the way for future companies. Good call, EJ. Go ahead, Ryan.
About a minute later than we expected, but Pope Vent has started. There we go. Tank farm chill down is now in progress.
Heck yeah. One more step in the flow as we get closer and closer to launch here. Under 4 hours. Oh my gosh. I have more cameras to set up. Max, what are you setting up there on the roof of the hotel? The Margaritaville Hotel, which, once again, thanks to them for having us there.
Yeah, of course, huge thanks to them. So I'm going to have 2 Canon R5s with me. One will have a 60-600 doing some kind of footage. Not quite sure what. Yeah, actually, no, I'm not quite sure what the plan is going to be for that one yet. I'm not sure. I'll figure it out.
Here's a crazy idea, and you can say I'm stupid and not do it. But here's my crazy idea: put it somewhere between 60 and 150. I know you're forsaking a lot of that lens with this idea, but shoot it wide-ish, and do a composite. I'm going to attempt this. I've attempted it on previous Starship flights. I succeeded with SN10. You may remember this shot of mine. Other people have done it as well. It's the composite where you can show the rocket multiple times in frame. And the composite I'm thinking of, even if it's just 2 frames together, is Starship ascending above the sticks, that sort of framing, and booster coming back in. Imagine that.
That idea is stupid, and I'm not going to do it.
Oh.
Okay, well.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, that was one of the issues. Ideas that I had, but that is very light dependent, whether I opt to have it shoot footage or grab stills. I'm not sure.
It's always so tough to choose.
It is, and I might not know, honestly, until about T-minus 5 minutes, just based on what the light's doing and what it looks like. It's going to be a pretty much last-minute call on what that second camera is going to do. But I'm also going to have another camera up here that should be streaming or putting out a live feed that will be of, I would say it's rather tight. It'll be rather tight, and it should be a great angle for catch. It'll be static, so it won't be tracking, but it'll be great. It'll be a great stable view for launch, and hopefully when the booster comes back, if they elect to do so. So I'll be managing about 3 cameras plus obviously my phone, which I think might do a bit of cell phone video, which I always enjoy doing just because. So yeah, not a terrible amount, but obviously
it's a lot. Dude.
I mean, it could be worse, but of course, I'm like lost for words right now, to be honest with you. It's just so I'm just so happy to be here and be in this position, talking to y'all and sharing this moment with so many people.
Heck yeah, it's a good time. It's a special time.
It's always a good. It's always a good
history.
Yeah,
about to be made.
It's always a good day whenever you point a camera at Starship for a launch.
Hey,
it's true,
guys. Yeah, no, you guys aren't wrong. Do you think we can give people a little bit of an update as to what that vent is actually doing? Because we said pump vent. It seems like we got a lot of viewers in chat that don't really understand what we're looking at, other than a lot of smoke being blown out there. Ryan, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at a vent, which is basically dumping overboard the gaseous LN2 or LOX that's being used to chill down the tank farm pipes. You may see it puffing like this. That is totally normal for it to do it when it's first starting to go. No worries. This is totally normal. It's just basically an overboard dump in a lot of ways. Kind of like a relief. Because you need it, because it's like you try to recycle what you can, but you're also going to dump overboard stuff. So,
as the nitrogen is boiling off, you're going to need to vent some of that boil off.
So, that's what the Pope vent is, and what it's doing right now is normal behavior. It'll start to spool up and get really going as they start chilling it down more and more. But yeah, we are into chill down conditioning.
Excellent. I mean, the propellants are cryogenic, right? So you don't want to be flowing that stuff through warm pipes for a variety of reasons, including thermal shock. Does nasty things. So it makes sense that you want to chill it all down first with some nice liquid nitrogen before you start flowing liquid oxygen and liquid methane through everything and making everything nice and cold and frosty, as you can see there a little bit. Is that frost or paint? I can't quite tell.
Yes.
It's top's starting to get a little frosty. It'll get more frosty and everything as it starts to speed up. But
good deal. 3 hours, 53 minutes to go. Let's do this. I think the caffeine is starting to take hold.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Connor Ward is asking if you could place one camera anywhere on Starship or Super Heavy without restriction, where would you put it? Max, let's go into you first.
That's a dangerous question. Does it have to be on the rocket, or can it be on the surrounding infrastructure?
Ooh.
Because
you know what? Go ahead. Infrastructure is allowed.
Okay. I think at that point I would like to have, like, I don't know, a 9mm fisheye, like right behind one of the OLM legs, because we know those shield a section behind them from the exhaust, at least for the initial parts of flight.
Right.
So maybe like 9mm, maybe about 30 feet back from the leg, looking almost straight up, and underexposed just a tad to get the detail in that orange glow whenever the exhaust from the Raptors is interacting with the OLM and, of course, the deluge plate itself as well. So I think that's the first image that comes to mind. And also, if it's aimed correctly, you also get detail in all 33 Raptors as well, up the bells. So that's what comes to mind
That
first.
would be insane. That would be insane. I would put one on a giant tile-covered selfie stick, like sticking off the aft end of a starship, like to get that like third-person view of the starship coming in. I don't know if that's allowed.
Oh, baby, yeah.
I don't know if that's allowed in this in the rules of this question, but
there are no rules. There are no rules. There are no restrictions.
All right, let's go.
How
That's
about
what I would do.
a camera right on the chopstick hinge, the hinge points, like where the two arms have the pins, like right on that top pin, looking up for as the booster's coming down for landing.
I mean, they will already have cameras around the top of the tower in a similar position, oriented like in the same way. But in order for those cameras to get that footage, they have to first first survive launch. So that one honestly isn't probably out of the question entirely. We'll have to see.
They have cameras that look right towards where the shift like lift pins are.
Yep.
So,
they sure do.
That's gonna be. I hope we get to see those. I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us for views for a catch. The drone shots of a catch, like
it's gonna blow our minds. Oh my god, a drone view! I didn't even think about that.
That would be
like
amazing.
The drone view of a launch is one thing, but the drone looks up and just tracks the booster as it comes down, and then gets caught as the drone is sitting off to the side of the tower. Like, oh my god!
I didn't even think about that. That's insane.
That would be insane. Also, I don't know if I can add. I'm also thinking like a FPV drone at launch. Start up top and just dive down the vehicle as it's coming off the pad. That would be amazing.
Ooh, just don't get caught in the just don't get caught in the exhaust.
Hey, as long as you get the footage, right?
Right, I guess.
You can do anything once.
Yeah, right. That's true.
So long as the card survives, it's fine.
Right.
Looks like that card left again. So
good. Go on, get
out.
The Cheeseburger King is asking, I want to be a Cheeseburger King. Now I want a cheeseburger. How far away is the launch visible? I live a couple hours north, and I want to know if I can see that possible jelly. I mean,
tough to say.
I would say go outside either way.
Yeah,
because you never know what the lighting conditions are going to do. I don't have like a launch viewing map handy or anything like that. But it's possible that you would see it.
I mean, people in Florida see Falcon 9 launches from all the way on the other side of the state. Like people in Tampa, Clearwater, and even as far south as Marco Island have seen launches before from the Cape.
I mean,
On the right trajectories, people all the way up the eastern seaboard have seen
Also
Falcon
correct.
second stages.
Also correct,
And
yes.
with the right lighting conditions out of Vandenberg, people out in like Arizona have seen jellyfishes and stuff. So,
This could be
it's possible. This
Yeah,
could
this could be
indeed
properly
be
insane.
utterly nuts. Yeah, I'm so excited.
And
I
the
really
thing
hope
is,
they
like,
go for a catch.
And the thing is, like with this stream in particular, or just any Starship stream for now, like we're all like fixated on the fact that they are going to try and catch the booster, right? So once, assuming they catch the booster, that's not it. Like the ship's still going. Ship still has to complete its almost orbit and re-enter. Like that's not going to be it. Like there's more.
Yeah, I'm at a loss for words. This is going to be awesome. Mr. Banana is asking, what do you think are the margins for engine loss during landing? Do you think that they can lose one of the inner three and still be able to land?
I mean, for Flight 4, at least during the initial parts of the landing burn, they sort of unintentionally demonstrated the fact that they do have engine out capability on that initial slowdown, where they have the inner three and then the middle ring, I guess you could say, where they lost one of the engines on that middle ring, and it still slowed down sufficiently to shut down the rest of that middle ring and use the last three to bring itself down to a soft splashdown in the water. So at least on that initial landing burn, they can lose one from what we've seen. But if they lose one of the inner three, I don't know. That's a good
should
question.
be able to, because those three should not be like throttled up too much. So they would just have to throttle the other two up. The biggest downside of losing one of the inner three would be less roll control.
True.
You would need to rely on the grid fins more, but when you start getting really slowed down, those grid fins aren't really going to do much. Neither is the RCS, so the hope is that they don't lose one of those, and as long as you're already on target, if you do lose one, you should be fine.
Do you imagine, like, the team at McGregor that sends the engines? I imagine they're the same ones that assign the engines. Like, that put this one on the center. This is a really good one. This is our best Raptor. Like, do you think they prioritize, like, certain Raptors for certain placement on the booster? Like, it's an R boost. We don't really care. Put it on the outer ring. It might fail. We're fine. Obviously, I'm being flippant, but do you think there's, like a prioritization there? Like, they would pick the very best Raptors for the center?
I honestly wouldn't rule a process like that being ruled out completely, because I'm sure the outer ring of Raptors are built with a certain standard, and then so are the inner two rings, because of course those have to gimbal and offer a lot of control authority,
right.
and have a lot. Like if those fail, there are real consequences for any recovery efforts. So I don't know. That's actually a really good question.
I've always kind of wondered that. Like, do the three center engines get like a kiss on their way out the door? Like, they get like a special,
or like a pep talk before launch. You better not fail.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if I was on the booster integration team, I might I might sneak up under the booster there at like T-minus 24 hours and be like, all right, guys, all right, center guys, let's do this, please. Do not fail. Riddy V is asking, if this launch is a success, how long before we see Flight 6? Well, there's a corollary to that, which is the FAA did sort of approve a repeat of Flight 5's profile. So if they do the same thing as Flight 5 with Flight 6...
Could be before the end of the year.
That seems plausible to me, which is insane. Go ahead, Ryan.
You look at it and you go, okay, well, Booster 13 still needs a static fire. Okay. Assuming there's nothing else to do it after the static fire. And refurb of the pad. Refurb for the pad for a static fire takes about a month. And then you got to add another about 2-3 weeks to get it ready for a launch. So end of November for it to be ready for a launch. We'll say that. And beginning of December.
And that's
And
assuming the
then-
booster doesn't do any damage when it comes back in.
It's assuming this is assuming a perfect flight here. This is what I'm assuming here.
Yeah, this is best case scenario.
31 doesn't have its heat shield replaced yet. That takes about a month to strip and redo. It's about 5 weeks is how they quickly they did it on ship 30. They've barely started on 31, so I guess it's still about 5 weeks on that. And then whatever final checks need to be done on that, it's already got its static fire under its belt. It's possible. It's possible we could have a New Year's Flight 6, but I would, you add in delays or other things, I would assume beginning of January or end of January is what I would assume.
Yeah, that's plausible. I do want to note that Alex is clarifying for us in the back channel what the FAA actually, what their language actually said was that the changes proposed by SpaceX for Flight 6 fall under the scope of what is being approved for Flight 5. So there will be a different profile for Flight 6. It's just not so different that it needs its own license modification. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah.
You should be sleeping.
Go to bed, nerd.
I've been really enjoying the Star Trek vibes on the stream so far. So thank you, gentlemen, for thinking about building ships in low Earth orbit using Starship's upmass capability, and dreaming about what it would take to build something like an Enterprise. So in that vein, we have a question here from Robert Wells, asking what breakthrough in Starship technology besides faster than light do you predict will be crucial for making long-term intergalactic travel possible, and why? Setting aside the relativity breaking stuff and all of that, for me it's artificial gravity. I mean, humans kind of need gravity, right? We're physiologically adapted to 1G, and we need it to develop and continue to maintain strength and everything. So I would go with artificial gravity or some sort of, rotational part of a ship that you can go to have. I'm going to say some sort of gravity situation. Some solve for that. EJ, what do you think?
What breakthrough in Starship technology beside faster than light do you predict will be crucial for making long-term intergalactic travel possible? Getting away from chemical propulsion has a lot to do with that. I think that the next kind of stopgap would be nuclear thermal.
Right.
And you know what? If nuclear thermal can scale, but you're still going to need hydrogen to get it done.
Right.
Doable. But you could go intergalactic with nuclear thermal. It's just going to take a while. But yeah, I'd say getting nuclear thermal up there, or Vasimir is another good one. A plasma drive, that's near future. Of course, there's something that we have that exists right now called solar electric propulsion, or SEP for short. SEP uses the Hall effect to arc electricity through a combustion chamber, and the combustion chamber, it's not really combustion. You can kind of call it a chamber, but it's not a combustion chamber. Nothing's combusting. They arc electricity through inert gas, and the inert gas ionizes, and those ions being released actually does generate thrust. Now, the thing is that an ion thruster has less thrust than like a desk fan right now. Like the fan, if you're watching this on a tower computer, the fans in your computer have more thrust than a Hall effect thruster, right? However, Hall effect thrusters are scalable. You're only limited by how much power you can generate. So they're scalable. If you can generate more power other than, just solar panels on a spacecraft, like a Starlink satellite has Hall effect thrusters for what it's worth. If you can generate more power, like if we have a nuclear reactor working in space and it can generate enough power, like, you get up into the megawatts, you get up into the gigawatts even, like that. I mean, now we're talking. Now you get something like the Expanse. You're just kind of limited by how much xenon gas you can carry. It's not necessarily xenon. You can use any of the noble gases to make it work. But like Starlink satellites, for instance, use krypton. But SEP is scalable. It's just we can't generate enough power to make it work other than through a solar panel.
Didn't they just switch Starlink from krypton to argon or something crazy like that?
I think so.
They may have. Yeah, they may have. Yep.
Which is nuts because the argon is not hard to get a hold. I mean, you weld with argon, right? in some situations.
Yeah, yes, you do. It depends on the mix in the welder, but I have in my welding tanks, I have argon CO2. It's kind of a mixture, but dude, yeah, people in chat, Back to the Future. We need what, dude? If we had a Mr. Fusion on a spaceship, oh, we'd be good to go, man. We'd be flying around like TIE fighters, man.
Pew pew, yeah.
What gigawatts?
Matter antimatter warp reaction system. Okay.
That's a lot of words.
1.21 gigawatts.
Great Scott.
Or a ZPM. With a hyperdrive.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that
CPM?
is.
Did you just say ZPM?
I did it just for fun, just because Rodney.
Why are you saying it like that? What is a Z? I don't know what that means.
Z in I guess proper
Z.
English.
I know what it means. I was being sarcastic. Never mind.
You speak very fluent sarcasm, EJ.
I knew he was being sarcastic, but maybe I just know EJ.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't comprehend what a kilometer is.
I'm very good at playing basketball. I'm
sure chat is like, it's 1,000 whatevers, and I'm like, yeah, I still don't know what that is. I know what a mile is. Thank you.
It's still inferior no matter what.
We just need a Stargate. I mean, could someone figure out how to build that?
That would be
Please
nice.
and thank you.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's one in Cheyenne Mountain.
Yep.
I saw that documentary. Jan is asking, where will Starship land? Is it going for the Indian Ocean again? Ryan, do we know where old Ship 30 is going to end up in the drink?
It's targeting basically the same area as Ship 29 did. They'll try to hit the mark a little bit better than Ship 29, as they're hoping not to have a flat, melt this time around.
Right. Oh, here's always a fun one. I don't know how to say this name. Azotic is asking, what is your favorite rocket? No Starship, no Falcon, and no shuttle to make it interesting. Theirs is Ariane 4. Delta 4 Heavy, that's easy. EJ, go. Favorite rocket, not shuttle, not Starship, not Falcon. Titan 4 wants to make an appearance.
Dang it, Jack!
I'm in your head, Max. I'm in your base, messing up your dudes.
Old reference, man. It's an older reference. It checks out.
I do have a gray beard.
Yeah. I'm rifling through all the different types of rockets. Can I say Ares 1? Can we do that or no?
No,
oh, God.
Man, no.
Oh.
Not possible.
All right,
Jeez.
Everybody said no, so I'm saying Ares 1.
Like a true Ares 1 fan.
Stick rocket, man.
No.
Honestly, I do kind of love it. I like who amongst us hasn't built an Ares 1 facsimile in Kerbal Space Program?
Okay, all right. I'm gonna nerd out with Kerbal here for a second. If you're a Kerbal 1 player, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So
I'm buckling up. I'm strapping in.
Yeah, dude, exactly. You have Cal controllers and KSP, okay? And you can bind the thrust limiter on an SRB in Kerbal to your Cal controller and then control the thrust curve. You can create a regressive thrust curve on your SRBs, just like the actual shuttle, just like Ares 1 did. Dude, I have an Ares 1 style lifter in my Kerbal saves that is the goated lifter. The thing can lift like 18 tons into low Kerbin orbit, right? And I squeeze all that delta V out of that booster that I can by using a Cal controller with a regressive thrust curve. So it works. You have thrust tail off, just like the real ones. And that thing is goated. It is the best launch vehicle I've ever made.
That's amazing. Oh, I need to play some more Kerbal.
Are we not going around the horn with this question?
We're going around the horn. Max, sorry, go. Favorite rocket, not Starship, not Falcon, not shuttle. You're going to say Titan 4.
I was going to say Titan 4B. Composite SRBs and the extra long fairing, please. Or I go back and forth. I've said it on the stream before, and I'll say it again. Proton. something about protons.
You are Max. We are just firing on the same cylinders. I was just thinking, proton's a real beautiful rocket. Like
It is.
the Mach diamonds off that thing are insane.
And also for a liquid-fueled rocket, the ignition of its engines is an awful lot like an SRB, and the fact that it's just instant bang, it's already off the pad.
I'm here for it.
I love it.
I'm here for it. Ryan, favorite rocket? Not Starship, not Shuttle, not Falcon?
Man, that's a tough one. There's two really good ones that I want to pick.
What are they?
Saturn V.
No Saturn V.
Solid. That's a solid answer. That's a good answer.
But the other one would be the R7 family.
Ooh. Okay.
It is venerable. It doesn't have the right. I mean, it's reliable considering it's launched almost 2,000 times between all of its variants, and it's the OG, literally the OG. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
So it'll be sad to see when that thing gets retired.
Yeah, that's honestly. It'll be interesting though to see if and when Falcon 9 bests it.
I don't think Falcon 9 is. We'll see.
You don't think it'll get there?
I think it will.
I think Falcon 9 will hit 2,000 launches.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think it will.
That might be near the end of the road, but I think Falcon's got a long life ahead of it. Even with,
I'm pretty confident in the fact that Falcon will keep flying into at least like the low or mid 2030s, just because the loads on Starship. I think Starship just will not be ready to fly at that cadence or at that capacity at that point. So I think Falcon has a lot of time to fly a lot more. So.
You know, I see a bunch of people in chat. That's actually a good call. Answering this question, they're saying Buran Energia. That's
no.
That's the cheat code, dudes. That's the cheat code.
No, it's wrong.
Energia is.
Dude, Energia. Like if you dislike Energia, you're wrong.
I like Energia. I don't like Buran. It's just a cruddy knockoff shuttle. No, it wasn't better. Moving on.
No. Energia was a better version of what the STS system could have been. Because
that's false.
What?
False.
We're hurling like stones at each other at this point.
Because Energia. I'm sorry, liquid boosters for the win. SRBs.
I do like liquid boosters better than solids.
I don't like SRBs. Never have. Never.
You're making Joseph Blissington cry right now.
Don't care. I've never liked SRBs.
Ryan, how else are we going to subsidize our nuclear missile generating companies?
Don't care. Don't like SRBs. SLS should be all liquid.
All right, fair.
That is a take of all time.
As we finish talking about rockets galore, I do want to mention N1 just because cone rocket good.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
N1F would have been amazing if they ever made it.
Ooh, somebody in my chat says Venture Star.
Venture Star.
That's a good call.
For those of you out there that don't know what Venture Star is, it was a proposed follow-on to the shuttle in I guess the 90s? 90s maybe early 2000s, yeah. And Al Gore canceled it. Thanks, Al Gore. Venture Star would have been amazing. It had an aerospike engines. It was fully reusable. It was amazing. But, that's not the future that we got. Instead, we get Starship, which, would have liked it back in the... Imagine Starship in the 90s. To the extreme! But yeah, Venture Star, great answer.
What about Shuttle C?
Shuttle C, I don't care what anybody says. I think Shuttle C is amazing.
I agree.
Well, why don't we just do Shuttle C and put the engines at the bottom of the external tank and then put the payload fairing on top with an upper stage? Why don't we just do that?
Yeah, we already have all the hardware from Shuttle. It should just take like a couple years, right? And be like,
yeah,
really
right.
Cheap.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And totally not over budget, right? Since we already have all the stuff.
Ooh.
No? Nobody? Okay.
You know what? I was gonna get spicy, but let's not. We'll save that for the flame trench.
This is a Starship stream, not an SLS shuttle stream.
Somebody over.
We need some guidance here. Like maybe not rails, but at least like bumpers.
Yeah, maybe.
The silence is deafening from Jack. Jack, are you alive?
We've lost Jack.
Oh
Jack
no,
Jack has
we
gone
may have
bye-bye.
lost Jack. Oh
Jack
dear,
has gone bye. He was borderline, and then he crossed the border.
he was borderline and he crossed the border. Youch. Whale, for those of us who were, for those of you who are just tuning in, we have just crossed the T-minus 3 hour and 30-minute mark here in today's countdown for Starship Flight 5. Ryan, where do we expect to be in the next 30 minutes in terms of infrastructure chill?
Well, I would have expected a little bit more activity out of this Pope vent, but we saw the sub puffing, and I haven't seen any more since then. Usually it'll shut down a little bit, and then it'll go into full bore mode, but it has not right now. I have seen them do a chill down in about like an hour and a half, and then get into OLM vent and tower vent. So they may still be able to do that, but as of right now, there really isn't any activity. So,
I mean, we have seen them spool up the vent and also the tank farm pretty quickly in the past. So I wouldn't rule it out if they aren't active by about T-minus 3 hours. I wouldn't rule out a launch attempt completely, because they may come out of left field and surprise us, as we know SpaceX to do sometimes. But
but based off timelines that I know and that we've watched over the times, this thing basically has to get started by 4 a.m. for them to get the end of the window. With the 1.5 hour chill down if they try to do a quicker chill down. So watching closely here, for this thing to really get going at the moment.
Or maybe this just was intentional and they are going for the end of the window for light. I don't know.
It could be.
Wild thought. It's a wild thought.
Yep. Could be.
It would be a better photo op. Also, hi.
Hey,
my internet
he's alive.
went bye.
Yep. Well,
but my internet is back again.
Chat? Don't worry. He's just saying that we actually found a way to clone Jack, and the other one was acting up, so we have this one now. Hi, Jack.
Yeah, what you guys don't know is that every live stream we do that I'm on, it's sort of a prestige situation. And at the beginning of the live stream, it's a new me clone, and at the end of the live stream, I get like mulched or something. I don't know. And then and I only exist for the live streams. It's like you could watch the Prestige. It's a good movie.
We actually have a bunch of Jacks in a closet at Rooster Teeth. If anybody's wondering.
Rooster Teeth? Oh man,
that's an Elder reference.
That's an obscure one. If people got that one, then good for you.
You ever? Hey, EJ.
Yes.
You ever wonder why we're here?
It's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it?
It's a very profound question.
I mean, why are we here?
I don't know. Why are we here in this canyon?
Because biology and the universe.
For everyone who gets the oh man, I miss Red versus Blue so much.
Yep.
Classic. Everyday Potato is asking, can't SpaceX just land the ship on the ground to be stacked by the chopsticks instead of catching it? There wouldn't be a need for extra hardware, and it's still fully reusable. I mean, in theory, like, everything has gone wrong. Contingency time, the Starship could land on its aft skirt. Maybe? It probably wouldn't go well.
I mean, I think the plan originally was to have a separate landing pad for Starship, and then I guess just have different vehicles stationed at the launch complex to rapidly shuttle it over to the tower for a rapid stack. I don't know if they're ever going to go back to that. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, if the catching the ship with the chopsticks proves to be, I guess, too difficult and too tricky. I wouldn't be surprised, but that's, I guess, to be determined on another day.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like it'll be one of those bridges they cross once they feel ready to get there, or once they're already there.
Right. I don't know. I mean, at some point we're going to see ships with legs, but that's not necessarily for Earth, right? That's for the Moon and Mars.
I mean, it could be for Earth at some point if they deem the mass worth it, but who knows?
Right. Yeah.
As you ever think that Cybertruck just kind of looks like a big cat, like a puma or something?
Your what hurts, EJ?
No,
I've never thought that, but the second you said it, I'm not sure I can unsee it. Because every car kind of has a face, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if there's like a word for that in the car community.
What in Sam Hill is a puma?
Oh, jeez.
It's like a bobcat. It's kind of like a mountain lion. It's sort of like a cougar. It's not unlike. I ran out of things.
The chupa thingy.
Didn't I tell you guys to stop making up imaginary animals? See these
No,
toe
I gotta go rewatch it again now.
They look like tusks. What kind of animal has tusks?
A walrus.
Stop making up imaginary animals. Sorry, I'm hijacking this whole thing. Stainless steel, though, it's topical, right?
Not wrong.
No, not wrong.
Will J says, "Go ahead."
I was gonna say, did you see the video of someone who made the Cybertruck look like a warthog?
Yep,
that was really good.
Yep.
It
Quality
looks like we may sorry to interrupt you guys, but we may have a drone in the air.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Looks like it.
Cool.
Hope vent's still not going it though. So wait.
Yeah, then maybe trying to look at something.
Interesting. Well, we'll keep our eyes on it. I do see that light there, sort of off to the left of the booster. It's not a star. That is a drone. At least it looks like a drone, right? It's moving around. It's got a green flashing light. Yeah, that's a drone. Interesting.
Aliens.
The truth is out there.
I want to believe.
I want to believe.
I want to believe.
Oh, I can't do that. Dang it. Now I got now I got the theme song playing in my head.
Whose fault is that? R. Whiten's becoming a launch director. Thank you so much. That is one of the higher levels of support for the membership program that we work so hard on. So thank you for that. You get your name at the end of the Flame Trench, you get Discord access, you get all the things. Congratulations. And thank you, seriously. This entire operation, I asked before Flight 4 how many people we had sort of combined. I should have asked that again this time, but it was a little bit more chaos this time given the last minute notice. But it really takes a huge amount of people to do what we do. There's everybody operating the stream on the production side. There's the people editing the videos. There's the SBL operators moving the cameras. There's the people out here in Starbase. There's the people that come here to Starbase like Max and D. It's insane. There's a social media team. It's just so when people come out with support like that, it really means the world. Just because we have the coolest job as we wait for the world's largest rocket to begin fueling. How is that even a sentence? Max, we're in Starbase.
Starship EP.
It's EP? No, it needs to not be EP.
It doesn't want to wake up right now, I guess, or at least the tank farm's EP. I don't know. I hope not.
Just needs a quick sleep. New users asking, why is there only a 30-minute window? This is abnormal compared to commercial launches, and there are so many things that can hold up an experimental launch. I wouldn't say it's abnormal, really. I mean, there's instantaneous windows all the time. There are several hour-long windows. There are short windows that are like 10 minutes or 20 minutes. I wouldn't really call this abnormal. As to why only a 30-minute window, I'm not... Ryan, would that be in like any of the FAA documentation, or is it just sort of how things panned out. I mean, you can't shut down the airspace forever, right?
It on the weekend, every time they've put out a closure or or tried for a flight on a weekend, it's always been a really short window during the weekend. But then during the weekdays, like weekends always been like half an hour, maybe an hour, and weekdays has been like an hour and a half, 2 hours for a window. So I think it's just because it's a weekend. I don't know why it's shorter on a weekend. It's always been that way.
Interesting. All right, well, not abnormal. Par for the course. Jonas, thank you for grabbing the Flight 5 patch and the kind words. They're hoping to get started with a patch collection. Well, you're in the right track.
That is a dangerous hobby to want to get into. I'll tell you that much.
Right. I need all the patches. I need them all. I need them.
Gotta catch 'em.
Oh, hey, look at that. The
What is this,
WB-57 has an estimated departure of 5:30 a.m.
Let's go.
Oh, boy.
For those of you who don't know, the W-57 is a highly modified, I want to say World War II or slightly after era bomber, like
It's-
50s.
It's from
Canberra.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yep. It's a Canberra. Originally a British design. It was licensed made by Martin in the 50s. And
Which became Martin Marietta, which became Lockheed Martin.
Yep. And that plane particularly is an extremely modified version of what's called an RB-57, which was used for reconnaissance. These planes actually were modified by Sierra Nevada. Sierra Nevada did the upgrades. Some of the things that they did, they put upgraded engines on them. They obviously avionics and everything, but the WB-57s have a PTZ camera on the nose of the aircraft that's designed to look around and image stuff. In this particular case, we hope it's going to image ascent of Starship.
And hopefully descent of booster as well. Although that's tricky, right? Like if you were deploying this asset, what do you tell them to focus on? But
yes,
that's very cool. That's very cool to see the W-57. That is a photo of what they look like. It's a really, really nifty plane. And I believe NASA has 2 or 3 of them. And they're like, that's it. That's all there are. That's it.
Yeah, I'd like to add that RB-57s were modified B-57s for reconnaissance, hence the R.
Right. Yeah, I took a photo flight over AMARG, the giant aircraft boneyard in Arizona. It's right near the Pima Air and Space Museum, which is fantastic, and you should go.
One of the best museums in the country, dude.
Absolutely. Like I could not agree more. What an amazing place. But anyways, I took a photo flight over AMARG a couple years back, actually on my way. It was either on my way to Starbase or from Starbase, but I was driving through Arizona and I found a helicopter company that would do a flyover for me. Anyways, at AMARG, they have a handful of fuselages of RB-57s just sitting out there.
Yep.
I spotted them in one of my photos. I was like, no way! I know that shape anywhere. And I can't help but imagine that the W-57s benefit from having those sort of donor aircraft hanging out in the desert, waiting for the day when parts of them get to be used again. It's really cool to see that NASA has assets like that. That's like NASA at its finest, right, EJ?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they don't just pull RB-57s out of the boneyard too. To do the B-52 program, which is gonna outlive us all, just got an engine upgrade program. You know what they did?
Wow.
Yeah.
You're so right, but also my brain just popped. But okay, but you're right. Please continue.
They needed a test bed. They needed a test aircraft to test the new engines out, so they went out into the middle of Davis-Monthan and they pulled a B-52 out, and they're gonna refurbish it to be the engine test mule, which is it's not just parts. Sometimes they pull whole planes out of there. which is crazy to me. It's like it's just been sitting there for like 40 years. It's fine. Just pull it out. Start it up.
There's different levels of storage. You know, I think they're like there's like Type 4000, Type 3000, something like that. I'm way out of my depth, but
do we have a vent going on, chaps?
Yep.
Oh,
bottom right.
Oh, I'm looking.
That would be the it's just a normal tank relief valve. That's going off. Pulp vent's not going right now.
All right, interesting. So we're kind of on an shall I say anomalous timeline, Ryan? Was that a fair assessment?
Yeah, there's no pulp vent going right now. The only thing that's going are because they basically have relief valves for all the tanks so they can maintain pressure in the tanks, the correct pressures. So that's kind of really what's venting right now. The tank pressurization stuff for repress stuff isn't really going too much. And the pulp vent's not going right now. So, I don't really know at the moment. Based off of timelines and other things, SpaceX kind of has to... but this would have to get going sooner rather than later to make that window. But we're going to wait and see. I'm not saying, or we're waiting and seeing here.
Is it
but right now we
possible
don't
that
have
they-
any major activity. So
They have some sort of accelerated chill down procedure that they could do that we just haven't seen yet.
it's entirely possible. I wouldn't rule anything out. I mean, they change things all the time with this tank farm. So who knows? They could easily have something under their belt to chill it down pretty quickly. So we're just we'll watch and see here for any signs.
Petrichor, also cool name because that's the name of the smell or chemical or something that you smell when it's about to rain. That's coming from the plants. I think that's what that is. I don't know why I know that. Petrichor saying, pronounce it Canberra. Now. There you go. Canberra.
Canberra.
So Canberra.
Canberra.
No, I'm sorry.
Canberra.
I tried. I tried Petrichor. I tried. I even did a cool shout out to your name, and the dudes still just didn't. They didn't abide.
Hey. Aluminum. Now what?
Parking lot.
Trunk, hood.
Thank you. It's too early. I don't have enough things.
More like Canberra.
Canberra.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Sorry.
Oh my god, it's 4 a.m. Okay, let's do some more
3 a.m..
questions. Let's see. Wow, Sam Cox says, if it went tomorrow, there's an ISS pass at 7:03. That's cool. Hopefully it doesn't go tomorrow and it goes today. And we see that tank farm spool up here in just a minute.
I think a bunch of us would prefer if it left today.
Yep. I mean, it's always a tricky thing. Max, I know you know this. Whenever you do get a 24-hour recycle, because you've already, especially for a launch like Starship, where we're kind of, I mean, let's be honest, we're all giving it our all. And to think that in 24 hours we would not be sleeping, but basically still doing this. I mean, we're here for it. We love this. But at the same time, sleep is nice. So hopefully they send this thing today, this morning. Whatever time is, it's a flat circle.
It's part of the game, baby.
Space
I mean, I'll have plenty of time to...
For no man. Sorry.
Don't be sorry, you're good.
Nah.
Daniel, thanks for coming a Capcom member. Again, Discord access at Capcom level and above. UK Hudson, thank you for the support. They say this is for Jack to get a cup of coffee and revise his big cat synonyms.
Yes. Awesome.
I love it.
Chupa
Matt's,
thingy.
Chupa something. It's a Chupa thingy. Matt's coming out with 20 gift of Red Team memberships. Matt's, I don't even know. I wonder if someone's keeping track. I know you've been out here gifting huge numbers of memberships. So everybody that's gifting a membership, make sure you thank Matt's or whoever gifted it to you. That's honestly the kindest thing. Lucas, grabbing the Flight 5 patch. Good job, Lucas. They say, loving the commentary on the update videos. They are getting good now. Thanks for the coverage, team. Yeah, we recently started doing those narrated... we started narrating the dailies. And by we, I mean Das. And they've been great, so thanks. We always appreciate the positive feedback. If you haven't checked out the daily videos in a while, the Starbase update summary, they're not really daily anymore. They're like every 2 days, but still, whatever. If you haven't checked one of those out in a while, be sure you do, because they're a treat. And hey, if you don't like to hear the narration, you can switch to the standard audio track from before. So, yay. Something for everyone. Matthew Dahl, what's up? Thanks for the super chat. They say, thank you, Star Guy and team, for keeping the 12,000 plus of us who can't sleep either entertained. Here's to a go for catch call out. Oh my god. What is that even going to feel like if we are in the middle of this thing and people start shouting, go for catch, because they're hearing it? You know what I mean? Like, what?
Like, is that? I wonder what the actual call out is going to be. Like, have they said it's going to be go for catch, or?
I assume there's a call out, but
there has to be a call out. Like,
yeah,
whether it be they abort the catch attempt or whether they actually send the command to the booster to tell it to come home.
Right. I feel like whether or not we hear the call, there will be a call, because we got that info blurb from SpaceX saying that there's going to be a manual approval by the launch director before the end of boost back burn as to if they're going for the catch. So I feel like in the control room, in that moment, the LD is going to have to say, catch it or not. And that's gonna be a moment. Oh my god!
Can you imagine if you just say catch it and then we just go
or something like bring her home, or something like that.
Bring her home, or
that'd be
really
cool.
Come on back, Bessie.
Oh man! Come on, Tank Farm, spool up, buddy. Come on, guy.
Do something.
Do something. Yes.
Stuart, thank you for grabbing the Flight 5 patch. Will J saying good day from Sydney, Australia, with a super chat.
I see somebody in chat going, sorry about that. I see somebody in chat saying they want John Innsbrucker to say, we are go for booster catch.
that was a great impression, EJ.
Guy's my hero, man.
That was pretty good.
Everything is going nominal.
That's wow. That's a little bit uncanny.
That was really good.
That's kind of scary.
that was scary.
We're getting to the point where I've heard so many EJ impersonations of people. I'm starting to worry if he could do me. We're gonna need to come up with a safety phrase that only I know. I don't know. I don't know how I authenticate that it's me, and you're not just hearing EJ doing me.
I want to hear EJ do Bill Nelson.
Oh no.
Can you talk that slow?
Well,
come on, Senator Administrator.
I tell you, the proof is in the pudding.
Nice.
That wasn't okay. All right. Passable.
First
I should say acceptable.
Anybody watching out there, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I don't mean anything derogatory by doing impressions of people.
It's not out of any disrespect, of course.
Yep. It's late, Darky. Give us a break, man.
Is it late or is it early? Do we know at this point?
It's both. It's simultaneously both and neither.
No, the answer is
time has collapsed into a super. Yeah, there you go. I was going to say time has collapsed into a superposition of itself, and we're now existing in the singularity of 3 hours and 4 minutes before launch, where we will exist eternally. At least for
eternally
15 more seconds. Anonymous grabbing the Flight 5 patch. I don't need to read that though. Doesn't have to read that. It just says something about a kilt. No one really cares about kilts. Moving on. Alexis 5, thanks for becoming a Padrat member. Cody T becoming a Red Team member. Gomez Selick becoming a Padrat member. You guys are the best. Ulrich is asking, guys, one question regarding S-26. In all seriousness, why all the hate? Don't you think the fuel depots will look similar? Absolutely. But Ship 26 isn't one, and it's kind of fun to just like do a tribalism. So, boo, Ship 26, boo. Really, no pushback? I thought I might even get KMR in here on this one.
I don't know. I think the depot will look a little bit different than that, but it's an old.
I would call Ship 26 a main propulsion test article, like over anything else. Like it's an MPTA. That's really what it is.
Orbital refilling depot demo. Fly Ship 26.
Let's not say we do.
If they're not flying 32, what makes you think they're flying 26? We're almost to 36. Like we've seen parts
reasons.
In the. Oh, okay. In that case, okay. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Hey guys,
Sure.
you're at Starbase.
Hey Jack, we're in Starbase.
Oh my God, we're at Starbase. Max, how was the? Last I saw you, we were collapsed at the NSF bunkhouse, devouring sweet, delicious chicken nuggets. How was the trip over to the hotel? How was the slog getting all the gear up to the roof? Are you and D all set up and good? Like, what was that like?
I'll tell you what. Well, we are tired. It's been a very long day for all of us, especially between camera setup and then like maybe taking like a 45-minute break in between set up this evening and sunset to heading over to the hotel here in SPI. So yeah, the drive over is actually pretty easy over from Brownsville. It's just straight down. I can't remember what the road name is, but it's not bad. And of course, then you cross the causeway from Port Isabel over to SPI. Super easy, and then the hotel is right there. You can kind of hard to miss it. It's right by the Sapphire. Yeah, we are mostly all set up here on the roof. Let's see, just missing a couple of cameras that will go live at some point. Cool. And we are just waiting with you and everyone else to see when the tank farm will spool up. Hopefully soon, because we're getting kind of close now. Yep.
Yeah, give D a big hug for me. And like I was saying earlier, all this is really a team effort. And between Dan and Caesar and myself and you and D, it was an all-day endeavor, and it's still got many hours left in it. But thankfully, pretty soon here, I think that sweet launch adrenaline is going to start coursing through our veins. So
it is addictive, let me tell you.
Oh man, it really is. Let's see. Telstar86 gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Some German guy becoming a Padrat member. Thank you both. Conrad Mueller. Thank you for the support. They say, good morning, y'all. A shout out from a 3-year-old girl, dubbed Star Girl. We are tuned in from the Kruger National Park. SA? What it would be SA? Yeah, I don't know what SA would be, but yeah, thank you for the support. Shout out to Star Girl. Yehuda Burger, thank you for the support there. So they say, will you have the SpaceX stream once they launch? We'll hopefully have all of our own awesome views, but we'll bring in views from wherever we can get them, as we traditionally do. Callie Tokako, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Telstar86 again. They say, let's hope the booster doesn't make its own bonfire. Here. That would be bad. Aaron, I'm probably butchering your name, but thank you for becoming a Red Team member. All kinds of hard names. Are you guys just messing with me at this point? Araxon? Arxon? Arzan. Oh, I'm so sorry. Arzan, thank you. That's a cool name. They say, if one of the center 3 engines fails to light, will one of the inner ring engines be used for landing burn? I'm walking the Espadre Beach, and right now, imagining the jellyfish while dodging actual jellies. Yeah, be careful. There's a lot of jellyfish on the beach last several days. I don't know if that's like a wind thing or what. But yeah, don't step on a jellyfish. I don't think they would ignite an additional engine if one of the centers failed. I think that would induce too much wackiness, thrust asymmetry, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to go with wackiness. What do you think, Ryan?
I mean, if they utterly had to, I mean, they could try to restart one of those. I don't think they would. I think they would just go with 2 and go for the landing. Personally.
Yeah. Let's see here. Lee, thank you for grabbing the Flight 5 patch and thanking us for the imagery. That's they say if it wasn't for NSF viewing, a launch would be out of reach for so many of us. Buddy, that's why it's so cool that everyone comes out and supports what we do, because we get to bring this stuff to everybody around the world, because we live in this crazy future time where we can hook cameras up to streaming gear and do this. It's insane. It's really cool. So thanks for the support. Max, can we get a weather check? Is the weather looking nominal for this flight? 1 shot, 1 kill is asking.
Weather check, weather good.
I like the sound of that.
I don't want to be jinxing it, but yeah, it's actually pretty pleasant out right now. Seeing lots of stars in the sky currently. Hopefully it stays that way until the sun comes up. Nice little breeze coming our way now. It feels nice and refreshing. I'm actually not boiling like we were most of the day. I'm actually wearing one of our re-entry club sweatshirts and feeling nice and cozy. But weather is looking
It's not
really
even
good.
cold. You are such a Florida boy.
Cold for me. I'm comfortable. Leave me alone.
It's not even cold.
It's chilly.
It's 71 degrees.
It's chilly.
What?
It's not chilly.
It's chilly, bro.
You literally wouldn't survive at all up here, Max. You would probably freeze to death
Ryan,
tomorrow.
I grew up in Chicago. I know what I know how bad.
I was gonna say, isn't he a Chicago boy?
I used to be, but the thing is, I was coming here so often that I guess my blood was either thinning as I was coming down, or I just got used to the warm weather. I don't know, but I softened up pretty quick, and I just cannot do cold weather anymore, at all. I hate it.
I don't blame you. I am not built for the cold. I can do it, but I am not built for it. Saturn Man, you're like, I embrace the cold. I am the cold.
Mm-hmm.
Saturn Man, thanks for the support. Dare I say North Korean dollars? That's an old one.
Norway.
I know. It's an old joke from the early stream days.
Okay. Did somebody say that? Who said that?
Of course, it was me.
Oh no!
Because I'm a colossal idiot.
I mean, so am I, man. I don't know. They trusted us with this. I guess we're doing something right. Jeez.
Yeah, hey. Damien, thank you for the support. They say, are the Mechazilla chopsticks oriented towards the east? Won't that be an issue for ship catch attempt, since it will be coming from the west over the landmass? Huh. I mean, at belly flop mode, it's basically going straight down, right?
Yeah.
After it's gone through peak heating and it's coming down through the thicker part of the atmosphere, I imagine they were, we've seen in the early hop tests, the ship's going up, 10 kilometers and then coming straight back down. I don't think it's going to be quite like that, but I expect a fairly vertical trajectory of the ship at the point that it's starting to come in and getting ready for the belly flop, because that's how the belly flop works, right? Oh, hey, what's this?
Is that are those frosty
I
LOX
see
lines?
some venting or some vapor over there.
Or is that coming from the is either that's the prop line or it's the tank? I can't tell.
It doesn't
look
tough.
like the line though. It doesn't look like the line because if you look at that elbow, that doesn't look frosty.
Or the flanges also don't really look. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I was trying to tell.
You just like saying flanges.
Flanges.
Flanges. Gusset.
Doubler. I don't know.
Yeah.
Bracket. Ooh, bracket's a good one.
Actually, answering that question a little bit earlier. Yeah, the pad's facing the east. If Starship's coming from a different direction, it's going to. Starship has cross range capability. You can yaw with Starship by flapping one side of the wing on the front and flapping one side of the wing on the back. On the
so much yaw control.
You can actually it can quote unquote fly. It just won't do it very well, but it's enough to change the heading on the vehicle to basically loop around and do a heading alignment. It could probably do something kind of similar to the shuttle, but that's probably not exactly how that's going to work. But it could turn around. It pretty much could.
Jack talking while muted.
How did you know?
I can see when your mic is muted.
Yeah. Thank you, Max. Tau. EJ, you want to take a crack at that? Anti-neutrino? Oh, it's just Tau anti-neutrino. That's easy. I'm good at reading. They're saying, is the tank farm going now?
It's hard to tell because it looks like I'm seeing clouds coming out of the cryo bunker. That's in between the CH4 and LOX subcoolers. Unless it's just me seeing things. I don't know if you guys see that bottom corner there. I think we got activity. We might actually have activity there. It's odd. I don't see the Pope vent. This is weird. That's all.
Yeah, huh. Well, we'll have to keep our eyes on it, and we can do that on the good old-fashioned launch stream. If you are unfamiliar with the setup we are doing tonight, this was the Stakeout, the hangout, as we get all of the pieces into place ahead of launch, and now, hopefully, with the tank farm about to spool up and or spooling up, we'll have to wait and see, we are ready to move into our dedicated launch stream. So, EJ, thank you for being on.
Thank you for having me. This was fun. I'll see you guys on the launch stream.
Ryan, thanks for being on.
Thanks, Jack. I'll see you all on the launch stream.
Max, thanks for being on.
Awesome talking to your lovely faces. Wonderful being here as always and sharing time with y'all. Now, hopefully, we can get this big candle off the ground. Cross your fingers.
Crossed my fingers. All right, everybody, I'm not going to belabor this. Thanks to everyone else that was on the stream. Thank you to all of our operators. Thank you to everybody at NSF that makes this stuff work. It takes a village and then some. So let's all go hang out and watch the launch stream, because hopefully in just under 3 hours, we're going to see this thing launch and then come back. Go.
And here we go.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RS-68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, Atlantic.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange! Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this! Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting